Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. I wish to inform members that the Budget Bill has received Royal Assent. The Budget Act Northern Ireland 2026 became law on the 20th of March 2026. Claire Sugden has been given leave to make a statement on the death of Amy Doherty and Ellie Flanagan and the urgent need to address violence against women and girls, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Just before I call Ms Sugden, and I kind of wish you well and glad to see you back in your place. I haven't had the opportunity to say that as yesterday, so very pleased to see you, Claire, and trust that your health continues to improve and you get stronger all of the time. In relation to this particular issue, I did hold an event some months ago where Leah McCourt, former MMA world champion, spoke of her experiences of domestic violence along with Women's Aid, and it was a very powerful event, very emotive, and it is just appalling that we are discussing this issue today where we now have reached 30 deaths of mainly young women, but women, and awful violence perpetrated against them. And it's not just the women that die, it's the women who are injured, it's the women who live constantly with domestic violence, and not just domestic violence but coercive control and all that goes with it. So it's an incredibly important issue. Any member who wishes to speak on it, of course, will have their 3 minutes, the same as Ms Sugden. Claire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for your kind comments and also your subsequent comments in terms of domestic abuse. Because another woman has lost her life in Northern Ireland, and the uncomfortable truth is that none of us can say we are surprised. I wish to offer my sincere condolences to the family of Amy Doherty and Ellie Flanagan. Their loss is unimaginable, and sadly, 2 beautiful babies have lost the most important person in their life. We have a strategy to tackle violence against women and girls. We accept that this is complex. We also accept that this will not be fixed overnight. But we also have to ask, honestly and directly, what is actually changing? Because what we are seeing suggests that not enough. At the heart of this is something that we are still not prepared to confront clearly enough: misogyny, male aggression, and the normalisation of both. And this can show up in different ways. At one end, it's the objectification and devaluing of women, and at the other, it is violence, and in worst cases, murder. And it does not just destroy victims' lives, it devastates families, traumatises communities, and ultimately ruins the lives of the perpetrators too. And we can see these attitudes being reinforced in parts of our culture, online spaces. Harmful messages about women and relationships, they're being amplified and normalised. But it does not begin there. It begins much earlier. It begins in how children are raised. It begins in what they see, what they hear, and what they learn about respect, relationships, and boundaries. Begins in our homes, in our schools, and how we support families. And yet, when we look at our response, it's still weighted towards the point at which things have already gone wrong. Justice steps in after the crime. Health services respond to trauma, addiction, and mental health once it has already taken hold. That is not prevention. And if we're serious about reducing violence, then we have to be serious about where it starts. That means properly resourcing early intervention. It means equipping parents. It means ensuring education is doing more to teach about healthy relationships and emotional resilience. And it means recognising the role of trauma and addressing it before it manifests as harm. And I accept that prevention is harder to measure because you cannot count the crime that did not happen. But that's exactly the point. Because if we continue to measure success only by how we respond after the fact, we will continue to stand here after the next tragedy saying the same things again. We have a severe problem of violence against women and girls in Northern Ireland, and the question now is whether we're prepared to act on that knowledge at the point in which it's most meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Ciara Ferguson.
Mr Speaker, the tragic loss of another young woman's life in Derry this weekend is a horrific reminder that we have all a very long way to go to end the scourge that is violence against women and girls within our society. In less than 3 weeks, 3 women have lost their lives in the most heartbreaking of circumstances. Since 2020, 30 women have been murdered. This recent devastation within Derry City has left 2 young children without their mother and another family left to try and pick up the pieces which should never have been broken. I want to take a moment to express our collective support right across this chamber to Amy Doherty's children, wider family, friends and loved ones, and to our local community in Derry City as they come to terms with this latest tragedy. Enough is enough. No more families should be left to bury their daughters. No more children should be left to grow up without their mothers. No more women should be shamed, stigmatised and silenced in our society, whether it's in our streets, in our schools, our workplaces or within our homes. Women deserve to feel safe and be safe. The epidemic of misogyny and violence against women and girls is a public safety crisis, and we have secured the highest rate of femicide in Europe. It begins from the very fundamentals that we teach our children of equality, respect, responsibility of our own behaviour. It continues into adulthood to never look the other way, never minimise or normalise misogynist words, actions or behaviour. Even when it feels uncomfortable, we have to call them out. Women can be surrounded by people and still feel unsafe, so the importance of bystander awareness and intervention cannot be overstated. We all have a duty to remember their names and honour their lives by working together, by implementing the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, and by supporting Women's Aid in their work to challenge attitudes, structures and systems which perpetuate domestic violence. If we only support women when it's easy, nothing will change. Let us speak with one voice. Ending violence against women and girls in our society is everyone's responsibility.
Bunting.
Speaker, I rise in the shadow of the tragedy of two more femicides in Northern Ireland. The murders of Amy Doherty and Ellie Flanagan are devastating reminders that violence against women and girls remains a very real and present danger in our society. Two more lives lost, two families left grieving, and two communities asking how this can still be happening. Children who will forever bear the scars of being left motherless. As a people, we must not and will not accept this. Saturday saw the murder of Amy Doherty, a young mother of two who was found seriously injured and sadly who later passed away. Like Ellie, she had her whole life ahead of her, and her young children have been left to grow up without their mum to help, love and guide them through life. My colleague Julie Middleton has indicated that the local community is devastated, shocked, horrified at this terrible loss of life, and indeed a life stolen so violently. We're all too aware that violence against women and girls continues to have a devastating impact on many in Northern Ireland, and that the damage inflicted can extend far beyond the immediate victim and last for a lifetime. We know that it knows no boundaries, does not recognise class, creed or age, and that we can never really know what is going on behind closed doors. Every woman and every girl has the right to live free from fear and free from harm, particularly so in the sanctuary of her own home and when in the company of those who purport to love her. They should be free to walk, exercise or socialise and know that their dignity and safety will be upheld. When that basic right is violated, it's not just an individual tragedy, it's a failure we must all confront. Those who commit such heinous acts must face the full force of the law, but enforcement alone is not enough. We must also address the culture that allows violence against women and girls to persist. That begins in our homes, our schools and our communities. Respect must be taught early, modelled consistently and reinforced at every level of society. Because this may be a problem that affects women and girls, but the solution has to involve men and boys. And I want to acknowledge that they too can be impacted and be victims. Numerous sons will have witnessed the domestic abuse of their mother in the home. While the majority of perpetrators are men, there are plenty more men who are allies with women in this fight. And the more we open their eyes and educate them to these problematic behaviours and mindsets and how they impact their mums, daughters, sisters, aunts and friends, then the more they can be in our corner, understanding the issues and safely challenging what is unacceptable before it can escalate. There is great work underway in the community, but we have a long way to go. We must recognise the importance of supporting victims and those at risk, ensuring that services are accessible, responsive and properly funded. Victims of domestic abuse and violence must feel confident that if they speak out, they will receive the help and support they need.
Members' time is up.
I extend my deepest and heartfelt condolences to Ellie and Amy's families.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in real anger and devastation that 2 more women in Northern Ireland have had their lives tragically taken away from them. The murder of Amy Doherty in the Foyle area over the weekend, but followed on so quickly from the murder of Ellie Flanagan in Enniskillen, is beyond comprehension. Now 30 adult women in Northern Ireland have been killed since 2020. These were all beloved women with their own interests, dreams and opportunities ahead, their whole lives to look forward to. Instead, they were cruelly and unjustly taken away. I want to send my sincerest condolences to both Amy and Ellie's loved ones. I cannot fathom the pain and grief you must be experiencing right now. Violence against women and girls remains an insidious blight on our society. When will everyone finally get a wake-up call and stand up and take this seriously? We cannot take our attention away from putting this to an end. In order to truly tackle this kind of violence, we must look upstream and recognise the behaviours that often precede it. That includes misogynistic attitudes and behaviours that most women experience on a nearly daily basis. Everyone, particularly those in this chamber, have a role to play in challenging misogynistic aspects of our culture that leads to gender-based harm, leads to violence against women, it leads to their rape, it leads to their murders. As public representatives, we have a duty to model respectful behaviours. We need everyone across our communities to exhibit for change to happen. I would urge anyone who has any information about the deaths of Amy and Ellie that could be relevant to police in their investigations to please get in touch with them as soon as possible. My heart breaks for these women, their families and their children. Thank you.
Dan Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a solemn day where once again this Assembly is forced to confront the killing of not one but 2 women in such a short space of time, Ellie Flanagan and Amy Doherty. And I will name them both because they deserve more than to be reduced to statistics, more than to be entries on a list or numbers in a growing tally. Ellie Flanagan and Amy Doherty were not numbers. They, along with the 28 other femicides since 2020, were daughters and loved ones, women with futures that have now been stolen. They were known, they were cherished, and they should still be here. Their deaths are not isolated incidents. They represent a pattern, repeated, relentless, and utterly unacceptable. We have stood in this chamber too many times offering condolences. The words have become routine, the statements predictable, yet the violence continues. That is the uncomfortable truth. The strategy in ending violence against women and girls is not delivering the protection it promises. Northern Ireland has for some time been described as one of the most dangerous places for women to live. We cannot allow our children and the next generation to grow up and believe it is right for girls and women to be harmed. What message are we sending when perpetrators believe they can abuse, assault, and even kill without meaningful consequence? Where is the deterrence? Where is the urgency? We cannot allow this issue to silently fall into becoming white noise for the general public. The Justice Minister and the First and Deputy First Minister must act and act decisively. We are living in an emergency. If this executive cannot deliver a strategy that works, then it must have the humility to invest in those who make it work. Organisations like Women's Aid are on the front line every single day, supporting women in crisis, often with inadequate resources. I have seen this firsthand in my own constituency. They are stretched, underfunded, and yet indispensable. Mr. Speaker, this is not a women's issue. It is a failure of our society, and it is a test of our political will. If we continue as we are, we will be back here again, offering more condolences, naming another victim, and explaining once again why nothing changed. In closing, I offer my heartfelt sympathy to the Doherty and Flanagan families, and I appeal to anyone who needs assistance or reassurance to reach out to the supporting groups like Women's Aid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Durkin.
Speaker, today Derry is mourning a devastating loss following the murder of Amy Doherty, a young mother, a carer with North West Care, a woman who gave so much of herself to others. Alongside that grief, there is something else sitting heavy in all of us: anger and the deep uneasiness that so many women know only too well. Our hearts go out to Amy's children and to her family. I visited them last night and struggled to find any words of comfort in the aftermath of this unspeakable crime. They've lost a daughter, a sister, a niece, an aunt, a granddaughter. 2 more wee children face a future in this frightening world without their mammy. It is shameful, it is shocking, but sadly, it's not surprising that we are here again, grieving the loss of another woman under such horrific and heartbreaking circumstances. I've spoken with people over the course of the weekend, and they've told me in no uncertain terms, this is why women don't speak up. This is why women are afraid to leave their abusers. It feels like an impossible choice: leave and risk death, or stay and risk it anyway. All the while trying to manage, to placate, to survive day by day in situations no one should ever have to endure. Women are being silenced, broken down, murdered in their homes, because the system too often doesn't catch them when they are falling, because support doesn't come until it's too late. We need a system that protects women from day one, a system that believes victims, that allows them to access support early, safely, without fear or judgment. We need to ask why the North is the most dangerous place in Europe for women to live, why 30 women have been murdered here since 2020. Amy's name is on the lips of everyone across the city this morning. Going about our day-to-day doesn't feel right. And it shouldn't feel right, because there's something deeply wrong with our society. Why does it feel, again and again, like we're standing here after the fact, mourning, remembering, asking questions we've asked so many times before? What do we do? How do we stop this? Talk to your daughters. Talk to your sons. Believe victims the first time. Perpetrators of abuse must be punished, but the prevention of abuse is paramount. My thoughts are with women across this island, those who are afraid, who feel trapped, who feel no one is listening. We see you, we hear you, we cannot and we will not accept a world where your safety is uncertain.
Timothy Gosson.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by expressing my sincere condolences to the families of Ellie Flanagan and Amy Docherty. My mind turns particularly to Amy's 2 young children who have been left without a mother, who have been robbed of that centrepiece within any family. I am sure I'm not alone in the house when I say it is my sincere prayer that they will know the comfort of Almighty God, who the Bible describes as the Father of mercies and God of all comfort. We as policymakers need to face up to the issues which have been highlighted in the aftermath of this murder. This morning, a lady from Foyle's Women Aid pointed out that while there has been much talk about ending violence against women and girls and the funding that has accompanied this flagship scheme, the reality is that we are falling down when it comes to the basics. No core funding for the groups which provide the services day and daily for those who suffer domestic violence. No specialists within the PSNI who should be assigned to domestic violence as a matter of the course. An appalling backlog within our court system. All of those real issues which this place could and should be doing something about, particularly in the Executive Office, particularly in the Department of Justice. Spending millions of pounds on grants awarded through councils instead of targeted interventions through schools and youth clubs is a missed opportunity in my eyes. It's time we had more than platitudes from the parties which head up these departments and real delivery for groups on the front line like Women's Aid. That would show determination to address the issue, not speeches in this chamber after a murder has taken place. Recently at the Executive Office, the Youth Council came and shared with us the experiences of women and girls within the education system. If we want to do something about this issue, that's where we need to target our money, that's where we need to target our focus, to ensure no other generation has to grow up and live through the amount of women and girls that have been murdered in Northern Ireland. This needs to be a living, breathing document, but to do that, we need to be spending our money and our time in a targeted way and not currently through the grants that we're awarding through local councils. We need to get our core funding right for those that are living in the front line and delivering services daily, and we need to be putting money into our education system to ensure no generation has to live what we're going through at the minute.
I'd remind Mr Gaston and indeed all other members that we don't use props in this chamber, and that has been something which has been historically the case. Jerry Carroll.
Mr Speaker, thank you for selecting this important matter, and I want to extend my sympathy and solidarity to the friends and family of Amy Doherty, a young woman murdered in Derry at the weekend, a young mother of two, and as people have said, the 30th woman killed since 2020. Unbelievable when you say it out loud, and the second in less than 2 weeks. Ellie Flanagan also. These are shocking and shameful statistics, Mr Speaker. An ever-growing list of women murdered by men, mostly men that they knew. And barely a day passes without another horrific story of a woman assaulted, attacked, violated or killed. And these are just the stories that make the news. And unfortunately, Mr Speaker, this executive doesn't do nowhere near enough to tackle violence against women and girls, whilst defunding the very services that women survive, like Nexus and Women's Aid. The North remains disgracefully the only part of these islands without consistent public funding for groups like Women's Aid. Does that sound like a government that's serious about tackling gender-based violence? There's been a lot of talk about education. Our young people absolutely deserve standardised, inclusive RSE in every single school, education that challenges toxic gender stereotypes and builds relationships rooted in respect, equality and consent, and instead they get at best a postcode lottery of patchy provision. And at the same time, Mr Speaker, we watch political leaders from this place jet off to the White House to pose photographs with Donald Trump, a man accused of rape and sexual assault by at least 28 women, and a man whose name is littered throughout the Epstein files. Are these the actions of people who value women's lives, be they American, Iranian, Irish, British or Palestinian? Many people have pointed out over the last while, Mr Speaker, that 2 women hold the highest positions of political power in the North, all while this violence against women, this epidemic, is actually accelerating. So representation alone doesn't change things without political will and funding. Austerity policies pushed by this executive will see further erosion of health, social care, good jobs, wages and housing, and put more women at risk of violence. We need urgent action on gender-based violence, Mr Speaker, real action backed by real funding to eliminate its root causes from top of our society down. Thank you.
Linda Dillon.
And Corlia, and I first of all want to offer my sincere condolences to the families of both Ellie and Amy, and of all of the other women who have died here in the North at the hands of men. And I think that's the thing that's missing from this conversation. It is violence against women and girls by men. Who are these men? They are mostly men who are related to them, are partners or ex-partners who are known to them, who are supposed to love them, who are supposed to protect them, who are supposed to look after them. These are not strangers. They are not boogeymen. Many of the men who perpetrate these crimes are men in leadership roles, and we in this chamber are in leadership roles, and we need to show leadership. We need to show people that there is no tolerance for any level of misogyny, that there is no tolerance for any level of violence against women and girls, whether that's through what you say or what you do. We have seen many in very high positions within PSNI, within elected representatives, who have been accused, and some who have been found guilty, of really serious crimes against women and girls. We have to be honest again about this. We have to call it out for what it is. We need people to stop making excuses for men and boys who carry out really, really horrific actions against women and girls. And we need to say it for what it is. We need to call it out for what it is, because if we do not change the culture, if we do not change society, all of the investment in the world in any statutory body or voluntary and community organisations will not be worth a jot. We have to be honest about it. But I absolutely agree and concur with the commentary that has been made around the need to fund organisations, particularly like Women's Aid, but many other organisations out there who help and support women. And the last thing we need to say is stop allowing people to say, why do they not leave? Where the hell would they go? Where would many of these women go with families and children? No home to go to, very often don't have the family support or the means to leave. So stop saying that. And we've also said, and it has been highlighted here today, that women are very often in greatest danger when they do try to leave. So let's take that out of the conversation, take that out of the equation. In many, many cases, these women cannot leave. So we need to be honest about who it is a danger to them. It's not the boogeymen out there in the streets, it's the men who live in their homes. It's their male relatives, it's their partners, it's their ex-partners.
The day to the Chamber today, and I just would like to put on record that my party colleague Naomi Long, the Justice Minister, she's actually at a family funeral this morning, otherwise she would be in the Chamber with us. So I do want to highlight how urgent and heartbreaking these two tragic deaths have been. The recent deaths of Amy Doherty, aged just 30 years old in Derry, and Ellie Flanagan, just 23 years old in Enniskillen, illustrate to us all the reality of violence against women and girls in our society. First and foremost, we must highlight what we have lost, what their families have lost. Two young women with futures, with friendships and lives that mattered. Their deaths are not just individual tragedies, they're part of a wider, deeply troubling pattern here in Northern Ireland. And if we fail to confront that pattern honestly, then we fail them and their loved ones. Too often when cases like this arise, the public conversation focuses narrowly on their circumstances. But we know that violence against women and girls is not random, it is systemic. It is rooted in inequality, in harmful attitudes and behaviours that are too often minimised, excused or ignored until it is too late. That is precisely why the End of Violence Against Women and Girls Strategic Framework exists. It recognises that this is not simply a policing issue, nor a justice issue, but a societal one. It requires a whole system approach, from education and early intervention to support services and to the consistent enforcement of the law. And I would like to place on record my thanks to those voluntary and community sector organisations who are delivering on programmes related to the strategic framework. We have to ensure that that work is sustained, targeted and adequately funded at the level required to make a real difference to our society. Mr. Speaker, behind every statistic is a person. Behind every missed opportunity to intervene is a life that might have been saved. There's also a responsibility on all of us in this chamber and beyond it to lead cultural change. That means calling out behaviours that demean women, it means supporting organisations on the ground who do this vital preventative work, and it means ensuring that this issue never slips off our political agenda, because unless we are prepared to confront the root causes, we will continue to see the same tragedies occur again. Thank you.
Aoife Finnegan.
Can Corlia. And I rise today with a heavy heart at yet another tragic loss of women's lives. The death of Amy Doherty and Ellie Flanagan have shocked communities across the north. There were women in our community. They're a mother, they were daughters, they were loved, and they should still be here. Their loss is a devastating reminder that violence against women and girls is not a distant issue. It is here and it is real, and it is happening far too often. We simply cannot allow these tragedies to become moments of outrage that fade with time. They must be turning points, because the reality is too many women live in fear. Fear in their homes, fear in their relationships, fear simply for being women. And for many, that fear is not unfounded. It is based on lived experience. We have strategies, we have commitments, we have words. But what women need and deserve is action. That means properly resourced services for those experiencing domestic and sexual violence. It means early intervention and education, particularly with young men and boys. It means a justice system that victims can trust, one that protects them and holds perpetrators fully to account, that recognises abusive behaviour as it is happening. Anything less is just not enough. This means recognising patterns of behaviour and not treating incidents as one-off incidents as they are a pattern of behaviour. Because too often tragedies like this, we hear the same thing. There were signs, concerns had been raised. We need to do better at joining the dots. As public representatives, we have a responsibility not just to respond, but to lead here, to ensure that tackling violence against women and girls is not treated as a side issue or used sound bites, but as urgent, cross-cutting priority that it is. To Amy and Ellie's families, all I can say is that my heart absolutely goes out to you. It is absolutely devastating that we are standing in this chamber again today to have discussion on these women. And to all of you who's grieving out there, or any victim that is suffering, my heart is with you, and we have to do better.
We normally have 30 minutes for matters of the day, but given the importance of the issue, and there's a number of members who still wish to speak, I intend to extend that. Mr. Burrows, John Burrows.
Speaker, extend my condolences to the family and friends of Ellie Flanagan and Amy Doherty. People are tired of hearing about slogans and straplines and hashtags to deal with this epidemic of violence against women and girls. We have a strategy by the Executive Office that clearly isn't working, but even the best strategy takes years to take effect. If you want to change culture and behaviour and norms, they take years. And that's why in the intervening period you need a justice system that deals decisively with domestic violence and violence against women and girls, and that's what we don't have. It's no coincidence we have the slowest and softest justice system in the United Kingdom, and we have the highest rate of femicide in the United Kingdom. Domestic violence perpetrators particularly exploit the slowness of the justice system. They put off pleading guilty right to the very end, hoping that a vulnerable victim pulls out, because they often don't have the resilience to carry on. And the justice system still rewards the last-minute plea, instead of providing an exemplary sentence for people who plead guilty at the last second. The system is not just slow, but it is very soft. Sentencing is not tough enough for domestic violence. There's a revolving door of bail at court. The victim, who needs to pluck up the courage to report someone who has controlled them and abused them for years, needs to know when the police turn up, that person is going to be locked away for sufficient time that they can make a new life. That isn't the case. They live in fear of the person being released on bail. There are big gaps in our legislation. It should be the case if you're convicted of domestic violence, you cannot change your name. Because what happens is we have a system where people will be repeat abusers and they will befriend new victims. But the victim has no idea of their background. We need to promote better the law that gives you a right as a victim to come forward and make requests to the PSNI to see if your partner has been engaged in domestic violence in the past. That's promotion that the Department of Justice should be doing. That doesn't help if the perpetrator can actually change their name. The PSNI, and who I'm an advocate of, still aren't doing enough around publishing the mugshots of convicted domestic violence perpetrators. So if you're a woman in Northern Ireland and you meet someone, they may have a different name, the police won't have published their mugshot, and you'll have no idea who you're actually striking up a relationship with. Instead of empowering and educating women about who they might be getting into a relationship with, we withhold the information that we could legally give. So, for all the work on strategy, what we need to see is a criminal justice system that stands on the side of the victim, that gives the space once they make a report for the victim to access the support they need of housing, to rebuild their credit rating and all those other things that men deny them having in the first place. But we need to get serious. The justice system is too slow and too soft and too often on the side of the suspect and not the victim.
Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, Amy Doherty,
in her late 20s, mother to Rhea and to Ronan, a loved daughter of Patrick and of Sharon, a sister to Shane and to Ryan, a granddaughter, a niece, a cousin and a friend to many. I'm genuinely lost with words over the weekend and today on what to say on these continued murders, what to say to her family to provide words of comfort. There really is nothing to say other than what other members have echoed here today. It does feel like every other week we stand in this chamber, we grieve another life brutally taken of another woman, and we demand change. We demand action. A few weeks pass, and then sadly the cycle begins again. Women across the north this week have shared their stories online about surviving domestic abuse, comparing living with abusive partners to a living, breathing nightmare, a life lived on eggshells, children scarred for life. We all know and love someone in a domestic abusive relationship, someone that we check in with regularly. We know the fear that they feel. We're praying and we're hoping that the next horrific headline isn't of them. Well, I say this isn't good enough. This collective holding of breath of women across Northern Ireland is not only wrong, it's not fair, and we must call it what it is. This is femicide. We cannot become accustomed to this normal of 30 women brutally murdered since 2020. And Ellie Flanagan, 23 years old, with her whole life ahead of her, known and loved by all in her community, her family and her friends. It is a true tragedy. These beautiful, caring, loved women are so much more than just statistics and names on a page. I say no more to this horrific behaviour. The cruelty and brutality from these men must end. And this means ensuring men speak up and join our voices when we tell our stories and that they believe us. We must get to the root of this horrific ongoing problem. Many women feel men would get more time in prison for drugs than they would for attempted murder. The system is not fair and it needs changed. It is time for harsher laws, more education, make those who instill fear in women, make them feel the fear of the law and consequences of their violent actions. Enough is enough. An unchanged society will continue to leave a generation of Northern Ireland's daughters dying at the hands of inaction and brutality. May God bless Amy, Ellie and their families in the coming days, and may their precious souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for your contribution. I now move on to member statements, and I call Philip McGuigan.
Living in and representing North Antrim as an MLA is a huge privilege for me. In my biased view, in terms of natural beauty and tourist attractions, there is no place in Ireland that compares. And within North Antrim, with all its special places to live, at the top of the tree sits Ballycastle. Is it any surprise that last week Ballycastle Town won an award, naming it the best place in the north to live? This recognition is richly deserved. Anyone who knows or who has spent time in Ballycastle will understand exactly why the town has received this accolade. It is a place of extraordinary natural beauty, from the stunning coastline to its position as the gateway into the Glens, Rathlin Island, Carrigareed, Ropebridge, etc., etc. But like any town, city, village, what makes Ballycastle special is its people and its welcoming atmosphere. A place with a strong independent retail and hospitality sector, the cafes, the restaurants, hotels, shops, the producers, local markets that give the town its unique character and energy. It is a town renowned for good food and great crack. There is a real vibrancy about it, thriving arts and cultural scene, a proud and growing Irish language community, and an events calendar that continues to grow from strength to strength. I was down last week for the St Patrick's Day celebrations, and we're all acutely aware of the Lammas Fair. We also have new exciting festivals like the Lure Sessions and the Ballycastle Rock and Blues Festival. So these events do more than bring people together. They support local businesses, strengthen tourism and showcase everything that makes Ballycastle Town special. If any of you are planning a trip now over the Easter holidays or indeed in the summer, can I suggest that you make your way up to North Antrim and the north coast to Ballycastle Town. Not content to stand still, Ballycastle is looking to the future with investment in projects like the shared campus and the indoor leisure centre, which will be huge assets for the community and for visitors in the years to come. So this award is not just recognition of what Ballycastle is today, it is a recognition of the people who have built the town, who sustain it and who will shape its future. And as we celebrate and congratulate Ballycastle Town on receiving this award, we must also ensure clearly that Ballycastle continues to grow in the right way, supporting local people, protecting its identity and building on its strengths.
Mr. Speaker, St Patrick's Week in Washington DC offers unparalleled opportunities to build connections, establish relationships and to promote and champion Northern Ireland. Last week I travelled to Washington DC to engage in more than 22 meetings and events, not just as Deputy First Minister but as an advocate for our people, our businesses, our tourism, our academic institutions, for our ambition. I went to DC as part of my commitment to keep turning up, standing up and speaking up for Northern Ireland at every opportunity. Because in a world which is noisy and crowded, if you don't show up, your story doesn't get told. If you don't stand up, your interests don't get promoted. And if you don't speak up, others will take that opportunity for themselves. Over the course of the 5-day visit, I engaged with hundreds of people, key decision makers from the President to members of his Cabinet, to leaders on both sides of the aisle in the Senate and House, business leaders, investors, young people and those with an interest in Northern Ireland. People who believe, as we do, that Northern Ireland is not defined by its past, but inspired by its potential. I delivered a clear message. Northern Ireland may be small, but our ambition is not. And let me tell you something, they are listening. They heard how the people from Ulster, from what is largely now Northern Ireland, helped build the modern America 250 years ago, and how the same driving values of hard work, grit, determination and innovation continue to define our people today. They heard how Northern Ireland is a place of innovation, a place of talent, a place where global companies come not just to invest but to grow. Investors today see Northern Ireland not just as a location but as a launchpad. None of that happens by accident. Progress happens through engagement. It happens when we build relationships not just when it's easy but when it's necessary. It happens when we sit at tables, even those we may not always agree with, and we choose dialogue over distance, because relationships is not just a soft power, they are real power. That was something I was reminded of time and time again in Washington. Strong economies are built on trust, lasting peace is built on understanding. That is our responsibility, to keep reaching outwards, to keep building bridges, because Northern Ireland's story is still being written, and we decide what comes next. Our universities, our tourism bodies, our business organisations, our political representatives in our community and voluntary leaders, I want to say a huge thank you to them for turning up, showing up, speaking up. Because when we do that together, there is no limit on what Northern Ireland can achieve.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to use my time in my member's statement to mark Marie Curie's daffodil appeal for the month of March, an appeal which this year reaches its 40th anniversary. That is indeed a significant milestone, and it's right that this Assembly takes a moment to recognise that. Marie Curie provides palliative care at the end of life to thousands of people across Northern Ireland, in their homes and in their Belfast hospice. The nurses, volunteers and support staff who deliver that care do so with immense dedication. That support means so much, not just to the patient, not just to the person at the end of their life, but to the whole family around them. But, Mr. Speaker, the scale of the challenge is significant. Research shows that around 90% of people in Northern Ireland would benefit from a palliative care approach at the end of life. Yet too many face real barriers to accessing that support when they need it. The Health Committee of this Assembly published a report into access to palliative care services in December 2025. And the direction of travel is clear. We need to invest in community-based services that allow people who are dying at home to be cared for at home or closer to home, rather than ending up in acute settings at the worst moment of their lives. Marie Curie has 4 asks of this Assembly and our Health Department. That palliative care is prioritised in government policy and planning. That crisis situations are avoided so that people can be cared for in their place of choosing, and that no one dies without support. And that as a community we are informed and empowered to know when and how to access those services before things reach a crisis point. There's a real opportunity here for the Minister, Mr Speaker, to make significant strides before the next election. I would urge him to take these asks seriously. The people in Northern Ireland deserve a better end of their lives, and there is no second chance to get this right. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the 30th of June 1990, 2 community police officers were murdered in Belfast, shot by the Provisional IRA. Constable Harry Beckett and Constable Gary Meyer. They left behind a wife each and 3 children who were orphaned. Another man was killed in a linked attack called James Babington, an entirely innocent man murdered again by the IRA. Now, the unimaginable grief that the family and the colleagues of those 2 innocent men felt was compounded in 2015 when a BBC journalist, Chris Moore, made a spotlight programme alleging that the weapons that were used in that murder had been in the possession of the Royal Ulster Constabulary Special Branch, had been tested and then handed back to the IRA who committed the murder. This caused real devastation, but there wasn't a scintilla of evidence to support Chris Moore's assertions. In fact, the weapons were recovered after the attack. They had come from, one was dropped, the other one came from the dreadful murder of 2 corporals in Belfast. And a complaint went to the police ombudsman about the assertions that the Spotlight programme made. And the police ombudsman took 10 years to come to a conclusion that the guns involved had not been in the hands of RUC Special Branch at any time. In fact, inquiries that have since been conducted shows that Chris Moore was relying on a whistleblower who had actually left the relevant department 6 years before these guns ever got into the hands of the IRA, let alone Special Branch, as they never did. The journalist didn't reveal in his programme that the star whistleblower had actually stopped cooperating with them during the programme. He didn't disclose that he had actually encouraged the widow of Constable Meyer to go out and wear a wire and try and get the same whistleblower to repeat his unsubstantiated evidence. Now, it took the Ombudsman 10 years to get to the truth. The same Ombudsman that complains about the RUC investigations being slow. What made it worse was that a senior member of the Ombudsman's office took part in the BBC Spotlight programme and actually gave validity to the false allegations of Chris Moore. Complaints have been made to the BBC and the Ombudsman. They were brushed under the carpet. Now, fresh complaints have now been made against Chris Moore and the BBC. This programme should never have went out. No due diligence was carried out. There was no evidence or truth. And the widow of Gary Myers went to her grave waiting for the truth, and she didn't get it. There now needs to be accountability and an end to the besmirching of the proud reputation of the Royal Ulster Constabulary.
Thank you. I call Aoife Finnegan.
I
would like to praise the Gael Fubal Ardwaha Haas for the great work that they have done over Seachtain na Gaeilge. There were musical events, discussions, competitions were among the many events that they organised throughout the area. It was an honour to be asked to take part in the social media campaign promoting the events and Seachtain na Gaeilge. The success of the events that were organised has inspired me to make more use of my Irish, something that can be intimidating for those of us who have only a couple of focal. But as the saying goes, better broken Irish than brilliant English. Last week we heard another inspiring statistic There's an increase of 400% in children, the number of children attending Irish medium education in the past 25 years. That is more than 7,000 young people who are learning through the medium of the Irish language. The Irish language is growing rapidly. It is flourishing. We need only look at Seacht na Gaeilge, and those figures are evidence of that. I commend the efforts of everyone who works to promote our language. The work that you do is beyond price. Thank you very much.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Today my statement is in memory of all the innocent victims of IRA terrorism. Whether Catholic or Protestant, security personnel or civilian, the blood-soaked pain, the inhumanity and the injustice continues to this very day. Gerry Adams' recent appearance at the High Court in London has compounded that grief and pain. This case represented an opportunity, for some perhaps a final opportunity, for clarity, for accountability, and for the truth. Those victims, and the many hundreds like them right across Northern Ireland and beyond, have lived for decades with loss, trauma, and unanswered questions. They deserve their day in court. They deserve to have their claims fully tested and publicly. Instead, we are left again with uncertainty. And so the central question, what and where precisely was Sinn Féin's President, Mr. Adams, during the darkest days of the 1970s and the 1980s? It remains at large. For many, that question has never gone away. Despite countless security assessments, despite countless images, despite countless first-hand accounts from those within the Provisional IRA, we are all left, and indeed the victims of terrorism, to believe that somehow Mr. Adams' repeated position that he was never in the IRA. I will not rehearse every claim or counterclaim, but I will say this. Whilst Mr. Adams appears to be embarrassed to say he was ever in the IRA, he was never embarrassed to honour and give cover for their murder and mayhem. Whether it was wearing the black beret of the Provisional IRA, carrying countless IRA coffins, including that of the Shankill bomber Thomas Begley, who days earlier had murdered 9 innocent men, women and children. The IRA funeral orations, the language of justifications, but yes, we are told to just accept that it never happened. And yet victims of paramilitary-sponsored terrorism continue to be failed to this very day. They account for 90% of all murders during the Troubles. Yet we watch as the state is endlessly persecuted, whilst IRA command, their bombers, their gunmen and women continue to evade the very justice that they deserve.
Thank you. I call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about Endometriosis Awareness Month. As many members will be aware, takes place in March, and today Endometriosis UK are hosting a drop-in event in the Lawn Gallery to provide education on the realities of living with this condition. The theme of this year's Awareness Month is Endometriosis Doesn't Wait. As Endometriosis UK put it, endometriosis doesn't wait whilst you're trying to get a diagnosis or access care. It doesn't wait for your career, your education, your social life or your relationships. But yet still today, women wait for years. In 2025, the average waiting time for women in Northern Ireland to receive a diagnosis following their first GP visit was a shocking 9 years and 10 months. And in addition to this, research showed that it took an average of 3.5 years for women to actually take that first step and reach out to their GP after symptoms began to show. That is over 12 years of experiencing ever-worsening symptoms, severe pain, chronic fatigue, heavy periods, before women finally had their experience formally acknowledged with the diagnosis. This is simply not acceptable. Last week, this Chamber agreed on the urgent need for a women's health strategy and for the action plan which was promised over 2 years ago this month. We also have heard that the Health Minister has committed in 2026 to commence investment in specialised endometriosis care. But what does that mean, and what will that service actually entail? This is an issue that unites us all in this Chamber. We have all called for more acceptable waiting times, for quicker diagnosis, and most importantly, for treatment and for women to be listened to. But we still have too many questions. How does the Minister and Trusts plan to reduce the unacceptable waiting times? Where are we with the pilot to transfer patients from secondary or primary care? Where are we with the work ongoing into the endometriosis clinical pathway? And how will plans for gynaecology ambulatory hubs work in practice? We ask these questions because we are talking about an issue that is affecting real life and has devastating consequences on the women and girls living with it. This month, women have bravely been sharing their story both online and within the media, sharing how they've been stuck at home, unable to move due to the pain, unable to go to work, crowdfunding for private treatment, waiting 14 years and 4 different surgeries just to have a diagnosis. We've even had clinical professionals say that in Northern Ireland, women get a raw deal. I hope that many members can join me in dropping into the event this afternoon and continue the pressure and speak up for women affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
In the past couple of hours, we have had the price of Brent crude, the oil price, which determines how nearly 2/3 of the public in Northern Ireland heat their homes, fall after the lunatic Donald Trump indicated that he had productive conversations, I believe he said, with Iran, who he began bombarding 3 weeks ago. Then, not long after that, the Iranian regime said no, that wasn't the case. That Trump had backed down, which is something that Trump has done in the past, as we know, and that there had been no such negotiations. Now we are seeing, just as we speak, the price of oil rocket back up, Principal Deputy Speaker, which will hit our constituents, 2/3 of our constituents in rural areas, but not just rural areas, in my constituency and yours, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in Belfast. Members in this House over the past week, and we've just heard the Deputy First Minister laud her own engagement. We've heard Mr Buckley, who was over in Washington getting photo ops, not the only dramatically gifted Buckley in North America last week, seeking attention. We heard from them how pleased and delighted they were with their engagement with the Trump government. Well, our constituents are paying the price for Trump's insanity, Principal Deputy Speaker. We are seeing it this morning. Let me say this to those who are celebrating, plomossing, praising Donald Trump and his government, the same people who are also, by the way, a communities minister while people are struggling to heat their homes, who flies thousands of miles across the world to go for his 3rd visit, as far as, by my count, at least his 3rd visit to America, to talk about the 250th anniversary of the founding of America, the Declaration of a Republic, and the role that the Scots-Irish had in that. Let me say this, those Ulster Scots, those Scots-Irish would have nothing to do with the lunatic, the crook that is Donald Trump, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. They believed in a republic, free from the crown, but also with citizens bound under law. They didn't believe, people like Ulysses S. Grant did not believe in a vain emperor, a deluded fool like Donald Trump. Mr Buckley is laughing. His constituents in Upper Bann are paying the price for Trump's madness and a war that they backed, the DUP backed, an insane bombardment in Iran. And it's nothing to do with people in Iran who want democracy. They are cowed. They're in their homes at the minute being bombarded by the US and Israel. So this preposterous act that Donald Trump, that engaging with Donald Trump, some sovereign governments do have to engage with Donald Trump. They've got a job to do. They have to engage with him diplomatically. You guys don't. You guys don't. You don't need Mr Buckley to go over there and flatter him. It's not your job, but you've done it anyway. All the while, your constituents are paying the price of his unacceptable, reckless and meaningless bombardment of Iran, which is forcing up prices, destabilising the world and putting all of us at risk.
Time's up. I call Trevor Clark.
Principal Deputy Speaker, for Saturday, for the Northern Ireland supporters of Rangers, and indeed Rangers themselves, finished up an exceptionally good day with a 4-1 win at home against Aberdeen. However, the same can't be said for the start of that day. And I have to say it's deeply disappointing to read in the social media over the weekend where the supporters' buses coming from Northern Ireland to travel to Scotland were stopped and searched. And of course, in searching, the first question they asked, were you football supporters? So it's not your visitors to Scotland, are you football supporters? Now, some will say there's justifiable reasons for that. However, I think there is not. If there had been any issues and any materials that the Police Scotland wished to find, that could have easily have been accommodated for those entering the match. But I have to say, it reminds me of the debacle in Londonderry a few years ago, where the PSNI got onto buses, the same as the Police Scotland did at the weekend, and got onto buses with children. Football, just like every other sport, is a family sport. And there was children on that bus on Saturday who were disturbed by police entering the bus and making their way down, searching through bags, and indeed some of the video stuff I have seen, Principal Deputy Speaker, is bags this size. So what exactly they were looking for, no one exactly knows, and indeed the police didn't hold themselves very high by indicating what they were looking for, who they were looking for. But I have to say it was very disturbing. So I've written to the Chief Constable of Police Scotland, Joe Farrell, on Saturday night, and I'm looking forward to a response. I read at the weekend also one of the supporters, who has been travelling for 20 years to most matches, said this is the first time he has witnessed such an act. So that, I think, in itself shows the gravity of the case, where the police felt this necessary. And for me, this has been an overreach of their power, very disappointing in what they have done, and I look forward to hearing an explanation, if it ever comes, from Police Scotland.
Thank you, Trevor. I call Justin McNulty.
And I rise today to speak of a man who has brought unfathomable joy to countless people for over a generation. On St. Patrick's Day, as we walked down Newry's Hill Street, we could hear the soothing tones of Irish traditional music. As we walked on a little bit further, we could hear the steps and the taps. Walking closer, you could hear the clarity and the direction of the Ceilidh caller, a man called Raymond Carroll, who's been calling Ceilidhs in Newry on St. Patrick's Day for 38 years and all around the country. I just want to note Raymond's mastery and expertise, and the joy and the happiness he's brought to so many dancers, from master dancers, virtuosa Ceilidh goers to novices. The structure and organisation he brings within minutes, and the joy he brings to everybody involved. Well done, Raymond. Moi hu, keep going.
Thank you, Justin. Philip, I'm going to bring you in. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. On Thursday, Northern Ireland, our national football team, once again stands on the brink of history and writing yet another chapter in our proud history, facing giants of the game, Italy, in our semi-final World Cup playoff. But if anyone in this chamber knows anything about our national football team, we do not fear history, we write our own and rise to every challenge. We have gone toe-to-toe with the world's greatest over the years and overperformed and written our names into the history books. I want to take this opportunity, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to pay tribute to the amalgamation of Northern Ireland fans who have ensured that over 1,200 of us will travel on Thursday to support our national team. Those of us who were lucky enough to get tickets will be joined by those who were not fortunate enough to get tickets, but thanks to the work of Gary McAllister, have secured an outdoor screen for Northern Ireland fans in Italy to watch the game. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this is a this history-setting moment for our team. The opportunity from people from all backgrounds and none to once again place the green shirt on their back and play for the team that we're all proud to call Northern Ireland. So on Thursday, I hope I speak on behalf of the whole House when I say, come on, our wee country.
Thank you, Philip. I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, last week, that's grand, last week the civil case against Jerry Adams collapsed. Anyone in this building can go to the library, lift Peter Taylor's Provo book and read the following. And read that Jerry Adams was part of an IRA delegation which met a senior Northern Ireland office official on the 20th of June 1972 in Londonderry. Of that meeting, one attendee said, "We were obviously representing the IRA." 6 days later, an IRA delegation flew to London for talks with the government. And again, Jerry Adams was there. For 30 years, the IRA waged a murderous campaign across this land, leaving thousands dead and injured. Throughout those years, Adams remained at the centre of the IRA, a fact attested to by numerous journalists. So what are victims to think when this case collapsed? They see a system that cannot give them answers. They see a process that ends without resolution. Then they see Jerry Adams emerge to address the press, flanked by not one but two bombers, Pat Sheehan and Jerry Kelly. How crass, how insensitive. Victims are then told that this is justice. Is it any wonder victims say that they have been failed by the law? But on a brighter note, there is coming a day when Mr. Adams and his cohorts will stand before a higher court where justice will be satisfied, and that is the only peace that victims will get. They've been denied justice in this life, but Mr. Adams will get justice in the next.
Okay, thank you, Timothy. That ends member statements. So the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the draft Renewables Obligation Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2026 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for the Economy to move the motion. Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so therefore I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
And today I'm seeking the Assembly's approval of the draft Renewables Obligation Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2026. This statutory rule, made under the Energy Northern Ireland Order 2003, seeks to change the index used to apply inflationary increases to the Northern Ireland Renewables Obligation, the NIRO scheme's buyout price, from the Retail Prices Index to the Consumer Prices Index. This change is being implemented concurrently with the two renewable obligation schemes in Britain, namely the Renewable Obligation Scheme in England and Wales and Renewables Obligation Scotland. It is appropriate and necessary that we implement the same approach here. Financially, there are no implications arising from the instrument. Moving to the Consumer Price Index reflects best regulatory practice and provides a more accurate and stable basis for adjusting costs than the Retail Prices Index. In summary, with the ongoing enactment of similar regulations in Britain, this is a necessary measure and I would welcome the support of the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Pratt, Chair of the Economy Committee.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as outlined by the Minister, this is an important move to be passed here at the Assembly today. The Committee was content to support the rule as it will keep us in line with the rest of the United Kingdom and permit the industry in Northern Ireland to continue to enjoy the benefits of the scheme. Therefore, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I am therefore pleased to commend this rule on behalf of the Committee to the House.
Thank you, Philip. Just yourself then, Minister, to wind on the debate. No one else has indicated to speak. Thank you.
Okay, well, I thank members for their contributions. I thank the Chair of the Committee for his contribution and the members of the Economy Committee for their consideration of the regulations. As has been set out, the regulations change the inflation index used for the NIRO scheme from Retail Prices Index to Consumer Prices Index and ensure parity with the two renewable obligation schemes in Britain. So I commend the motion to the House and thank members for their support.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the Draft Renewables Obligation Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you just take your ease, please? Thank you.
Next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Area of Natural Constraints Payments Bill. I call Declan McAleer to move the second stage.
I beg to move the second stage of the Areas of Natural Constraint Payments Bill be agreed.
Second stage of the Areas with Natural Constraints Payment Bill has been moved in accordance with the convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call Mr Declan McAleer to open the debate on the bill.
I welcome this opportunity to outline the key elements of the Areas with Natural Constraint Payments Bill at second stage. At its core, this is a straightforward bill, but important bill. It places a statutory duty on the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to bring forward regulations governing payments for areas with natural constraints under powers in the Agricultural Act 2020. The purpose is clear: to secure ongoing financial support for farmers in areas where natural conditions limit agricultural activity, to provide legal certainty and continuity of support schemes, and to ensure payments are maintained and updated annually in line with inflation. These areas face structural disadvantages, including poor soils, shorter growing seasons and challenging terrain. ANC payments therefore play a vital role in sustaining active farming, supporting rural communities and maintaining responsible land management. The bill contains two clauses. Clause 1 places a duty on the Department to make regulations within 12 months of commencement. It also requires that payment levels must be no less generous than those provided under the 2018 ANC regulations, and payments must be updated annually, at least in line with the Consumer Price Index. This ensures continuity, fairness and predictability for farm businesses. Clause 2 provides standard legislative provisions. The Act comes into operation the day after Royal Assent and may be cited as the Areas with Natural Constraints Payments Act Northern Ireland 2026. And as a small farmer, I should declare an interest in this and other items to do with farming. In West Rowan, which is my own constituency, almost 60% of land is classified as severely disadvantaged. Fermanagh has over 90% of disadvantaged land, East Derry has over 50%, and the East Antrim constituency has over 60%. And these figures underline the scale of the challenge facing our rural communities. Farming operates under a significant regulatory burden. Farmers must comply with cross-compliance requirements, machinery and safety standards, farm quality assurance schemes, food standards and agency inspections, and unannounced checks. They also meet high standards on animal health and environmental protection. These obligations increase both cost and complexity, particularly in marginal areas. ANC payments therefore play an important role in helping to offset these additional costs where production margins are already extremely tight. Claims that an ANC scheme is not good value for money must be assessed against the full cost of removal. This includes wider consequences of losing active land management, environmentally sensitive farming practices, and the associated social and economic impacts on rural communities. And the evidence is clear. Over the past decade, output from ANC areas has been in steady decline. And if this trend continues unchecked, the consequences will stretch far beyond upland farms and will ultimately threaten the long-term sustainability of the red meat sector here in the north. Figures from the 2025 DAERA census paint a stark picture. The number of beef cattle has fallen by 21% over the past 10 years, with a particularly sharp decline since 2018-2019, when this ANC scheme was discontinued. The North now has the lowest beef cattle numbers in 55 years. During consultation on the ANC bill, many stakeholders pointed to the end of the ANC payment as a contributing factor to this trend. The importance of ANC areas to the wider agricultural economy cannot be understated. Of the North's 213,000 beef cattle, almost 100,000 are in SDA or ANC land, and while 64,000 are in disadvantaged land. In total, around 3/4 of the region's essential breeding beef stock, are in less favoured areas. The same is true for sheep farming. Of the North's 1.8 million sheep, over 1 million are in ANC areas, with a further 400,000 in DA, disadvantaged area land. These flocks and herds are critical breeding stock which provide a vital supply chain for lowland farmers who rely on upland producers to supply cattle and lambs for finishing. Farming is an integrated ecosystem where all parts rely on each other. Recent livestock trends underline the scale of the challenge. Over the past year alone, the total number of beef cattle has decreased by 5% and sheep numbers have fallen by 7%. The sectors that dominate marginal land, which beef and sheep, are precisely those that are experiencing the greatest decline. Farmers have been telling us that switching to alternative enterprises simply isn't realistic in ANC areas. The land, terrain and climate limit what can be produced. The DAERA census highlights this. Across the entire north, there are only 10 cereal farmers in ANC areas. When set against public goods, ANCs deliver such as landscape stewardship, biodiversity protection, flood mitigation and community resilience. The scheme represents a prudent and preventative public investment. There are very compelling environmental, economic, ecological reasons to support farming in upland areas. Abandoned and overgrown land does not support biodiversity and increases the risk of wildfires during dry spells. In short, there is a higher cost to not doing this scheme in terms of environmental management and farm sustainability than investing in an ANC scheme. The Department had previously suggested that the redistribution of the former Pillar 1 payments can replace ANC support. However, I strongly feel that this does not stand up to scrutiny. The former Pillar 1 adjustments could not replicate the targeted support that farms operating under severe natural constraints need. Many of these holdings face higher unit costs, lower yields and limited enterprise options due to soil quality, slopes and climate. The partial redistribution of area-based payments did not address these structural disadvantages or the additional costs of managing marginal land. It is also important to recognise that the previous trajectory of convergence was halted in 2020, removing a planned mechanism intended to smooth the transition for the most marginal farms. As a result, many farms still remain exposed. For a serious about sustaining rural livelihoods and active land management, we require a targeted funding approach that reflects the real costs of farming in our most disadvantaged areas. Financial pressures are there for all to see. The 2023-24 farm business data illustrate that farms in less favoured areas, which includes severely disadvantaged areas such as ANC and disadvantaged land, recorded an average loss of more than £10,000 and removed direct support payments, and that loss deepens to around £17,000. Supporting ANC is not only an agricultural intervention, but an equality and community safeguard that protects families, skills and the social fabric of our most fragile rural areas. The bill is not only about financial assistance, it is about rural stability and environmental stewardship. For many households, ANC payments were a critical part of total income and provide the stability needed to remain in production, invest in their businesses and support local economies. Such targeted investment in disadvantaged areas has existed since the UK Agriculture 1947 Act, and today Scotland and the south of Ireland continue with ANC schemes. And it's also important to make clear that this bill creates a statutory duty to make regulations. It does not in itself allocate funding. Funding mechanisms remain a matter for the Department and can be addressed through appropriate budgetary routes, including reallocations, barring consequences, or transitional arrangements. The delivery of a statutory scheme requires political will and prioritisation. And I should say, in terms of farm support, I wish to stress that the ring-fenced agriculture budget exists to provide stability and resilience for farm businesses, and this is already under stretch due to a 17% cut to fund other schemes, and any further diversions of funds from that scheme would undermine that certainty. The ANC scheme is intended to complement existing supports, not to replace or compete with them. Crucially, transparency and accountability will be built into the process. Draft regulations, which would follow on from this legislation, will be accompanied by full financial assessments and subject to Assembly scrutiny via affirmative resolution procedure, and informed by statutory public consultation in which farmers and rural stakeholders will have their say. The bill itself creates a legal framework to establish the scheme. In conclusion, this bill provides a necessary legal framework to give vital support to farmers in areas of natural constraint. It promotes rural viability, environmental stewardship and economic fairness. It gives the Department both the duty and the clarity to act. And most importantly, it recognises a simple truth that farming land is not equal, and policy must reflect that reality if we are serious about sustaining agriculture, communities and the environment in our most challenging landscapes. I commend the bill to the Assembly. Thank you.
Robbie Butler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this second stage debate on the First Minister's bill, the first private member's bill of this mandate that we're going to be debating. And I thank the member of the committee for bringing that forward. Should have declared an interest as a member of the committee as well as having a small farm. But the committee members fully recognise the challenges facing farmers today, the increasing economic pressures and significant environmental demands. We also acknowledge the additional layers of difficulty experienced by those farming in areas of natural constraint, otherwise known as ANC. The committee was first made aware of the proposal by the sponsoring member, Mr Declan McAleer, in November of 2024 and formally notified in July 2025. An update following the public consultation was provided at our meeting on the 6th of November in 2025. We received an introductory briefing on the detail of the bill at an extra committee meeting on the 16th of March, and the committee thanked the member for that engagement, which was substantive. We heard that the aim of the bill is to restore income from support payments, which were previously vital to upland farmers in a range of ways that may be described as social, economic, environmental and financial. Mr Speaker, Clause 1 places a statutory duty on DAERA to use its powers under Part 1 of Schedule 6 to the Agriculture Act 2020 to make regulations for ANC payments, with subsection 2 requiring this to be done within 12 months. Clause 2 provides for the commencement on the day after royal assent. And the member advised us that the intention of the bill is to compensate farmers for all or part of the additional costs and income foregone due to the production constraints in ANCs, ease the burden of operating in challenging farming environments, address the reduction in agricultural opportunities in ANC areas and promote greater equality of opportunity for farmers in those areas. Mr Speaker, we heard that most stakeholders who responded to the members' public consultation supported these objectives. We heard that these farmers cannot switch to alternative enterprises due to the land and the terrain in ANCs. For example, the member advised that the DAERA census shows that there are only 10 cereal farmers in ANCs across Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, the committee also heard that previous ANC payments helped sustain hill farming, support low-carbon livestock production and maintain areas of outstanding natural beauty. The member advised that ANCs are important for our red meat sector, and of the over 200,000 beef cattle in Northern Ireland, 100,000 are in ANCs and 64,000 are in DAs, which is disadvantaged areas. We heard that lowland cattle finishers require the cattle that are bred in the upland areas and that ANC areas cannot support pedigree herds due to the cooler climate. We were advised that The same is true for the sheep sector, which has already been subject to cuts to fund other schemes, and they can't actually access many of the other schemes that are available to other farmers. The committee was informed that over the last decade, beef cattle numbers in ANC areas have fallen by 21%, representing the lowest number in 25 years, with broader environmental and ecological consequences, such as increased risk of wildfires due to reduced grazing and land management. We heard that ANCs are complex agricultural ecosystems that play a pivotal role in maintaining biodiversity, and the committee saw this at first hand at a visit to Glenwarry Hill Farm. Mr. Speaker, the committee then took the opportunity to question the member on several issues, including the limited detail on the face of the bill, the source of funding, and the possible implications for other farming support schemes. The member advised that this proposal was introduced as a member's bill because the department did not include ANC payments within its Sustainable Agriculture Programme, unlike that in the Republic of Ireland and Scotland. We heard that the Agriculture Act 2020 contains powers to make regulations to provide for ANC payments. Mr. Speaker, the committee queried the assessment of costs in the EFM. The member advised that the scheme envisaged under this bill mirrors the last ANC scheme, which finished in 2018, as this was considered the most efficient basis on which to proceed. The committee raised concern around the financial implications of the bill on other support schemes, as the commencement of the Act is the day after royal assent. The member advised that the bill establishes the legislative framework to enable ANC payments to be made, and that identifying funding and advancing the statutory regulations will commence once royal assent has been granted. The member also stated that these payments should not come from a reallocation of the existing FSP, as this has already been subject to several reductions and there would be strong opposition to further cuts. The committee further discussed the direct and indirect budgetary implications of the bill, its viability as enabling legislation, and the Minister's confirmation that no funding for ANC payments is currently available. Mr. Speaker, there will no doubt be interest with the farming community in these proposals, and should the bill pass second stage today, the committee will ensure thorough scrutiny and engagement with DAERA, farmers, producers and other stakeholders. At its meeting on the 16th of March, the committee agreed to reserve its position on the bill. We look forward to considering it in further detail should it proceed to committee stage. I'd just like to make a few comments as an Ulster Unionist spokesperson on agriculture, environment and rural affairs. I think we have to accept that this bill can't be looked at in isolation from all of the other events that have happened since 2017, and I'm going to put Brexit at the top of that. The reality is, for those people in Northern Ireland since Brexit, that farmers in particular haven't had access to established and specified EU funding streams that recognise the specific challenges faced by farmers in disadvantaged areas. And that funding provided a degree of stability and predictability, something that is now sorely lacking. Meanwhile, in other jurisdictions, support has not only continued, but in some cases has strengthened. In the Republic of Ireland, the ANC scheme remains a central pillar for rural support. It provides hundreds of millions of euros annually, with payments targeted specifically at those farming in disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged lands. And in recent years, the government in the Irish Republic has allocated in the region of £250 million per year into its ANC programme, around 190 million of that coming from EU coffers. Similarly, in Scotland, less favoured area support scheme payments, now transitioning into the new support mechanisms, have contributed to around £60 million annually to farmers operating in those challenging conditions. So, Mr. Speaker, the questions do need to be asked, though. How can it be right that farmers in Northern Ireland facing similar, if not greater, natural constraints are left at a competitive disadvantage? And this is not just an agricultural issue, it's an issue of fairness, of economic sustainability and of rural survival for some of those farmers. Mr. Speaker, we do welcome the intent of the bill, and that's what second stage is about. It's about looking at the intent of the bill, and whilst it is commendable, there are other areas to grapple with, and I know that the member that has brought the bill will also understand that. There are areas where the Ulster Unionist Party require significant clarity before we can move beyond conditional support, and the first pillar of that is funding. Where will the money come from? Is this a reallocation within the existing DAERA budgets, or is the member proposing new investment? If it's the former, which programmes would lose out? And if it is the latter, what discussions have been had, if any, with the Finance Minister to try and identify where this money could come from, because we cannot simply shift pressure from one part to another, because we've seen that in the previous mandate when we brought forward legislation which simply didn't stand up. Second, the targeting and the outcomes. The bill as it stands makes reference to the role of ANC farmers in delivering environmental benefit, but it does not make any requisition of those outcomes. I do believe that if this is to move forward, there is the chance to do more. If public money is to be invested, it should be linked to public good, carbon sequestration, biodiversity enhancement and environmental stewardship. Organisations such as the RSPB have rightly pointed out that payments should be tied to measurable outcomes. That this is not a barrier, it's an opportunity to strengthen the bill. Mr. Speaker, we should also be asking how this proposal aligns with our wider environmental ambitions. We talk about the commitments for 30-30, about restoring nature, about increasing afforestation rates, yet across Northern Ireland progress has indeed been slow. Could these be part of the solution? Could it incentivise land management practices that deliver both farm viability and environmental gain? And these are questions that are worth exploring if we get to committee stage. Mr. Speaker, there is also a broader strategic question. Is this bill part of a coherent long-term agricultural policy, or is it a piecemeal response to mounting pressures? I have to say, though, that in my time as chair of the ERA Committee, the Sheep Task Force and representatives of sheep farming have felt very much like they've been left behind. And there is a need for a targeted sheep support scheme, and perhaps the Minister may refer to this later. This bill may represent a step in that direction, because I know that sheep farm numbers are particularly impacted potentially by this bill. But we must ensure that this is only part of more significant and other steps. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Ulster Unionist Party support the progression of the bill to the next stage, but we do so with significant caveats and questions. We must ensure that funding is credible and sustainable if it is deliverable, the support is fairly targeted and that it is outcomes driven, and that Northern Ireland farmers are no longer left behind their counterparts in Scotland or the Republic of Ireland, particularly those who farm near the border, because if we fail to act and act properly, we risk not just the loss of farm incomes but the erosion of our ANC and rural communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Michelle McElveen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're at the stage in the mandate similar to 2021 when members bring forward poorly drafted pieces of legislation which are often vanity projects and which raise an expectation in the public sphere for change. In their eagerness to please, members and parties in this House who, quite frankly, should know better, rush through the lobbies to approve legislation which has unintended consequences and, importantly, no business case, which means no budget. Do members need to be reminded of the Climate Change Act or indeed the Hospital Parking Charges Act? Well, of course not. How can we? On tomorrow's agenda, the Minister of Health is moving consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill to defer introduction again. And why? Because the Department can't afford to fund it. In Westminster, if a private member's bill proposes spending public money on something not previously approved by Parliament, a money resolution must be agreed to. Perhaps a version of this is something which needs to be considered by the Assembly moving forward. In fact, I think it's essential that such a mechanism is introduced. But moving to the bill before us, Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party to oppose the second stage of the Areas of Natural Constraint Payment Bill. Not because we don't want to support growth in agriculture or financial aid to farmers, but rather because we feel that this bill does not deliver either, and that it could actually adversely impact both. Mr. Speaker, it has been 10 years since there was a substantive debate in relation to an ANC scheme. That came after the actions of the now First Minister. As we know, when she was Agriculture Minister, she continued with the ANC scheme contrary to the advice of her officials. It did not meet the requirements of managing public money, and a ministerial direction was given to proceed. When she acted to extend those payments, she did not do so permanently because the business case did not support that. So should we really be surprised that Sinn Féin have introduced a draft bill that would not deliver value for money? In fact, if enacted, any new scheme would not restrict support to those businesses which last received the grant when the old ANC scheme closed in 2018. This would be much more expansive. At the end of 2016, when I was DAERA Minister, I announced a one-year transitional scheme, the 2018 ANC scheme referenced in this bill. At that time, there were budgetary pressures and it was a challenge to fund that scheme. Fast forward 10 years and we can only dream of having those types of budgetary pressures. But we were also working in an entirely different context in respect of farm support. So when we look at this bill, it's clear that much of the public support voiced for it to date is predicated on the expectation of additional funding that is not grounded in fact. And while the UFU appears to support the reinstatement of the payment, it has a clear caveat, stating, provided that it is funded through additional resources that are separate from existing direct agriculture support funding. Indeed, when the mover of the bill came to the ERA committee last Monday, he said that the ANC should not come from the earmarked agriculture budget. But if it doesn't come from there, where does it come from? Let's be clear, there's no reference to ANC in the Sinn Féin draft budget. So those playing fast and loose with the truth on this issue are promising a false dawn for those farms affected and wrongly downplaying the concerns of those in lowland areas who rightly fear for the future of their direct support payments. Not only would a mandatory ANC scheme have to be funded from within the existing agriculture budget, reducing financial support for other farm businesses under the farm sustainability payments, that disparity in treatment would deepen, as there is a proposal in this PMB to link ANC payments to inflation, something which is not afforded to any other element of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. What essentially is being proposed is a hierarchy in agriculture. And where is the fairness in that, Mr. Speaker? Is it Sinn Féin's policy to move money from suckler cow and sheep farmers in lowland areas to large landowners in severely disadvantaged areas? It's also important to address the misconception that farms in seriously disadvantaged areas are deprived of financial support or have now found themselves in a worse situation than was previously the case. Since the ending of ANC payments, I understand that there has been no significant change to agriculture in LFAs relative to the lowland in Northern Ireland, either in livestock numbers or indeed farmed areas. The move to a flat rate land-based payment has actually seen more funding under the basic payment scheme moved from the lowland and DA areas to the SDA land types, more than compensating for the loss of the old ANC scheme. Go ahead.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. In 2016, there's 269,746 beef cattle here in the north, and last year 213,744. That's a 21% drop. And there hasn't been a transition towards a flat rate. We're at year 5 out of 7 whenever it was halted.
Thank the member for his intervention, but we also know that businesses can also access support through the Beef Sustainability Package and the Farming with Nature Package. And between 2018 and 2020, only 705 out of the 4,256 farm businesses in receipt of support through the Environmental Farming Scheme were on the exclusively lowland. So how does this fit with the narrative that those in SDA struggle to access funding streams? But rather than regressive further area-based payments not linked to productivity, we want to see programmes focused towards efficiency and resilience in order to support profitable and sustainable agricultural activity across all of Northern Ireland. We support the need for a designated sheep scheme, for example, which would have a significant positive impact on SDAs, where over half of all our sheep are located. These farmers already contribute significantly to the environment and rural communities, providing employment on farms across the supply chain, and the sector is also a multiplier for the Northern Ireland economy much more generally. We want to see tailored support, building on previous work by the Northern Ireland Sheep Task Force, to safeguard these family farms for the next generation. But that also means providing them help to invest in infrastructure, equipment and technology, which will increase productivity and lead to improved animal health and welfare. Mr Speaker, next Tuesday night marks the closure of the first year of the Suckler Cow Payment Scheme, and for the first time in 20 years, farmers throughout Northern Ireland will receive £100 per eligible cow as a direct payment. Surely, if Sinn Féin really wanted to maintain cow numbers, they would be lobbying for this payment to be increased. But over the last few weeks, Sinn Féin have politicised this issue in carefully selected constituencies with posters and leaflets. But let's have a quick look at how Sinn Féin really support farmers. Sinn Féin continue to refuse to engage in a conversation to amend climate change targets which directly impact our farming community, placing them in unrealistic net zero targets. And what about the farmers in West Tyrone, where farms are directly impacted by the A5? Over this current mandate, they've been shamefully treated by Sinn Féin. Their land was illegally vested, literally ploughed through and completely destroyed. These farmers throughout West Tyrone still have no certainty about the future of their land, whilst the department, run by Sinn Féin, continues to shambolically progress with this project, which is absolutely disgraceful. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, reintroducing ANC support without additional funding would redistribute already limited support within the sector, create inequality between farm types and undermine confidence in the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. It risks setting farm businesses against one another, in effect robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm just coming to a conclusion. Taking this bill through to committee stage would not change this fundamental flaw, as the committee has no role in allocating budget, and we certainly have no business raising unrealistic expectations. I would therefore appeal to the Minister to work at pace to bring forward a targeted package of support which is fair, effective and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. John Blair.
Mr Speaker, thank you. I wish to begin by recognising the effort and dedication of the member who has brought forward this private member's bill. Going through the same process myself, I fully understand how challenging it can be. I also acknowledge the real difficulty faced by farmers in upland and other constrained areas. Harsh winters, shorter growing seasons, poorer soils, as well as higher input and infrastructure costs are amongst the challenges that they face. Where we differ with the member is not in recognising the pressure on farmers in areas with natural constraints, but in how best and how responsibly that pressure should be addressed. From the Alliance Party's perspective, all farmers should be valued and supported, whether upland or lowland, large or small, and whether they specialise in livestock, crops or horticulture. We have no business pitting one group of farmers against another, Mr Speaker. The underlying rationale for ANC support is to maintain agricultural activity in constrained areas and to prevent land abandonment. However, there is no evidence which sticks of significant land abandonment in Northern Ireland, nor of a particular drop in productivity since the previous ANC payments ceased following EU exit. Indeed, ANC payments were previously provided under ministerial direction, and then, as previously explained today, they were phased out. Furthermore, Mr Speaker, it is important that we consider this bill in the context of what the Department is already delivering. The current Minister has made clear that he does not intend simply to recreate an old EU-style ANC scheme. Instead, he has chosen to invest the dedicated funding and ring-fence funding over £330 million per year into a comprehensive farm support and development programme. Therefore, the new farm sustainability payment already provides support for agricultural activity across Northern Ireland, including in disadvantaged and constrained areas. Alongside this, there is the Beef Sustainability Package, the Emerging Farmer with Nature Package, the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, the Ruminant Genetics Programme, Farming for Carbon projects, the Farming for the Generations pilot, new knowledge transfer schemes, horticulture support and capital investment, and indeed supply chain initiatives also. Together, Mr Speaker, these measures show that the Minister is already supporting farm businesses in constrained areas in a way that treats all farmers fairly and links public support to wider. I will give way to the bill proposer. Yeah.
Thank you very much for taking the intervention. There's just a couple of points just want to reference here. We too believe that all farmers should be equal, but as I said in my introductory comments, all land isn't equal. So the farmers we're talking about are in severely disadvantaged areas, and this is about creating something to help rebalance that there. John, you said there's no drop in productivity. There's been a 21% drop in the number of cattle over the last 10 years and 7% drop in the number of ewes in the last year alone. That's clearly a drop in productivity. And historically, from 2005, the value of entitlements in ANC areas have always been lower than other areas. And because the transition to a flat rate was stopped, that hasn't happened. So there is this historical imbalance, which we feel this here, restoration of this payment has the potential to a step in the right direction to help rebalance things. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, I think I indicated at the start that I understood some of the principle behind the bill and the challenges facing farmers in areas of constraint. In summary, I'm going to say that I think a number of the points raised by the member, the proposer of the bill, can be addressed through reference to or checking off existing schemes and environmental initiatives that I have mentioned a moment ago. But I was saying there that all farmers should be treated fairly, and there should be links of public support to wider environmental and climate responsibilities. I'm not going to give away again so soon, I hope members understand that. These factors, Mr Speaker, lead to the next fundamental difficulty Alliance has with the bill: its complete lack of environmental safeguards. The member's own explanatory notes highlight the potential environmental benefits of upland and constrained farms, but the bill itself does not reflect any of that. In the current context, that is not acceptable. Climate change is already affecting Northern Ireland agriculture, with more frequent extreme rainfall, flooding and unseasonal weather impacting farm incomes and viability. We also face serious challenges around ammonia and phosphorus pollution, the health of Lough Neagh and wider biodiversity decline. In that situation, the environment cannot be treated as an afterthought. At a minimum, there should be clear conditions and standards around stocking densities, soil and peatland protection, water quality and habitat management, and an explicit link to schemes such as Farming with Nature and the new farm sustainability standards the Minister intends to introduce in 2026. I'm left wondering if the member was willing to work with the Minister to include some of these measures in the bill in the first place. Mr Speaker, in the context of the climate and biodiversity crisis that I've mentioned, we should be helping farmers in marginal constrained areas to pivot towards maximising the delivery of environmental public good alongside sustainable food production, not locking in a blunt area-based payment that simply recreates the old model. This leads me, Mr Speaker, to our next major concern: funding. Departmental budgets are already seriously stretched, particularly within the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. The explanatory and financial memorandum acknowledges that an ANC scheme would cost around £11.4 million per year, with costs rising over time to keep pace with inflation. To put this into context, that is more than double the amount ring-fenced each year for the restoration of Lough Neagh, which stands currently at around £5 million per annum. The bill itself also does not provide any new funding, and the Ministry would therefore have to find this money within DAERA's existing highly constrained budget. Indeed, this is acknowledged in the financial memorandum provided with the bill. Mr Speaker, it would be irresponsible to sign up to a new inflation-linked annual spend of this scale without being clear about where the funding comes from. I note in that regard the draft legislation provides for that inflationary uplift to ANC payments, whereas no other agri scheme enjoys a similar automatic uplift. I am particularly concerned that funding might be diverted from beneficial and urgently needed programmes such as environmental improvement and animal welfare initiatives, precisely the areas we should be scaling up, not cutting. There is also, as I've mentioned, the realistic prospect of negative financial impact on other areas within the agri sector currently. To conclude, Mr Speaker, opposing this bill does not mean turning our backs on farmers in upland and constrained areas. I recognise the depth of concern among those farmers about their livelihoods, their communities and the future of their family farms. However, the Alliance Party cannot support the bill at second stage because the Alliance Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is already supporting farmers in constrained areas through initiatives such as Farm Support and Development Programme and others that have been mentioned, and also because there is little evidence of land abandonment or a drop in productivity since previous ANC payments ceased. Because the bill fails to integrate environmental standards at a time of climate and nature emergency is another reason not to support, and also because it offers no credible, sustainable funding plan in a department whose budgets are already under intense pressure. So Alliance will continue to work constructively with the Minister, with farmers and with stakeholders to ensure that all farmers, upland and lowland alike, are properly valued and supported, and that our spending advances both rural prosperity and environmental responsibility. Mr Speaker, for those reasons, the Alliance Party will be voting against the bill at second stage. Thank you.
Okay, Mr McCrossan is the next speaker. We've got 4 minutes, Mr McCrossan, before I'd have to call you to stop. Yes, historically, you would probably take a little longer in 4 minutes, and you might prefer to have an uninterrupted speech. Yeah, well, that's fine. We'll take our ease for a moment in time, then we'll hear an uninterrupted Mr McCrossan post 3:30. Sittings resumed. We now move to questions to the Minister of Education. Questions 1 and 6 have been withdrawn. I call into Dillon.
Question number 2.
Minister.
Speaker, due to the current capital budget position and the number of major works projects that have been announced and have yet to be delivered, it is not my intention to make a fresh call for new major capital projects in the near future. There are a number of projects at the pre-construction stage that cannot be progressed to construction at this time due to funding availability. I have and will continue, though, to make the case for significantly increased and sustained investment in our schools estate.
Ms Dillon.
And thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, well, I'm saying I thank him. I'm really not sure I do, if I'm being honest. First of all, I do want to acknowledge the work that your officials are doing with Gael School Union to progress their new build, and I know you visited the school, and that is very welcome, and we look forward to that seeing ground cut very soon. However, I am dealing with St Joseph's Primary School in Galbally, who had a ceiling fall in on them last week. They have almost no outdoor space now for their children. They amalgamated 50 years ago when nobody was amalgamating, and there are nowhere for their overspill of children to go because the next near school is Donaghmore, which also has
now, can we get to the question, Mrs Dillon?
Far too many numbers for the children that need to go to the school. So can you give some commitment to meet with Galbally Primary School and look at what is happening there in terms of health and safety, but also access to outdoor space for these children and young people in a growing community?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I understand the sentiment that's been expressed by the member, and I share the frustration that there are many schools across Northern Ireland that require significant levels of investment. I can only invest what is allocated to my department when it comes to its capital allocations. We are significantly underfunded. It is having an impact when it comes to routine maintenance that needs to be carried out in a planned and strategic way. Indeed, that is what the Audit Office report recommended, that we are still having to react to emergency responses. So where we have additional funding, and I've put in a significant bid as part of the budget process for major capital schemes to be taken forward. I await the outcome of that budget decision, and in the event that I do get increased investment, then I would hope to be able to move schools forward that are currently waiting at that pre-tender stage to take them into construction, but that is entirely dependent on the available capital.
Philip Rep.
Speaker, Minister, one of the schools that have been at pre-tender stage for some considerable time is Seaview Primary School in my constituency of North Belfast. The Minister will be aware of my insistent ongoing request to him to try to move this along. Could the Minister provide an update and share his commitment to ensure this school gets the investment it deserves?
Well, Mr Brett has campaigned, I know, for Seaview Primary School, but other schools within his North Belfast constituency, and I commend him for that ongoing representation. The EA's asset management team have drafted the business case for the Seaview Primary School. However, the business case cannot yet be finalised until a site valuation report is received from Land and Property Services. However, it is anticipated that the business case will be lodged with the Department for consideration by the end of April. Should the business case be approved by the Department, then the preferred option will be progressed into the design stage.
Mr Speaker, Minister, there's been a challenge around opacity in terms of how decisions are made on prioritising schools that are in urgent need of maintenance. Think of two in my constituency, Rosetta Primary, which you've written to me recently, which has a school hall that is not safe and needs to be addressed, and Botanic Primary, which need in real need of maintenance. Can I just ask for clarity on how these are prioritised? I understand you're operating within constrained budgets. Can I ask for how that's prioritised? And then briefly, if you administer an update on the construction of a new build at Forge Primary, have you had any conversations with the Minister of Infrastructure about that and moving it along?
Well, the maintenance works will be considered by the EA when it comes to the necessity for those works to be carried out. The one on Rosetta is an area that many MLAs have corresponded with me on and have provided information in respect of that. I know that the Church Hall is being utilised to try and facilitate the delivery of parts of the curriculum, but there is a process that's being followed in terms of trying to take through the necessary works that would be required for that particular school. But when it comes to the criteria, those are things that are dealt with by EA. Often they are operational decisions. There will be a de minimis level of spend that people are authorised to take those decisions. So very rarely do they ever get escalated to a ministerial decision when it comes to what work should or shouldn't be prioritised.
And odds.
Question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer questions 3 and 9 together. I'm grateful for the opportunity to update this Assembly in respect of my proposals to improve the management arrangements that support controlled schools. The controlled sector encompasses half of all schools in Northern Ireland and is also the most diverse sector, comprising a wide range of nursery, primary, post-primary, special, Irish medium and integrated schools. It is therefore of considerable concern that the Independent Review of Education found the management arrangements for this sector and the 150,000 pupils that it serves to be suboptimal. Acting on the recommendations of the task force, I commissioned to bring forward proposals for improvement in management arrangements. I brought a proposal to the Executive in June last year to establish a dedicated body to support controlled schools. In the absence of agreement, I progressed a public consultation on the proposals, the outcome of which was published in January. 91% of respondents agreed that support for controlled schools must improve, and 84% backed the creation of a new dedicated organisation. Propelled by this powerful and unequivocal mandate for change, I wrote again to executive colleagues, and I am pleased to advise that at the end of February, agreement has been reached to permit commencement of the drafting process that will legislate for the creation of a new organisation. In the interim, whilst we work to progress this long-term solution, I am pleased that a discrete controlled schools unit has been established within the Education Authority to give focus to the authority's duty to provide a managing authority for controlled schools. Working with school leaders, the Controlled Schools Support Council and other stakeholders, the dedicated team have developed a clear understanding of the specific needs of the controlled sector to tailor an offer that complements existing supports and service provision. It's clear from the public consultation that the unit has been positively received and is having an impact.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I am encouraged that things have progressed and that there is agreement now to progress this very important issue, but disappointed to hear politicians from this House this morning question the need for such a body. We're fortunate that this is not the position within the education sector, and perhaps for the advisement of the House you would outline the views of CCMS on this particular initiative.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not for the first time, some members of this House are out of keeping with where the education sector are and often make politically motivated points despite the evidence, which is what they should be following. So I am not surprised that the member is reporting that ill-informed commentary continues to be articulated by some. The member rightly highlights what the Catholic maintained sector have in terms of CCMS, something which is of greater advantage over controlled schools as present. The response from the consultation from CCMS was highly supportive of the proposal for a new dedicated organisation to strengthen management arrangements for the controlled sector, and the CCMS submission articulated an authoritative and robust rationale, stating, and better to quote from CCMS, the following: "There is a strong evidence base demonstrating that statutory sector-specific support such as that provided by CCMS delivers a clear, measurable improvement in school outcomes, governance and leadership confidence. The controlled sector deserves to benefit from the same kind of tailored, responsive and human-centred support. Establishing a dedicated organisation with an ethos, skill set and statutory authority comparable to CCMS will enabling controlled schools to access the high-quality, bespoke and compassionate support that has proven so effective elsewhere, ultimately improving outcomes for children and young people across Northern Ireland." Mr. Speaker, that is a compelling and persuasive endorsement from CCMS, and I welcome their approach to delivering equality of treatment for the controlled sector when it comes to education. That's why I welcome the agreement by the Executive to bring forward the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, what are the views of the Independent Review of Education panel members of this proposal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, all members of the Independent Review of Education, that panel, were supportive of the proposal. The panel was of the view that the establishment of a single managing authority to manage all schools, apart from the voluntary grant-aided sector, is the ultimate goal for which we should aim. However, it acknowledged that this would require agreement among numerous stakeholders and would be likely to take some time. However, the panel regarded the need to improve support for controlled schools as very urgent. As such, panel members considered that investing in a better future, the IRE report, strongly aligned with the establishment of a managing authority for controlled schools as a crucial stepping stone towards a broader single managing authority for education. The panel members viewed the establishment of a managing authority not as an endpoint, but as an essential interim measure on the path to a single system-wide managing authority.
The Minister has asserted now on a number of occasions that the creation of a managing authority for the controlled sector will improve educational outcomes and that there needs to be equality of treatment for the controlled sector. Given those assertions, will he also now agree to set up managing authorities for the integrated sector and for the Irish medium sector?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the integrated sector have NICE in terms of a body that represents their views. And interestingly, when it comes to controlled schools, the majority of integrated schools are controlled integrated schools. We also have Irish medium schools which fall within the controlled sector, and therefore the proposition that the member makes that controlled schools somehow is exclusive and is not actually incorporating of other aspects of our education sector is a false proposition, given that it is inclusive of the integrated and the Irish medium sector.
Nick Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, and Minister, later today we'll be debating your party colleagues' motion, which is setting out an argument that there should be a presumption against the establishment of new public bodies. With that in mind, what is it that this new managing authority is going to do that the already established and active directorate in the EA that you have established and have said is working well and has been positively received? What is it going to do that that body can't achieve under the structures that already exist?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member raises that point because he allows me to re-emphasise the evidence that I've just provided in response to the two questions. I trust the member is listening to those responses off the evidence base. But if he doesn't want to listen to me, I hope he listens to the over 90% endorsement from the consultation. I hope he listens to the overwhelming endorsement from school principals in his own constituency and in other members' constituency who are actively supportive and campaigning for this. Or is it the position that the Alliance Party are ignoring the demands from their own principals, from the controlled schools in their own particular constituencies? That would be the suggestion that I infer the member is making. So the evidence is there. What I would say to the member in establishing the managing authority, there's already a controlled sector support council advocacy group that exists. That will be dissolved and will be emerged into this managing authority. So there isn't going to be a further body created. There will be an efficiency in respect of that. The controlled sector unit that has been established within the EA is giving much clearer purpose to the current functions that ought to be discharged by the EA, but all of the evidence is shown to be inadequate. And therefore, as that work is consolidated within that controlled sector unit, it also then will be able to be seamlessly transitioned towards the creation of the managing authority that this legislation will be able to take forward. But I've no doubt the member in due course will be able to provide the relevant scrutiny as it would appear before his committee.
The adequate funding of all sectors within education is critical. Could I ask the Minister, given that youth service is under severe threat at the minute with its ring-fence budget, would you agree with me that youth services are desperately important in our community, that they do need to be funded? There was a certain amount of protection that came from that ring-fencing, and would he also agree maybe to meet with me urgently just to discuss some of those issues and also to allow me to passionately explain to him just the real importance that there is in youth work, having spent a career in it?
Well, I agree with the member in terms of the importance of youth work. I see it in my own constituency. I have witnessed the increase of the community sector being able to deliver that provision rather than the statutory sector being able to do that. And I believe they have made a very significant outcome in terms of the benefits to the constituency. That's why it's important that when EA, who are the decision maker when it comes to the criteria around assessment of applications, the department will continue to set the overarching policy and framework, but whenever it comes to the actual operational decisions, that sits entirely within EA. It doesn't come to the department. EA take the decision on applications, and therefore it's appropriate that they also would take the decision as to what level of funding would be allocated to youth services. The earmark funding in the past was often looked to as a limit that would be spent on youth services. EA will have the opportunity, if they decide, to be able to put more money into youth services. I certainly wouldn't anticipate that they would put less into youth services, but rather than regarding the previous policy of earmark funding as being a cap, the EA will be able to increase funding if they feel that that is where the priority should be.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. Question number 4.
The Education Authority is responsible for managing the preschool admissions process and ensuring sufficient places are available to accommodate all target-age children whose parents want a place. In doing so, the EA takes account of all provision across statutory and non-statutory settings. My department plays no role in this process. The EA wrote to settings on the 4th of November of 2025 to notify them of their provisional pupil allocation number for the 26-27 academic year and explained that these allocations may be subject to change. The 2026-27 preschool admissions process is currently ongoing, and parents, I know, will have been advised of the outcome of Stage 1 applications today. The EA has advised that the level of demand and provision in all areas will continue to be monitored. Where necessary, PAN allocations will be adjusted to ensure sufficient provision remains available. In each of the last 12 years, at least 99.8% of children whose parents stayed with the process to the end received an offer of a funded place in a setting of their preference. It is, however, important to remember that it is not possible, nor is it the aim of the programme, to accommodate every child in their parents' first preference setting. Parents are encouraged to consider all preschool provision in their local area, list a number of preferences and stay with the process to the end to maximise the opportunity for their child to be offered a funded preschool place.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. And I know the Minister will recognise it's a very anxious time for parents, particularly as that Stage 1 completes today. But I also know he'll recognise that preschool, playgroup and nursery places are vital to the viability of many of our schools, but in particular some of our rural schools, whose ability to be agile as numbers fluctuate in the years ahead has been very frustrating, limiting and difficult. So can I ask the Minister, will you seek to ensure that children, especially those in rural areas with more limited options, have the appropriate settings which will help feed local primary schools and ensure their viability into the future?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can give the member an assurance that the EA's processes will continue to review preschool provision levels in all areas, and that will include rural areas, and the member has made a compelling argument as to the importance particularly in rural settings of the preschool provision. And where additional funded places are required, the EA will adjust allocations to those settings accordingly. Last year, I asked the EA to carry out a review of its admissions and PAN allocation processes to bring about improvement and to provide better transparency for settings and parents. The EA report of the review is available on the EA website. That was in response to some of the concerns that were being raised as a result of last year's process. I believe that that has improved the way in which the process has been carried out, but I am aware that there are a number of pupils and parents who have been in contact today and will have done so with other colleagues in this Assembly, and I'll seek to provide more information to them on those specific case-by-case examples.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I have previously written to you making the case for additional nursery places at Clough Early Years and Taylorstown Cross Community Preschool, who haven't enough places to meet this year's demand. This morning, both preschool settings had to turn away children who live within their small villages. With the PAN being based on the previous year's intake, how will you support these non-statutory settings to allow them to grow to meet demand instead of continuing to penalise them because of 1 year's low intake?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the EA follow a process in terms of the allocation of PAN numbers, and I know From my own constituency, the experience last year was not satisfactory, and there were significant adjustments that had to be made in a number of areas, not least within the Moira part of my constituency, and we were able to do that. So where there's particular examples, I'm happy for members to raise that with me, and we can engage with EA. But I would also say to the member that increasing allocation in some settings also then could lead to a reduction in other settings. And I know that my colleague Mr Frew made a very strong case to me in terms of the numbers that needed to be increased in Kirkinrola, in the nursery school adjacent to that primary school, and having looked at the evidence around the applications, we were able to move its allocation from 7, which would have meant it was no longer functioning, to 8. And they have been able now to be retained as a result of the work that Mr Frew had engaged in. So I say to Mr Gaston, yes, make the case for other settings. Make the case for other settings.
Order, Mr Gaston.
Be aware that in making the case for other settings, and where there is movement, that can also have a negative impact in some particular settings. But I certainly commend Mr Frew and his work in North Antrim.
Justin McNulty.
Ceist de Cúig.
Mr Speaker, I recognise the importance of evaluating the implementation and impact of the Addressing Bullying in Schools Act 2016. While the Act does not require schools to share the data which they are required to record on bullying-type behaviour with the Department, significant work over the past 2 years has focused on addressing existing data gaps to support meaningful ongoing evaluation of the implementation and impact of the Act. While a formal evaluation of the Act has not been conducted, officials have progressed work to improve access to reliable region-wide data with a view to confirming the extent to which the Act is being implemented across schools, supporting a deeper understanding of the frequency, methods and motivations associated with bullying-type behaviours, assessing the impact of the Act and of the EA's Addressing Bullying Schools implementation team's work, and informing future policy and practice for both the Department and EA. With regard to the evidence base which is available, this includes the information from the termly reports provided by the EA's Addressing Bullying team, questions in relation to bullying-type behaviour which were included in the school omnibus survey for the first time in 2024, and work by the ETI to help inform understanding of the implementation and impact of the Act, as well as learner questionnaire responses to provide further insights into pupil perceptions of safety and anti-bullying efforts. I consider that the emerging evidence from these data sources in relation to the implementation and impact of the Act is broadly very supportive, while recognising that more can always be done.
Mr McNulty.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, no child or young person should ever have to endure the insidious distress and hurtfulness caused by bullies. Addressing the Bullying Act in schools introduced detailed reporting requirements for schools. What analysis has the Department undertaken to ensure that the collection of bullying data is translating into measurable improvements in pupil safety and well-being, especially in the context of the new 24/7 exposure to potential cyberbullies?
Mr Speaker, I agree with the comments that the member has just made. Can I assure him that following the introduction of the Addressing Bullying in Schools Act, the Department supported the establishment of a schools implementation team within the Education Authority back in September of 2022. That team was created and does provide practical support to schools, educational settings, young people and parents, helping them to understand and meet the requirements of the Act, and to embed cultures that eradicate bullying-type behaviour within schools. Mr Speaker, we ought to do all that we can to address bullying that takes place, and the member highlights the evolving nature of some of that bullying, particularly with greater accessibility to smartphone devices and what can occur by way of messaging, WhatsApp groups, TikTok and so on. That's why I changed the policy in the Department to have a prohibition on smartphones within our schools. That's why I have piloted the smartphones within 9 of our schools, a pilot which the Alliance Party has called a waste of money. Tell that to the children who have benefited in those schools when I visited that it has made a positive impact to reducing bullying behaviour that had been taking place. Tell them that that was a waste of money. Shame on the Alliance Party for scoring points on an issue when it comes to these type of behaviours within our schools. Instead, I encourage members to get behind that policy, and we should seek to have much greater effectiveness of that taking place within our schools, and I believe that will go a long way to helping minimise that form of bullying that often takes place.
For his answer, although I would like to point out that actually bullying that commences and starts in school often takes place outside of the school hours, and there is such thing as cardboard boxes that don't cost 20,000 a pop that can be used to hold phones in. But I do want to ask the Minister, you were talking about data gaps and where we might be able to see the data gaps. Do you also consider collating anonymous data, and if not, is that something that you might be able to reconsider so that the department can actually see the trends more thoroughly?
Always happy to take on board members' comments in terms of being more effective. What I would say to the member about a cardboard box, she clearly hasn't engaged with schools about the challenges that this has. And if there is an off button when it comes to the smartphone, I regularly encourage the Alliance Party members, hit your off button and stop engaging in some of the activities that I witness on your online Twitter feeds. You don't need to have a cardboard box. You don't need to have a pouch in order to do that. If you could all just find the off button, you would do us all a favour.
Shocked. Question 7, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of the important role that schools play in their communities, including those in rural areas. The Sustainable Schools Policy recognises the needs of rural communities, and this is reflected in a lower enrolment threshold for rural primary schools, an accessibility criterion which provides guidance on home-to-school travel times, and has strong links with the community criterion, which recognises the central place a school has for many communities. The aim of the SSP is to ensure that all children receive a high-quality education that meets their needs and enables them to achieve their full potential in strong schools and are educationally and financially sustainable no matter where they live. Children in rural areas have the same right as their urban counterparts to be able to access a high-quality education, and the needs of children as opposed to institutions having always to be at the fore. Ideally, I would like to see all communities with vibrant, sustainable education provision, providing the best educational opportunities for all our children and young people.
Mr. Gildernew. And thank the Minister for his answer and for his value on schools, as do I, for indeed all schools and particularly small rural schools. However, does the Minister recognise that there are some really strategically important small schools where closure would have an impact away beyond just the educational outcomes into social and community impacts, and would the Minister agree that in those situations we should be looking at measures that can support schools in that situation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand the point the member is making. Indeed, I will be in his constituency, I think, on Wednesday. I think it's with Gemma Dolan and my own colleague, Deborah Erskine. We're going to be visiting some schools in Balleek, an area very remote, and as part of that visit, I'll be in one of those schools. So I share the views the members expressed around how strategically important some of these rural schools can be. That is why it is currently reflected within the Sustainable Schools Policy as part of the criterion. But we do need to ensure that we have schools that are sustainable. We are, unfortunately, living over the next 10 years with a significant reduction in the population, and that is going to have a ripple effect when it comes to school enrolment. And better to manage that process than have to react in a way that I don't think would be planned. So there is no decisions that have been taken in respect of this. It is part of the broader policy proposals for a more sustainable education sector that there would be a commission that would look at the sustainability of schools. But the member makes a really strong argument in terms of the importance of those small rural schools to those communities.
Wilson. Minister, and in my own constituency, have a number of small rural schools that continue to provide a very vital and welcome service to the local community. Can you just outline how you would identify those schools and then subsequently support them with meaningful action? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I accepted the Independent Review of Education's panel, and specifically it was recommendation number 20, which is to reconfigure the network of schools in principle. That panel determined that Northern Ireland currently has too many non-viable small schools and too many small sixth forms. To tackle this problem, which is both educational and financial dimensions, the panel stated that we needed a new approach to area planning. So my department has set out its proposals for a 5-year education budget strategy. Consultation on the strategy closes on the 3rd of April. The strategy includes proposals that would restructure the school estate. The details of how this will be taken forward are yet to be determined, and in any future work my department undertakes in this area, the SSP and rural issues will be a key consideration.
Moving to topicals, question 1 and 4 have been withdrawn. I call Peter McReynolds.
Minister, how will you ensure that youth work services are protected in your department's 26-27 block grant allocation to the Education Authority?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I addressed this question whenever Mr. McGrath raised the importance of the youth sector. I shared the sentiment that he had expressed about the importance of the youth sector, particularly having witnessed it not just in my own constituency but many other constituencies, and the remarks there were quite clear that there is an opportunity for EA, if they wish, to provide additional funding when it comes to youth services, not regard the earmark process as a cap to the amount of funding that should be provided to those youth services.
Reynolds.
I thank the Minister for his response. And Minister, we regularly hear about the budget pressures that are facing the EA, so how do we ensure that these really vital services don't get absorbed within that and children who are some of the most vulnerable children in Northern Ireland begin to miss out?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a financial challenge facing the entirety of the Department of Education when it comes to then meeting the needs within not just youth services, but when it comes to special educational needs provision, when it comes to the wider issues around routine maintenance. What the Department of Education needs is a significant increase in its allocation. That's why I have made the case as part of the budget process that there needs to be hundreds of millions of pounds more put into education. So the best way for all services to get additional funding will be for the Alliance Party to support me at the Executive to provide increased funding to the Department of Education, which will then benefit our local constituents.
And just to go back to one of the earlier questions around bullying, and Minister, you said we ought to do all that we can to address bullying, and I completely agree with you. And given your position of leadership, can the Minister confirm whether he has ever been accused of bullying within his own department?
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm no such allegations have been made against me in my department.
Thank you. So to reassure parents, pupils and staff across our education system, can the Minister categorically confirm that he has never been subject to any investigation, formal or informal, in relation to allegations of bullying within his department?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can say to the member's remarks that if there are any such allegations of that nature that has been made, I would expect them to be thoroughly investigated, and I am confident that in any such investigation, no such allegation, disgraceful as it would be to have made it in the first instance, would be found or substantiated to upheld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, what guidance, can you tell me, has been issued to remind school governors that female teachers have the right to request flexible working arrangements, including job sharing, and ensure that governors do not question the character or competence of teachers for exercising that right?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if there's any requests that will come into schools for flexible arrangements to be made, that'll be something that the Board of Governors in the first instance would consider, and where that can be accommodated, I know that often schools will make that accommodation to such requests.
Thank you for your response, Minister. And would you agree with me that shrinking school budgets should never supersede women's rights in the workplace?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member. As a father of 3 girls, I absolutely believe that there ought to be women's rights upheld in our workplaces, and there shouldn't be any practices being carried out within any sector, but certainly not in the area that I'm responsible for, that would discriminate against women in the workplace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you shouldn't have favourite constituents, but I do. And on Friday, Lucy, who is 9, came into my office, and she goes to Rosetta Primary School. And the Minister will be well aware of the issues that Rosetta Primary School are facing with their hall. So my question to the Minister is, what message can he give to Lucy about the state of the hall and when it will be fixed again, because she wants to do PE in it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've visited the school. In my role as Education Minister, I'm aware of the issues. I have sought assurances from the Education Authority that they are giving it the priority that it merits in terms of working through those processes, so that you can have the relevant stages completed so that works can be carried out. So I would say to the member's constituent, to Lucy, I very much want to see the school get the proper facilities that it deserves. There have been interim arrangements put in place with the Church Hall, and the EA is working through a process to try and reach a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. There are some children who are now in P2, P3 who don't even know where this hall is, and so what I would ask as a follow-up is, I understand that there is work being done. Is there any time frame that is able to be given so these children know if they will ever get into this hall in their time at primary school?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the EA will work closely with the school principal. They have engaged with the school to outline the works that they need to complete to go through that process in order for the necessary business cases and so on to be completed. And then, of course, there needs to be funding made available towards that. So I make the point that I made earlier in the afternoon during education question time. There are many schools that require significant levels of investment. The only way that we are going to be able to deliver that investment is for my department to receive the appropriate allocation that it needs. The failure to provide funding to education over many years is now being acutely felt in schools, not just in Rosetta, but in other schools across the school estate. It is decaying, it is crumbling, and it requires significant financial investment in order for that to be put right.
Keith Buchanan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister provide an update on the review of the religious education curriculum, please?
Mr. Speaker, when it came to RE, this is something that we've taken forward as a result of the UK Supreme Court judgment. The syllabus is now the review of the syllabus is now firmly underway. As members will be aware, I've agreed the terms of reference for the review and appointed Professor Noel Purdy as Chair, with Mrs Joyce Logue as the Vice Chair. Both the Chair and Vice Chair have already commenced a significant programme of engagement with key stakeholders, ensuring that the review is informed by a range of perspectives, with these early engagements shaping the work ahead. In line with the terms of reference, I've established a church consultative group to provide theological expertise and advice to the drafting group. This group comprised of representatives from the 4 main churches and has held its first meeting. The Chair and Vice Chair will be supported by a drafting group comprising practising teachers of religious education from primary and post-primary with a breadth of experience. There was significant interest in these roles, and I expect members to be formally appointed this week. Furthermore, my department launched a call for evidence on the 24th of February, inviting views from the public to support the group of experts, teachers and school leaders taking forward the review. Over 1,000 responses have been received to this call, which closed on the 20th of March. This represents a vital component of the process and will complement wider engagement as the drafting group develops proposals for a revised syllabus. As I have previously stated, this review represents a significant opportunity to ensure that the future RE core syllabus reflects the needs of learners both now and into the future, and I look forward to receiving the recommendations arising from this process in due course.
Mr. Buchanan. Thank you, Minister. Last week, Minister Michelle Gay suggested that the Minister has pushed your own department to take a case on religious education all the way to the Supreme Court. Would the Minister like to take this opportunity to point out the basic factual inaccuracy in this statement and why it's important that members get their facts right when making a public statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, he is right to highlight the inaccuracy in respect of the comments that Ms Guy made around RE. She went on to make quite a number of other misinformed comments, but I'll be responding to that later in the week. When it comes to the characterisation, as you describe it, it is completely inaccurate. My department did not push the case to the Supreme Court, and my personal level of involvement in the legal proceedings is minimal. The genesis of the RE judicial review was in November 2021, well before my time in office. The case taken by a child and their father was heard by the High Court, with the judgment handed down in July of 2022. And at the time, the then Minister, Michelle McElveen, instructed the Department to appeal this decision. That appeal was heard in October of 2023, and the outcome handed down in April of 2024. Whilst the High Court concluded that the impugned legislation was in breach of the applicant's rights, the Court of Appeal found that there was no breach because of the existence of the unqualified statutory rights of the parent to have their child excused wholly or partly from attendance at religious education or collective worship, or both, in accordance with their request. Following the Court of Appeal judgment, which largely found in favour of the Department, it was the applicants, not the Department, that applied to the Supreme Court. The Department was a respondent in the case. The Supreme Court hearing was held in May of 2025. In advance of the hearing, and based on the views of counsel, I agreed to a cross-appeal in respect of issues not adjudicated on by the Court of Appeal in Belfast. So this involvement falls well short of, and I quote, pushing my own department to take a case on religious education all the way to the Supreme Court. Not for the first time. Ms Guy is wrong.
In response to a question from my colleague Danny Baker, the Minister was unclear in his answer. So could I ask him now to be absolutely clear, has he ever been investigated for bullying within his department?
Mr Speaker, the member would need to elaborate exactly what it is that he is referring to. If he wants to make a specific allegation about a specific issue, I'll be able to respond to the member, but at the moment he is making, as was Mr Baker, a vague allegation. If he wants to provide specifics, I'll give him a specific response.
There's absolutely nothing vague about the question that has been asked, and the Minister knows it's a very serious matter to come in here and tell a lie. And I'm giving the Minister one more chance. Has he ever been investigated for bullying, or has he ever been accused of bullying within the department?
Mr Speaker, again, he isn't making a specific detail. If he wants to make a specific allegation that relates to a specific individual, he is welcome to do so. What I can say is all members are subject to investigations through standards and privileges. I've often been investigated. There's only been one incident which related to North-South in terms of the decisions around that. The rest, none of them were upheld against me. And what I can say to the member, if he's referring to any other investigations, no issues have ever been upheld against me. Indeed, I have only ever been vindicated in the approach that I have taken within my department.
Mason.
And as the Minister has dodged the question twice, now I will ask him again, and a yes or no answer will suffice. Have you ever been investigated for bullying within your department?
Mr Speaker, I'll refer the same comment that I made to other members in respect of the issues that are being raised. On no occasion has there been any complaint upheld against me. Indeed, I have only ever been vindicated in the approach that I have taken in my role as Minister for Education.
Mason.
So, Minister, just for transparency, which you're not giving us here today, if there was an investigation, do you think it would be right and proper for transparency for pupils, for teachers, for all the staff who work under the direction of your department, that you should stand up here today and clarify if there was an investigation or not, and would you apologise for it?
Speaker, what I would say to the member is, if there's any such report in existence, my view, it should be published in full so that the public would be able to have full transparency and accountability in relation to any issues that ministers are raised with. That's why whenever the Commissioner for Standards carries out an investigation, it is then made publicly available. Any other such investigation should be, in my view, if it relates to a minister, published and people held to account. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is if they want to provide specific issues, I'm happy to give a response beyond the generic question. But I repeat that I have only ever been vindicated as a result of the actions. Vindicated as a result. So if anyone makes allegations, I take it then the members can read into that they were found to have absolutely no substance. The only ever complaints that some of the members opposite, when they talk about investigations, were of a criminal nature, which they were actually found guilty of and went to prison.
Order. That concludes questions to the Minister for Education. We now do 2 questions to the Minister of Economy, and I call Harry Harvey.
Question 1, Mr.
Minister.
Speaker.
Despite the US administration swinging towards protectionism and adopting an America First policy, the North remains an attractive location for US investment and engagement remains strong. An essential prerequisite for engaging with US companies and any prospective investor is that their privacy is respected and commercially sensitive information is protected. Breaching that trust will seriously compromise our ability to engage with such prospective investors. Members should also be reminded that investors or prospective investors do not appreciate attempts to drag them into political controversy or use them for political point scoring. For my part, as Economy Minister, I will continue to make a positive pitch for inward investment, first and foremost based on the talent and skills of our people and the positive business culture and supportive environment that companies experience here.
Thank you, Minister. Harry Harvey for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, information surrounding the 300 potential jobs lost at Cantor Fitzgerald has had to be dragged from your department bit by bit. The latest FOIs released to Mr Buckley are heavily redacted. Will you commit to publish all information to ensure full transparency?
Minister.
The company has indicated that they view releasing information about its strategy or decision making as harmful to its commercial position, so it's not appropriate for me to do so.
Call John Burrows for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. Given the impact that the Economy Minister has on foreign investors, I'm glad Sinn Féin avoided Washington last week. Could she confirm to me, did she discuss during the meeting with Cantor Fitzgerald before they pulled this investment, was there any discussion about American foreign policy, yes or no?
Minister.
As I have already outlined, meetings with prospective investors are conducted on a confidential basis to protect commercially sensitive information and to respect the privacy of all parties. Accordingly, it's not appropriate for me to comment on or disclose any of the details of my meeting with the company.
Thank you. Call Timothy Garson for supplementary.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The role of the Minister for the Economy is to promote Northern Ireland and bring jobs to our wee country. The loss of these 300 well-paid jobs from Cantor Fitzgerald exposes once again the toxic nature of Sinn Féin on the global scale. Minister, how many more jobs have Sinn Féin cost Northern Ireland because of your continued stance and always backing the oppressor and your continued glorification of terrorism here in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, I think the member is seriously misrepresenting my party's policies, and for the member's information, rather than losing jobs, we have been successful in securing jobs over the past year, such as the 100 jobs with Billergini that were announced in November, the 100 jobs that were announced by Napier AI last February, the jobs that were announced by Spider Rock, by Control Soft, the jobs that were announced just last week by iVerify. So we have been successful in promoting the positive offering that we have here in terms of our skills, our people, and, as I said, our positive business environment. And that's what potential investors and investors who come here and who invest here and who reinvest here, 62% of investors who come here reinvest because of the experience that they've had here, and that's what I go out to promote and to offer to investors from around the world.
Thank you, Minister. I call Donny Baker. Minister.
Prior to the onset of the most recent energy price crisis as a result of the Israeli-US attacks in Iran, I and my department have been working to implement the reduction in electricity bills announced by the British Chancellor in the budget last November. Despite originally having been excluded from the British Government scheme, I secured approval to implement a similar scheme here. The necessary statutory instrument to provide legislative cover from Westminster was laid last Monday and is due to be in place in June. Subject to executive agreement, my department will be ready to go live with the scheme on the 1st of July. The Treasury has consistently insisted that the funding can only be used for a comparable scheme, meaning a £30 discount on every household's electricity bill. This was confirmed in writing as recently as last Tuesday. On the current energy price crisis, it's a global energy shock, and the scale of the resources needed are beyond the means of an already underfunded executive. Since the outset, I have engaged with my counterparts in the British Government, making the case for immediate support for those impacted, particularly by the home heating oil price hikes. But I have also been making the case that as we continue to see gas prices spiking, that households and businesses here will need additional support. The support announced last week does not go anywhere near far enough, and I, alongside my executive colleagues, will therefore continue to make the case for the British Government to provide more funding to help businesses and households.
Thank you. I call Donny Baker first up.
And I thank the Minister for her answer. And while a reduction in electricity bills is welcome, we know much more is needed, and it wasn't helpful, the misinformation that was being peddled by many within this chamber. Can I just ask the Minister to detail a wee bit further the efforts that are being made to get the British Government to provide more funding to help struggling families with the cost of energy?
Minister.
When the conflict in the Middle East began, the reduction in electricity bills of around £30 per year had already been announced and delivery being progressed by my department. Many of our households and businesses are already under pressure from the cost of living crisis, and this new energy shock is compounding those pressures. I am particularly concerned about the impact on low-income and vulnerable households. Consumer Council figures show that the cost of oil for households has nearly doubled since the 26th of February. I have consistently pressed the British Government for support, and I continue to do so. I spoke to the Minister in the Department for Energy Security Net Zero, Michael Shanks, on the 4th of March to highlight the impact of the immediate rise in home heating oil costs. I subsequently spoke and wrote to the DESNZ Energy Consumers Minister Martin McCluskey about the urgent need for support. The £17 million announced by the British Government is clearly inadequate. Therefore, it's important that whatever support is available or becomes available going forward is targeted at those most in need. I am meeting regularly with the ministers from the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, Michael Shanks and Martin McCluskey, and I will continue to argue for additional support if the conflict continues to drive up energy prices.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin for supplementary.
We all agree that the support that has come from the British Government falls woefully short of what is required to protect households here, particularly those on the lowest incomes. Can the Minister outline whether any assessment has taken place of the cost of providing targeted support to the most vulnerable households, and detail what, if any, substantive discussions have taken place at the executive table on how such support could be given locally?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question. And as I indicated in my opening answer around the figures that have been provided by the Consumer Council, which shows the significant increases that people are facing, like immediately since the conflict unfolded, it really brings home the pressures that people are under. So obviously the executive has been very alive to that. There was a discussion at the last executive in relation to these matters. It will be on the agenda again on the meeting for this Thursday. Clearly we have a package of support that is there, and that we will work alongside the Community Minister to ensure gets out as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, it is not enough, as we have all indicated, and we will continue to make the case for additional support. But I do think that it is important that what we have available at the minute is targeted to help those most in need imminently. But as I also indicated in my opening answer, the rises in gas prices are particularly concerning, because that, if it continues, will have an impact in people's gas bills, but also in their electricity bills going forward. And we did see the British government during the Ukraine energy price crisis move in to implement support, and I have consistently made the case that we need to see similar in this instance.
Call Philip Brent for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, if we're to take you at your word that it was you who personally secured the inclusion of Northern Ireland in this scheme, which will be a total of £81 million support, was she as surprised as me that her Permanent Secretary and her Director of Finance in her department knew nothing about that?
I have already addressed these issues with the chair of the committee at the Economy Committee last week. I think anybody can have a lapse in information at their disposal when they're being questioned, and obviously I think the framing of the particular question didn't help in terms of the understanding of the issue. I think that we have adequately since laid out the facts in relation to this, and that diligent work has been undertaken by officials over the past number of months to ensure that consumers here do receive a comparable benefit to those in Britain. And as I have indicated, that we are in a position now to move forward and ensure that support is available from the earliest opportunity from July, and then again over the next 2 years. Obviously that's a matter that we will discuss with the Executive this coming week.
Thank you. Jerry Carl's not in his place. I call John Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, question number 4.
Although the loss of 2 years in this mandate has required us to work to an exceptionally tight timetable, the drafting of the Employment Rights Bill is now being finalised. This is an ambitious and wide-ranging package of legislative reforms, and I recently secured the Executive's endorsement for the policy content of the bill. When drafting is complete, I will bring the final bill to the Executive for agreement, and I trust my Executive colleagues will join me in bringing forward this bill, which will strengthen employment law and benefit both workers and employers.
Thank you. I call John for a supplementary.
President Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for that reply, and I hope she doesn't mind me asking for a bit more reassurance in terms of timelines. So I have to ask, given the significant range of policy area within the scope of the Good Jobs Bill, what confidence can she give the House that there will be actually enough time in this mandate to bring the bill forward within the current mandate, and further to that, if there are any draft timelines in which to do so?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and it confused me slightly because he's usually on that side of the chamber. I do want to reassure the member that the work is progressing on the drafting of the bill. I hope to have that with me in the next very short number of weeks so that we can refer that to the Executive for its agreement. It's my intention to have the bill introduced to the Assembly before summer recess so that committee can have hold of it to conduct its scrutiny over the summer months and into the autumn, and ensure that we do have the ability to pass this legislation into law before the end of the mandate, because it does include many important protections, some of them catching up with legislative changes that have taken place in Britain while the Assembly wasn't sitting, but also some really important progressive changes that will make a real difference to the lives of ordinary workers here. So I look forward to the support of the Assembly and getting the bill through.
Jonathan Buckley for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and the Minister must know full well the huge concern there is among many businesses about the potential negative impact on jobs this ham-fisted piece of legislation may cause. So can I ask the Minister, can she name one major business that supports the so-called Good Jobs Bill? And would this bill, for instance, force the likes of Jerry Adams' bodyguard from Six and Stones to pay his own staff properly?
Minister.
I thank the member for his continued engagement in relation to the Good Jobs Bill, because I do think it is important that we get this right, and that is why I've had such extensive engagement with both a representative of workers and also with employers, organisations and individual businesses as well. My officials have been engaging consistently over the past number of months to ensure that what we are bringing forward meets the requirements both of workers and of businesses. Far from being a ham-fisted piece of legislation, it is a progressive set of measures that will really enhance the lives of workers, but also support good employers not to be undercut by those who implement poor practices. And I think that it is incumbent on us all to ensure that this legislation moves forward at pace and gets passed into law before the end of this mandate.
Matthew Toole for supplementary.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Minister, we strongly support employment rights legislation. We want to see it introduced. The problem is this hasn't been introduced yet, and workers deserve to see it debated in this Assembly and passed. But the problem is, with respect, your party is going out with leaflets all across the north saying there's a good jobs bill. None of us in this chamber have seen it yet. When is it going to be published and introduced here? Conor Murphy said 2.5 years ago, when he launched the consultation, that we only have 2.5 years yet. That was nearly 2 years ago.
Matthew.
Minister, please, when will this law be published?
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Yeah, and similarly, I appreciate the support of the member and his party in relation to this important piece of legislation. He will appreciate also that we have had a shortened mandate and that it does take time to craft a piece of legislation as comprehensive as this, which is very near completion. So we hope to have the draft of the full draft of the bill in the very short number of weeks, so that we can get that to the Executive and, as I indicated, introduced into the Assembly before summer recess, so that we do have the ability to get this legislation passed before the end of the mandate.
Thank you. I call Diana Armstrong for a supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, I've had engagement with the agri-food sector, particularly the meat industry in Dungannon, and what I am being told is there is limited knowledge of the Good Jobs Bill and its implications. What engagement have you had with that sector?
Minister.
So, as I have indicated, we have had considerable engagement with all sectors. If there is any business in particular or any collection of businesses that you would want to bring to our attention to ensure that there is engagement, my officials will be more than happy to ensure that that happens, because it is important that people understand the measures that are being proposed in the bill, and that they understand those and not some version that is not entirely accurate. So I'm really keen that we continue to engage and ensure that people are equipped with the information and are able to be part of the process of this as it progresses. And obviously, once the bill is introduced to the Assembly and passes to the committee, there will be the opportunity for the committee to engage widely also with representatives of both workers and employers.
Linda Dillon for a supplementary.
And thank the Minister for answers so far. Minister, I listened to a female entrepreneur and leader in the world of business this week saying that the single most important thing to her business was the contentment and happiness of her staff. So given that that is the case, and I think that that's what the Good Jobs Bill is about, is ensuring that all staff are content at their work, could you outline for us how the Good Jobs Bill will benefit women in the workplace, please?
Yeah, and I thank the member for that feedback, and I think many of our employers are in that space of wanting to ensure that their workers are supported, and that is why there is support for the measures within the bill. My bill will provide many positive benefits for women by enhancing rights which support work-life balance. The right to request flexible working from will become a day one right of employment rather than after 26 weeks at present. Additionally, employees will be able to make 2 statutory requests for flexible working within a 12-month period instead of just 1. We will be introducing carers leave, which will also support many women who are in those caregiving roles for relatives. Eligible parents will also benefit from improved neonatal care leave and pay, ensuring when a parent has a newborn who requires extended medical attention, they are able to better focus on their child and their own needs. And we will also have revisions to paternity leave, which will afford families greater flexibility and extending redundancy protections for pregnant employees and those returning from family leave will again further strengthen a workforce participation for women. A woman will also benefit from the full range of enhanced rights which my bill will introduce, including the right to move from a 0 hours contract to a banded hours contract and enhanced trade union rights. Very often women are in those roles which are currently 0 or low hours, so very much will benefit from those provisions. But together the provisions are designed to foster a more inclusive, supportive and adaptable workplace culture where women are empowered to balance their professional and personal responsibilities with confidence.
Thank you. I call Peter McReynolds.
Question number 5.
Under its previous political leadership, the Department for the Economy did not have clear strategic objectives. It paid lip service to, for example, the need for regional balance and did not embrace the potential of the all-Ireland economy, and its key delivery agency, InvestNI, lacked proper oversight. Over the past 2 years, these issues have been tackled, and some of the progress delivered by my department includes a 22% increase in students at Magee, a significant funding boost for St Mary's and Stranmillis, which were previously in a financially precarious position, the extension of Ireland's hidden heartlands into Fermanagh, more affordable grid connection costs for rural households and businesses, and increased investment in Intertrade Ireland and Tourism Ireland. The growth of the all-Ireland economy and our relatively impressive economic output and export statistics are positive signs of the change that we are seeing.
Call Peter McReynolds for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her response. Minister, following recent comments in the media by former senior staff within your department, as well as several unsatisfactory briefings within the Economy Committee, what assurances can you provide that your department will deliver on the legislation you committed to bring forward within this mandate?
Minister, do you hear that all right? Yeah.
Just about. Well, I base my assessment on what the department is delivering and on the outcomes that we are actually achieving. And we are seeing improvements in a number of key areas, including in terms of the overall objectives we have of more good jobs, improved productivity, greater regional balance and lower emissions. And I think that it's important that we do see culture coming from the top, so that the leadership within the department. And every day I work with officials that I see as dedicated public servants who have a real focus on delivering for people here. I also understand the department has gone through a programme of organisational development in the recent past with a clear focus on improving the culture, efficiencies and leadership development. Actually, within the next people survey, the department performed to the best in class in terms of all of the departments across the civil service, including highest employee engagement across all 9 of the civil service departments. But I do think it is important that we keep a focus on delivery and we keep a focus on having a positive culture. And as I say, from my perspective, that has to come from the top within any department.
Thank you. I call Declan Kearney for supplementary.
Yes, I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Previously, DUP economy ministers delivered for us the RHI scandal, which led to a black hole within our public finances, and they also gave us a scathing report into the workings of InvestNI. So, with regard to your earlier comments, how systemic are the reforms that you have introduced within the department, both at a cultural, management and an operational level, and how durable will they be to ensure continued success?
I thank the member for his question, and as I indicated, I think that the performance and culture of any organisation is likely to improve when it has clear and strategic leadership and direction, and a focus on delivering things that matter most for people here. That's what both myself and my predecessor Conor Murphy have provided throughout this shortened mandate. And as I have already pointed to in terms of some of the examples of our delivery, we are also pursuing an ambitious programme for the rest of the mandate, including an ambitious legislative programme, a once-in-a-generation reform to employment rights, We have already made significant and targeted investments in addressing priority skills gaps, and we continue to make progress on our long-standing commitment to the expansion of university provision at Magee, with more investment there in the past 2 years than in the previous 10. So we have clear plans in place to grow our priority sectors, to raise our productivity and to better deliver regional balance. And all of that does require a continued focus that has to come from the top.
Diane Forsyth for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, you already mentioned that the most senior officials within your department had a lapse in knowledge, forgetting about £81 million being bid for by Treasury. We've seen delays in legislation. We've seen 2 years of your departmental accounts being disclaimed and looking like another third year, as the Audit Office won't even put their name to them. Also, the Audit Office had a scathing report on energy strategy. Minister, under your leadership, this department's performance cannot genuinely be considered to be good performance. Will you look at this again and please consider review on that?
And I thank the member for her question, and I think a number of those issues stem from the previous leadership of the department, and we are working to address the issues that she has highlighted. For example, in relation to the accounts, where significant progress has been made and recognised by the Audit Office, as she will know, they are a very complex set of accounts. And a number of the issues that had led to the opinion that was given by the Audit Office were out with the department itself, and those are being addressed, and a programme of work has been undertaken there. But of course there is always room for improvement, and I will keep a focus on delivery, because that's what everybody wants to us collectively to be doing for them here.
Justin McNulty for supplementary.
In terms of that focus on delivery, Minister, could you update the House on the extension of the tourism brands, the Wild Atlantic Way and Ireland's Ancient East into northern counties?
Thanks the member for his question and his continued focus on tourism, and the member will know, because I have given the answer in a number of previous question times, in relation to Ireland's Ancient East. It's under review by Fáilte Ireland, who own all of the brands, and once they have evaluated that, I will be keen to engage with them. He will also be aware that there is a shared island project in relation to the connection of Wild Atlantic Way and Causeway on the Causeway coastal route that I continue to keep a focus on, and continue to make the case to Fáilte Ireland that we should be seeing better incorporation of those brands.
Before I call Claire Sugden, just to remind everyone that supplementaries need to be related, even and a very thinly related to the primary question. And as Minister, you don't have to respond if they're not related at all. Claire Sugden.
Principal Deputy Speaker, question number 6.
I am very concerned about the impact of the rise in heating oil prices here following the Israeli-led attacks on Iran. This is particularly affecting our lower income and vulnerable households. Approximately 60% of our homes, more than 500,000 homes, use heating oil as their primary source of heating. In recent weeks, I have met with representatives of heating oil, of the heating oil and natural gas sectors, National Energy Action, and the wider business community to understand first-hand what cost pressures are in the market and the impact these are already having on our lower income and vulnerable households and also businesses. I have consistently pressed Minister Shanks and Minister McCluskey for urgent support for consumers, and I will continue to do so, as the 17 million confirmed on Monday the 16th of March is clearly inadequate to help those struggling with rising energy prices. My officials and I have engaged with the Competition and Markets Authority, and I welcome its review into the conduct of oil suppliers, intermediaries and brokers to ensure pricing reflects genuine cost pressures and that behaviour is consistent with consumer protection law. Trading standards plays a key role in protecting consumers from illegal trading practices, including unfair pricing, while supporting legitimate businesses. It also provides guidance to oil retailers on their obligations and advice to consumers on raising complaints. The Consumer Council provides invaluable information for consumers by monitoring heating oil prices and publishing weekly average prices. Consumers are encouraged to use its website to compare suppliers and find information on oil buying clubs and fuel stamp schemes.
Claire Sugden for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Given how volatile oil prices can be and Northern Ireland's particular reliance on the oil market, Minister, are you exploring the opportunities for regulating it within your remit within Northern Ireland, and have you also spoken to the UK Government about a potential price cap?
I thank the member for that question, and I'm on record in saying I have ruled nothing out in respect of this particular issue. However, economic regulation of the home heating and oil market has never operated here or indeed anywhere in Europe. Around 2/3 of the cost of what consumers pay is the wholesale cost, and that's out of our control, and regulation would have no direct impact on that. Our heating and oil market is very competitive. We have over 200 suppliers, and there could be a risk that any benefits arising from regulation could be outweighed by the costs of regulation itself. However, when I spoke to Minister McCluskey on the 14th of March, we discussed these issues. We discussed the Competition and Markets Authority and the study that it was likely at that point to be undertaking, and has now confirmed that it is undertaking. And when I met with them on Thursday, we again discussed this particular issue, and we have agreed that my officials will provide data to support their study. We will carefully, obviously, examine any recommendations that come out of the study. Our oil suppliers here would make the case that they are price takers. So what I want to see is transparency in that supply chain, so that we can understand where costs are being applied. And it may well be that the level that regulation needs to come is at British Government level, but I am open to looking at the recommendations that come out of the CMA study.
Time's up for written questions. Or for questions. We'll now move on to topical questions, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, you have pointed to misinformation being spread by the DUP, and you may well be right about that. You have said the UK Government needs to provide more financial support, and I think you certainly are right about that. You said you aren't minded to regulate in relation to home heating oil, but you keep an open mind, if I'm understanding correctly.
Matthew,
but can I ask, Principal Speaker,
Great.
to be clear, what practical action have you taken, if any, in the 3 weeks since Donald Trump started bombing Iran?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And keeping an open mind doesn't mean that I have ruled anything out. I want to ensure that any decisions that we do take in that space are actually going to have a positive impact. In relation to actions that we have taken, we have had consistent engagement with our counterparts both in Britain and in the South to ensure that consumers here are protected. I have consistently made the case to the British Government that we need to see financial support, and made the case over and over again that there needs to be proper engagement with officials and departments here, so that any schemes that are being implemented there can be implemented here as expeditiously as they are there, so that people here aren't waiting for supports to come along at a later stage. Some of that is out with my control, but what can be within my control we will do as quickly as we possibly can.
Matthew for supplementary.
Genuinely thank you for that, Minister, but a lot of what you said there was about engagement and making case to other people. Tomorrow the Irish Government will announce a package of support. Your party, south of the border, has roasted the Irish Government for not doing enough quickly enough, but it's not clear that you up here have done very much at all. Certainly, why 3 weeks ago did you not, understanding that you need more financial support from London, I'm not disputing that, did you not ask your officials to urgently design what a support scheme could look like? Because people struggling here with costs here simply feel that the executive is sitting on its hands.
Minister. I accept the point that the member is making to an extent, but when British ministers make decisions about schemes to be implemented in Britain, very often it is the counterpart departments here that are responsible for implementing them. So what I have done is make the case that there needs to be engagement, so that any schemes that are being developed can be implemented here, and to ensure that people here benefit as quickly as possible. So, for example, the funding that was announced last week is being delivered through the Household Crisis and Resilience Fund in Britain. The direct read across for that is the discretionary support scheme, which is why the Minister for Communities will lead on it with the support of other departments here. So some of it, as I said, is within my control. We can look at supports that can be provided, but when the funding comes across, very often it is tied to a particular funding pot or line within a department, and we do not have the ability to just switch things around.
Call Pam Cameron.
Deputy Speaker, will the Minister provide an update on the publication of the aviation strategy and whether it remains on track to meet the 31st of March deadline?
Thank the member for her question, and we will be publishing the aviation strategy, or the consultation on the aviation strategy, within the next number of days.
Pam Cameron for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for that answer and appreciate it. Can you provide a definitive publication date? I know you're saying basically soon or within the next number of days, but given the importance of certainty for the aviation sector and regional connectivity, I think it's really important.
Thank the member for her question, and this has been a policy that has been developed in collaboration with the sector and with our broader tourism sector, and has the support and buy-in of the sector. I am meeting with representatives, I believe, on Wednesday of this week, and publication will follow.
Cathy Mason first for a question.
Can the Minister please outline her assessment of the latest HMRC regional trade statistics and what specifically they say about the North's economy?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and I welcome the latest trade statistics to the end of December for the 12 months ending December 2025. The latest figures show that goods exports from here have grown over the year, up by 1.1% from 2024, with a notable increase of 4.3% in exports to the EU and continued growth in trade with the South. That compares to Britain, which are up 0.7% over the year. And over the same period, Britain's exports to the EU declined. These statistics show that despite a very difficult global context, our businesses and workers are resilient, and the value of dual market access is evident in our export statistics. But it does continue to be a challenge in terms of our global market and the headwinds that businesses are facing.
Cathy Mason for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for that information. Can the Minister then explain how her department is supporting local businesses in order to maximise the opportunities that have been highlighted in the latest trade statistics?
Well, my department, as I have outlined, is focused on ensuring that local businesses are well positioned to take advantage of the opportunities that have been reflected in these figures. A key priority remains supporting local businesses to take full advantage of our unique dual market access, and alongside Invest NI, my department is working closely with local firms and with industry partners to deliver targeted business support, and that includes helping local businesses to navigate export markets, to diversify their supply chains and to build resilience. The benefits of dual market access is also a key message when we are undertaking international engagements, such as my recent visit to the west coast of America. International investors show strong interest in this unique trading arrangement, which gives local firms and those who are investing here from a manufacturing perspective to access both the British and all 27 EU member states markets. Alongside this, I continue to make the case for stability and certainty for local firms, as the impact of our geopolitical uncertainty continues to impact businesses here. However, the latest data, both from HMRC and also the statistics that were published by NISRA the week before, demonstrates what can be achieved when businesses are supported to grow, trade and compete confidently, and we will continue to support businesses to navigate both the existing markets but also new and diverse markets.
Thank you, Minister. Question 4 has been withdrawn. I call Sinead Ennis.
Can the Minister give her assessment on the importance of all-island tourism, given the publication of new tourism statistics last week?
Yes, so the tourism statistics that were published last week were indicating a strong performance. I very much welcome the data from the Central Statistics Office, and it reinforces the importance of tourism to our local economy and also the strength of the all-island market. The figures published last week show a 15% increase in trips by visitors to the north from the south in 2025. Overnight stays increased by 9%, reaching 2.7 million nights. Visitor spending also increased significantly, up by 31% to almost £317 million. This growth is hugely positive for local businesses and for communities right across the north, because tourism is one of those sectors that is truly regional. It shows that our tourism offer is resonating strongly with visitors from across the island and delivering real economic benefits, supporting growth in our hospitality sector at a difficult time, and also other sectors including retail and the wider visitor economy.
Sinead Annis for supplementary.
Yes, and I agree that those figures are indeed encouraging, Minister. So just to follow on from that, it's important that obviously we capitalise on that. So can you outline, Minister, what actions your department is taking to make sure that we build on that growth and ensure that those numbers continue to rise and we continue to see the economic benefits in terms of tourism for all regions across the north?
Yeah. And I thank the member for her question, and I agree that growing and sustaining our tourism sector right across the north is really important. It's part of our economic vision. We published last year the Tourism Vision and Action Plan, which had been co-designed with industry and was published in partnership with Tourism NI and the broader tourism sector. And one of the actions actually coming out of the Tourism Vision and Action Plan is the aviation policy that was mentioned earlier in question time. Work is underway implementing that action plan and building on that positive momentum that we are seeing across our tourism sector. We have seen a number of really positive moments over the past year. For example, the Open last summer in Portrush, and we look forward obviously to the FLA coming in August. Since the start, funding of our stewardship of the department, funding from Tourism Ireland has been increased, and this has supported a really strong focus on marketing and promotion. Tourism NI's marketing activity is also delivering significant reach and is showcasing the breadth of what we have to offer, from our fabulous landscapes and cultural events to our food, drink and accommodation. I think that the recent announcement on the use of that Hidden Heartlands tourism branding is also a significant development for all-island tourism, and one that I want to capitalise and develop further. But having County Fermanagh as part of that regional brand will encourage more visitors from the south to come and see the beautiful waterways of the Erne and the wider region in Fermanagh. And obviously, as I mentioned, we have a number of events coming up. So these new statistics show that investment in our tourism offering, in our product, is delivering positive supports, and I will continue to focus on and ensure that tourism remains remains a powerful driver of growth.
If you need an extra minute, Minister, you need to ask. Okay, thank you. Declan Kearney.
Minister, can I take you back to your recent visit to the States? And can you update us on the importance of that particular visit for the promotion of the North's strengths, with particular regard to tourism, screen, trade and prospects for continued inward investment, please?
Yes, and I thank the member for that question. And my recent visit to the west coast of the US, as with all international engagements, was an important opportunity to promote our economic strengths, and I positioned the North as a competitive, innovative and strategically positioned economy. We have really strong capabilities across trade, but also in terms of our tourism and screen, and there's huge potential there for inward investment. The US remains one of our most significant international partners, and it was vital to engage directly with decision makers across these sectors. In San Francisco, alongside InvestNI, I met a number of major investors and industry leaders, officially opened the InvestNI's new office on the West Coast and strengthened our on-the-ground presence there. In Los Angeles, I was pleased to promote our world-class screen sector directly to senior figures from studios including Netflix, HBO and Amazon MGM, which we had the opportunity to highlight our skilled workforce and cutting-edge facilities such as Studio Ulster, and this is a sector that we are promoting as one of our priority sectors and ensuring that we have the skills to continue to encourage its development. The visit also delivered tangible outcomes, including the announcement that mobile security company iVerify will double its headcount here in Belfast. This investment underlines international confidence in our talent base and innovation ecosystem and demonstrates the economic value of proactive international engagement.
40 seconds to respond, Declan, as a supplementary.
That's very good news, Minister. Thanks for the update. Can you indicate how those outcomes are going to further give us resilience in relation to continuing to attract jobs, improve the economy and also expand those particular growth sectors?
Seconds, Minister.
And I thank the member for that, and I think that our strong offering continues to translate into high quality jobs and sustainable growth across many of our key sectors. That announcement that I mentioned is one such example. It is providing well-paid, high-value roles and is being supported by InvestNIs. And I think that the work that InvestNI do, supported by our universities and colleges, ensures that we have a pipeline of skilled people to continue to support our priority sectors.
Thank you. That concludes questions to the Minister for Economy. We move back to the ANC debate. And we're going to hear a fulsome speech from Mr McCrossan, I believe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When we talk about areas with natural constraints, we're talking about some of the most challenging land anywhere on this island, and we're talking about hills, uplands and marginal land where farming is not just a job but it's an everyday way of life for so many people, particularly my own constituents in West Tyrone. These landscapes are simply not simply natural. They are shaped, maintained and protected by generations of farmers. Farmers who go out in all weather, farmers who work early mornings, late nights in wind, rain and cold, standard Irish weather. Farmers who keep going when others simply could not, and yet too often those farmers feel forgotten. And Mr Speaker, farming in these areas comes with real structural disadvantages: difficult terrain, poorer soils, harsher weather, higher costs and less access to markets. All of this adds up to one thing: lower incomes, and that is a really difficult reality for so many. There's an inequality here that needs to be addressed, and that is why support like the ANC payments is an important support mechanism for so many who did rely on it previously and haven't had the benefit of it in recent years. The removal of the previous ANC payments left a real gap, a gap in income, a gap in stability, a gap in confidence for so many farmers that have been affected. So the principle behind this bill in restoring that baseline support is one that we do support in principle. But let me say this clearly: this cannot just be about replacing the previous scheme that we'd lost in 2018. We have an opportunity here with this bill to do better. Previous schemes were often blunt. They were not always linked to outcomes, and they did not always encourage long-term sustainability or innovation. So as this bill progresses, we must strengthen it. We must ensure future support that improves farm incomes, builds resilience and rewards environmental delivery, and supports innovation and diversification. Because if we are serious about the future of rural Ireland, we must be serious about getting this right. There is also a number of questions for Sinn Féin. There's questions around funding for this bill, because this cannot just be about warm words. It must be about supporting farmers and ensuring that the funding is there to deliver what is intended by this bill. So there's a number of points that I would ask the member, and I want to be clear from the outset in asking a number of these points in the House that we do support widely the intention of this bill. But good intentions alone are not enough, and that is why there is a number of questions for the proposer of the bill, and indeed his party who are in government, because this is their private member's bill, a bill that will now require new and sustained financial investment, which members have questioned across the House. So the obvious question is this: has the Sinn Féin Finance Minister committed to funding this important piece of legislation? Has there been any conversations with the Finance Minister about the Sinn Féin member's bill? Has any commitment been secured? Or are we being asked to support a bill where the funding simply does not exist? Because it would be naive, in fact, it would be foolish to believe that no conversations have taken place within Sinn Féin on this. Surely the member just did not come out with this bill, as well intended as it is, and I'm a good constituency colleague of Mr McAleer, but I'm assuming there was a conversation between himself and his Sinn Féin Finance Minister in relation to how this is going to be paid for. And it would be very reassuring if the member could provide clarification on that to the House throughout the debate. Also, there is real concern in relation to this, because it's not just about delivering a solution. In the past, unfortunately, has been about delivering headlines more so, about being seen to act rather than actually follow through. And we have seen where that leads. In fact, it's very topical in this House this week. We've seen that with hospital car parking legislation at the end of the last mandate. And in fact, it passed on the final day of the mandate. It was celebrated, it was campaigned on, but ultimately unfunded and unaffordable, according to the Minister for Health. So much so that we now face delaying its implementation again. And that, I would be concerned, is the risk here with this bill, that we raise expectations among genuinely struggling farmers, only to leave them disappointed when the funding fails to materialise. And that would be a failure of this Assembly, again, for those who are relying on us to do something to support them. Also, Mr Speaker, I have to say the position being taken by the DUP on this bill today is disappointing but not surprising, given that it was them who removed the ANC scheme in 2018. They took away targeted support from farmers working the most marginal land, farmers who rely on that support not as a bonus but as a necessity. And what has followed since? On those very farms, beef cattle numbers have dropped by 21%, and in the past year alone, we have seen a further fall of 5% in beef cattle and 7% in sheep. That is the real-world impact of decisions that have been taken by this place. That is what happens when support is stripped away. So I have to ask, what exactly is behind the DUP's position today? Because we're seeing on a daily basis that the DUP support farmers, but here we're talking about a very vulnerable group of the farming community that are being directly affected by a decision taken by the DUP, and that the DUP are willing to double down on today. Indeed, my constituency colleague, Mr Buchanan, and indeed Mr McAleer, the proposer of the bill, know full well how rural farmers in West Tyrone that are in these difficult situations are affected, because we hear from them every single day. So I heard earlier a colleague, Ms McIlveen, mention that Sinn Féin has politicised this issue. I would argue that both lead parties in government have politicised this issue. First of all, by removing it in the way that it was removed, and now by the member bringing it back without any formal financial commitment. They've turned what should have been practical support for struggling farms into a political decision and ultimately a ping-pong match. And today we're seeing doubling down of that mistake, because the bill is about one very simple principle. Do we support farmers in areas with natural constraints? And the answer to that is yes or no. And that will be determined by the vote today. This is not the easiest of farms and not the most profitable farms, but farms that are under the greatest pressure, keeping rural communities alive in most challenging conditions. And yet, when given the opportunity to restore that support, the DUP are stepping back. For a party that so often claims to stand with rural Northern Ireland, this is a moment that exposes a serious gap between rhetoric and reality. You cannot remove a scheme, watch stock numbers decline and farmers struggle, see pressure increase on family farms, and then oppose efforts to put that right. That's not leadership, and it is not acknowledging a very serious problem. You have a choice today, and I think you should support this bill to the next stage where it can be shaped. We also need to reflect how it is that we're in this place. Harsh decisions have been made in this Assembly in relation to funding. And You know, when it comes to an election, we're going to see a whole load of these sweets that are appearing dangled in front of the electorate's eyes with no serious commitment to invest and no trace of the money. In fact, it's like walking into a car showroom and saying, I think I'll drive away with that, but you haven't got a pound to your name. There's a very serious problem with that approach. The SDLP takes a very different approach. We recognise that farmers are not the problem. They are part of the solution. They are central to food production, environmental stewardship, biodiversity, water quality and carbon management. But none of that happens without viable farm businesses. And none of that happens if farmers are pushed to the brink. And in relation to the Alliance's position, the Alliance tell us on this bill, their position on this bill tells us a lot, and none of it is reassuring for our farming community, because before this legislation has even got a chance to be properly scrutinised, before it has gone to committee formally, before any amendments can be brought forward, Alliance are already preparing to vote it down. Not to improve it, not to shape it, but to block it. And let's be honest, with the DUP, they probably have a chance of doing that today. And the argument they're putting forward, in my opinion, does not stack up. They say they have concerns about funding, about delivery, and about the detail, but that is exactly what committee stage is for. That's what the scrutiny process is for. The second stage is about one simple question: do we support farmers in areas of natural constraint, yes or no? That's the key question today. The bill can be shaped and it can be added to and amended. By opposing this bill now, Alliance are effectively saying no. And they're saying no to the very farmers who need support the most. Hill farmers, upland farmers, family farms, working some of the most difficult land anywhere in these islands. These are not profitable businesses. They are the most vulnerable. They are absolutely essential to sustaining rural communities. But what makes this worse is the contradiction at the heart of Alliance's approach today. They are quick to support more environmental regulation, quick to increase expectations on farmers, but when it comes to providing the financial support to help farmers meet those expectations, they step back, they sit down. You can't have it both ways. You cannot pile pressure onto farmers on one hand and then oppose targeted support on the other. That is not balance. It is not equality and it is not fair, and it's very one-sided. The member wasn't generous giving way earlier, so I'm not going to bother. And it feeds a growing concern right across rural Northern Ireland. Alliance understand policy on paper, apparently, but do not understand farming in practice. Because anyone who speaks to farmers on the ground knows this. Support for areas with natural constraint is not a luxury. For many farms, it is the difference between survival and going under. So let's be clear. Alliance can dress this up as caution if they like, but this is a political choice. They could support this bill today, I won't. They could support this bill today in principle, improve it and ensure it is properly funded. Indeed, Mr McAleer could have a conversation with the Finance Minister to secure that funding for his Sinn Féin bill. And in doing so, by working together collectively in that aim, you could send a clear message to the farming community that when crunch comes to crunch, we're on your side. So, yes, we support this bill, Mr Speaker, because it recognises disadvantage, because it acknowledges the value of upland farming, and because it begins to address the real need. But we will also work to improve this bill, to ensure it delivers not just income support, but a sustainable future. Because ultimately, this is about three things: viable farm businesses, resilient rural communities, and landscapes that continue to deliver for generations to come. Our farmers are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for fairness. They're asking for recognition. And they ask for support that reflects the reality of the work they do every single day. I do believe this bill, with its good intention, is a step in that direction. But it must be backed with funding. It must be strengthened, and it must deliver. We'll support the bill if Sinn Féin puts their money where their mouths are and invests.
Finnegan.
And I welcome this bill because it is a practical step forward to support farmers in our most disadvantaged areas. Because that's what this is about, recognising the reality of those farmers in areas of natural constraint and making sure that support reflects that reality. In my own constituency of Newry and Armagh,
and other constituencies, we have seen many farmers working land that is more difficult to manage, higher, wetter, less productive, and that's not something that they can change. I have seen and heard this many times from local farmers, disadvantaged by something that is totally out of their control. And that's exactly why ANC support is so important, and in truth, why it should never have been taken away in the first place. These farmers are dealing with low productivity, higher input costs and tougher conditions, again, all outside of their control. This is about fairness and it's about equality. It's about recognising that and backing those farmers properly. But this bill also does something else. It recognises the positive role these farmers are already playing. Because when we talk about the future of farming, about sustainability and biodiversity, a lot of that is already happening in these areas. These are low-intensity systems, lower stock and densities, often within protected landscapes, working within environmental constraints, and in many ways, that's exactly the kind of farming we want to see more of. And I think that's really important to say, and I think it's really important to say clearly that this bill is not about choosing between farming and the environment. It's about supporting farmers who are already delivering for both. We've seen that very clearly in the role in upland farmers play in managing vegetation and reducing wildfire risks. And when I raised this with the Minister 2 weeks ago, he acknowledged that role. He acknowledged the role and described it as fantastic, and he was right to do so. Because without that active management, without grazing, land becomes overgrown, unmanaged and more vulnerable. And we've seen the consequences of that not that long ago. We were discussing it in this chamber. So supporting these farmers is not just about individual farm incomes, it strengthens our wider approach to environmental protection and land management, and it is also about the bigger picture. A significant proportion of our beef and sheep production starts in these areas. This isn't separate from the rest of agriculture, it feeds into it. What happens in ANC areas matters right across the sector. So we shouldn't fall into the trap of setting one group of farmers against another, because the reality is that it's all connected. And there has been some suggestion across the House here that this support isn't needed. I don't accept that. These farmers are starting from a clear disadvantage, and without targeted support there's a real risk of decline, not just in individual farmers, but for rural communities and our landscape and our wider food systems. And this isn't anything new. Support like this existed before and it exists elsewhere. It's a recognised, established approach. Importantly, there hasn't been any fundamental objection to the principle of supporting farmers in these areas, and that's what today is about. Second stage is about allowing this bill to move forward so that we can work through the detail and make sure it's deliverable. It's not about setting every issue today, and we know that comes later. But if we do not allow this to progress now, that opportunity is gone. So it really comes down to a few simple questions. Do we recognise the role these farmers play? Do we want to support them to continue doing that? Do we want to protect rural communities and our landscape? And are we prepared to move this forward so it can be properly scrutinised and strengthened? For me, the answer to all of those questions is yes.
William Murphy.
And I very much want to welcome this bill brought forward by my party colleague today, and I want to focus not just on the farming policy itself but on the broader sphere of rural communities. In County Fermanagh, 92% of all land falls within areas of natural constraint. Farming in my county is just not another industry. It's the foundation on which entire communities and local economies are built and indeed sustained. Most of these farms are small family-run operations, with many farmers part-time, balancing full-time jobs and full-time work alongside early mornings and very late nights on the farm. They are working incredibly hard on very tight margins, with little room to absorb rising costs, market pressures or policy change. And the reality is farmers in ANC areas face challenges that other farmers simply do not. Their land is poor, terrain is steeper, and the costs are higher. Unlike more productive lowland farms, these holdings are limited by the land itself. That is what defines an ANC area and is exactly why financial support is necessary. When a farm becomes unviable, the consequences do not stop at the farm gate. We risk weakening the entire agri-food chain, from local marts to hauliers to processors and, of course, suppliers. Each farm may seem small on its own, but together they sustain a much wider rural economy. And of course, beyond economics, there is something even more important at stake, which is our rural communities itself and our rural life. If these farms disappear, families move away, our schools struggle, local services decline, and communities that have existed for generations begin to fade. Once that decline begins, it is extremely difficult to reverse. Of course, we also need to recognise the role that these farms play beyond food production, and they are custodians of our environment. Our upland biodiversity, carbon-rich soils and traditional landscapes exist because these farms remain active and manage this land. Without farmers, we often see scrub encroachment, increased fire risk and a loss of manageable habitats. No, not at the minute. This bill is not only about providing additional financial support, it also recognises the essential role that these farmers play in sustaining communities, protecting our environment and supporting the wider rural economy. Other regions understand this. In the 26 counties and in Scotland, support continues because representatives value farm communities and farm families. Continued failure to act will cause problems for our rural economies, for communities and for the long-term management of our land. At its heart, this bill is about keeping people on the land, not just today, but for the future. It's about ensuring that rural families can continue to live, work and contribute to the communities that they all call home. So in that vein, Ceann Comhairle, we have the opportunity to stand up and deliver for our farm families who have been overlooked for far too long. And in reference to comments made by the member opposite earlier on, we won't take lectures from the DUP when it comes to developing policy, and I think the member across had referenced playing fast and loose with policy from the party who delivered RHA, who delivered Brexit, which has been a detriment to our farm communities. And in that vein, it won't be lost with farm communities across Fermanagh, West Tyrone and indeed East Derry that both the DUP and the Alliance Party will follow through the voting lobbies this evening to vote against support for our farmers. My colleagues and I will stand up for our constituents who farm ANC land, and I would ask others across this chamber to also do.
Philip McGuigan.
Ceann Comhairle, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today at the second stage of the bill, and I commend my party colleague Declan Gallier for bringing it forward. The Areas of Natural Constraint Bill is fundamentally about fairness, certainty and long-term resilience for those farms and farmers in our most challenging environments. The bill will place a legal duty on the Department to design and maintain payment schemes that properly support areas facing natural significant limitations. So, as Declan said when he introduced the bill, all land isn't equal and not all farming land is equal. So, in my view, this legislation can play an essential role in sustaining rural communities, communities where agriculture and small family farms are absolutely vital to the local economies and the social fabric of rural life. I represent North Antrim, and between it and the neighbouring constituency of East Antrim, I can easily see how this legislation will bring real benefits. Whether it's the upland grazing areas that start in Lochgiel or Clough or the glens of Antrim, or the coastal farmland in places like Ballintoy, Carnlough or Glenarm, where farms are exposed to harsh Atlantic weather, as well as the remote hill farms where steep slopes restrict the use of machinery, the challenges are clear and unavoidable. North Antrim, almost 32% of land falls within areas of natural constraint. And East Antrim, the neighbouring constituency, it's even higher at 61%. So this bill will and the reinstatement of the ANC support will be hugely beneficial to the economic viability and long-term sustainability of farms in these and many other locations beyond County Antrim across the north. It is widely acknowledged that farmers operating in areas with poor soil quality, steep gradients, difficult terrain, harsher weather, as I've said, face barriers that simply cannot be overcome through hard work alone. This bill recognises that reality, and the farms that this bill recognises are absolutely essential. By restoring financial support and placing this framework for ANC payments on a statutory footing, the bill gives farmers the certainty they need to make informed long-term decisions. Its commitment to maintaining and uplifting payments in line with inflation ensures support remains genuinely effective and keeps pace with rising economic pressures, pressures that we are all too familiar with, whether that's through fuel costs or other essential inputs. Ultimately, the bill is about safeguarding the future of hill farming. By recognising the additional burdens placed on the custodians of our land in constrained areas, it helps secure the environmental and economic sustainability of these landscapes. I will, yep.
Thank the member for giving way, Mr. Speaker. First of all, quite separate from the fact that the financial memorandum tells us in clause 19 that there be no impact whatsoever, and then tells us there be an 11.4 commitment required. Would the member also accept that in relation to the environment, which has been referenced by a number of speakers from his party, there is absolutely no environmental commitment whatsoever in the bill as presented? Zero, zilch. And yet they continue to reference the environment. There's no commitment here at all. Would he agree with that and maybe accept that there should be?
Well, I will accept one thing. If farmers can't make a profit of farming their land, the environment will be damaged. The farmers are the people who are the custodians of our land, who upkeep the environmental nature of our land, and that is particularly beneficial, as my other colleagues have already stated in their debates, in rural upland and areas of natural constraint. And the issue that the member makes, in my view, is actually an issue that goes beyond stage 2. I mean, he's bringing his own private member's bill. He knows full well in terms of legislation that there are opportunities to amend legislation that goes through this House, unless, of course, he and the DUP get their way and the bill doesn't get beyond second stage. So, I mean, this is a bill like any other where people's views can be taken on board, but not if it's voted down at this stage of it.
Take an intervention?
I will, yes.
Thank the member for taking an intervention, and far be it from me to say that the British government have ever done anything positive. But the one thing they said during Brexit, the one group among all the farmers they said they would support were those in uplands, were those in areas of natural constraint, because they actually said there was automatic benefits in terms of the environment of those farmers being protected. Nothing else positive came from them, and we certainly never seen any benefits for those farmers, but it was a commitment they gave. They just didn't stick to it, and I think the DUP might have had a little bit to do with that.
I mean, it's clear that we need our farmers to ensure the upkeep of our environmental practices here and our land, because nobody else is going to do it if we don't have our farmers. And this bill, in my view, will actually contribute to that support in terms of environmental practice. It will also help and support the rural way of life. It will help prevent land abandonment, which is obviously going to have a detrimental impact on environment. In my view, this bill will help protect biodiversity and ensure that these unique areas continue to be preserved, whilst also contributing to our wider food security. The bill will help sustain, as I've said, local economies, our agri-food supply chain, and help maintain our landscape and natural heritage. So I'm pleased to support this legislation and the positive impact that it will have on farm families and farming communities and rural communities that I represent in North Antrim and beyond, and to East Antrim and beyond across the north.
Ross. Speaker, there is something deeply honest about a family farm. It's a way of life, and it's passed from one generation to the next. It's the early mornings in the dark, the late evenings in the rain, and it's the commitment to the land, to animals and to the community that never switches off. And yet it is often those very farms, the small upland family-run farms, that are left behind. And it's worth remembering how we have gotten to here. Areas of natural constraint payments were much reduced and then ended in 2018 under the DUP. The great supporter apparently of the local farmer, and those cuts did not hit everyone equally, but they hit small family farms in disadvantaged areas the hardest. And the DUP often claim to be the farmer's friend, but too often their focus has been on the wider agri-industry and supporting big business rather than protecting those most vulnerable farms on the margins. If this bill restores a degree of fairness, it recognises the structural challenges that are faced by those upland farmers, then it is welcome and a necessary correction. Because the reality is, farming areas such as the Mournes is not the same as farming on prime lowland ground. The seasons are shorter, the costs are higher, and the margins are tighter. And without targeted support, those farms are at risk. If we are serious about encouraging young people into farming, about sustaining rural communities, then we have to make it viable. We have to show that there is a future there, not just to large-scale operations only, but for family farms that are the backbone of rural life. I want to raise one issue that just brings it into sharp focus for me. I have been contacted by a constituent family whose 13-year-old son is a wheelchair user and passionate about farming. He wants to be in the yard, he wants to do his share of the work, he wants to be part of that life that so many of us take for granted. But the barriers that he faces is about access. And his family have asked a simple question: what support is there to make the farm accessible for him, or for their business to be viable, to allow them to have the money to invest and make it accessible for him? And the answer is, at the minute, very little. We all know that farming is one of the most dangerous professions, but whenever there's no support, even for a family to have a good income to help their disabled child, then we know that the entire sector is in real danger. Speaker, if we truly believe in the future of farming, then that future must be open to everyone, regardless of their needs or where they farm. And I recognise the concerns from the DUP that this bill does not provide any new money and must come from DAERA's own budget. And if we break that down a little bit, we have a Sinn Féin member introducing a bill that promises no new money, despite one of their own being the Finance Minister, whose draft budget offers no new money, and all being done just ahead of an election. Something similar happened in 2022 with hospital car parking charges, and we all know that we ended up right back here after that election having to defer them, and we're deferring it again and again. So I hope that we can get some comfort, that we can get some assurances that this isn't the same of just trying to promise things to a sector until you get to the other side of an election and then go, sorry, there's no money to be able to deliver this, and it just has to get put back and put back and put back. If you have a department that runs the money, the finance, hopefully then we will be able to get an assurance that there is funding that will come behind this bill, that there will be money to make this a reality so that those small rural farms are able to survive going into the future, because that's what we want to see in constituencies such as mine, which are a rural community, which do have those upland farms that absolutely struggle to be able to make ends meet, and payments like this would greatly assist them to be able to deliver their work. But if it's just a promise that gets cancelled after the next election, then it's not much good. So I hope we can get those assurances, and we would be happy to support this bill to the next stage as we can continue to get those assurances and make this a reality for our rural communities. Thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate today, and at the very outset I want to congratulate my party colleague Declan McAleer and indeed the team upstairs, Bronwyn, particularly for all the work that they have done on bringing the bill to this stage. Contrary to what some others have said, I know that there has been a significant amount of work that has went into this process, and I'm delighted to see it reach second stage today and hope that it passes beyond that with the support of the House. And I must also declare an interest as somebody who has family members who would benefit from this payment and who farm in ANC areas. And as I have referenced before in this chamber, I am the daughter of a sheep farmer from the Spairns, and as such, some of the commentary that I've heard today has been very disappointing, and I have, I suppose, probably should acknowledge that I have taken some of it personally, being as I am a farmer's daughter, and I've seen how hard these people work at first hand. This, at the very heart of it, is a concern about equality. And so the remarks that were made about pitting one group of farmers against each other, I feel were very unhelpful. I doubt that we would hear any other disadvantaged group within society being described as such, were we arguing that they should receive some support. You have to acknowledge that upland farmers battle the worst of all conditions. You have tougher climate on the hills, you have a shorter season, you are dealing with worse ground, and as a result of that, farming is more difficult. And I think that we talk a lot about deprivation in the north, and we talk a lot about poverty, and we often do that through the lens of an urban city perspective. And there's absolutely no denying that some of our towns and cities do see deprivation at huge rates. But I think that often rural poverty is hidden in plain sight and is not acknowledged and doesn't receive the attention that it deserves. And there's probably a number of reasons for that, but one that I would contend is that our rural populations, and particularly our farming families from the uplands, put their heads down and get on with things and suffer in silence an awful lot of the time. And I think that they shouldn't be punished for that. They should be supported. Because there's no doubt that there is hardship in our rural areas, and our hill farmers certainly know hardship. And I know that at first hand because I was reared on a sheep farm on the hills, and I've said that repeatedly. We've heard much in recent times, and we've had a number of debates in this chamber to do with agriculture, where we've heard members of the DUP talk about farmers being the custodians of the countryside. And I'm really disappointed today because it appears the DUP don't stand with all farmers, and I suppose that's something I knew deep down. And I noticed that the member is tuttering again. She made, I think, quite barbed comments. I don't know what she was trying to infer about Sinn Féin's postering campaign in terms of this particular legislation that we're trying to get passed. But obviously we have a long drawn out history in this place, and it is the fact that the majority of people who work in ANC areas would have been from a nationalist persuasion. But there are farmers from across the board who would benefit from this payment. And I can say, as somebody who was reared in a sheep farm with a very strong ethos of non-sectarianism in our house, farmers work with each other regardless of religion, background, political outlook, constitutional ideas or anything else, and that doesn't come into the equation. And I know, as somebody who was reared on a farm with neighbours of all religions and none marching us, that is not something that is considered, and I think it's really disappointing that the DUP have taken the position that they have, and something that is very regrettable, and the member can reflect on her own comments and the rationale for them. But in terms of County Derry, we have nearly 1,400 farms who are operating in ANC areas, and those are farmers who need to be supported. And this is not about creating wealth. This is not about supporting the landed gentry by any stretch of the imagination. This is about putting support into pockets of people who are working in really difficult circumstances. And people, the reference has been made to environmental concerns. It is not possible in most of this ground to overstock the land. It is physically not possible because there will be no return from it. It is in the farmer's interest to work in a way that is environmentally friendly, because anything else does not provide a profit. And with that said, most of these farms are not turning a profit naturally anyway because of the harshness of the conditions. And these people, most of them, have other jobs and are doing this for a love of the land. And in doing so should be supported to stay there, because the research tells us that when this ground sees livestock leave it, biodiversity suffers as a result, and that's something that has to be seriously considered, because the impacts long term of a loss of support for these farmers will ultimately lead to a loss of stock in the highlands, and we've seen that. We've seen that in other places. We've seen it in Scotland, and we've seen it here since the loss of the ANC, and my colleague has already referred to that. I think we're talking as well about a group who have been victim to a number of policy directives down through the generations, and there have been references made by several of the members here today about how this would be funded, and obviously that is for another stage in the legislative process. But it is important to note that there were reduced requirements in the department last year to the value of what this scheme would probably cost, something that I think should be considered. And as well as that, we see across all departments, but particularly in Dara, and again I say this as a farmer's daughter who heard it at the coal face around wastage within the department and some of the unnecessary actions and inspections that Dara does and has historically carried out. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly, she's questioning in terms of the regulations and inspections the department undertake.
So, any farmer could be reported multiple times in a year by somebody, say, with a vendetta against them, and every single one of those reports will incur an inspection, which takes that farmer away from their workplace for a day to go through a list of phony complaints, often completely baseless and without any basis in reality. So this is a group of people who are already regulated to the nth degree. That's the point that I'm making. Yeah.
Understand that if a complaint is received by the department, it needs to be properly investigated. And the first of many people in this House would say, if it wasn't investigated, that we had failed in our duty in regards to that.
I accept that. The point that I'm making is that when you refer to, and I suppose take umbrage at how farmers are often referred to as if they're people who want to pollute, who want to cause damage, who want to harm the land. Well, that is the inference that I'm taking from some of the concern around environmental regulation here. This is a group of people who are already regulated and who already face inspection if they in any way breach. And I'm saying that as somebody whose father has farmed for north of 50 years at this stage and has experienced that at first hand. So that's the point that I'm making. An awful lot of this, instead of meeting this group of people where they're at and trying to support them in what they're doing, which is actually benefiting all of us, we sometimes treat them as if they have poor intentions at heart, which is not the case. And I appreciate your acknowledgement of that. I suppose in closing, what I would like to say is, and I have found a lot of this debate quite disheartening, I feel that we need to be strong and steadfast in our support for all sectors of our workforce across the board, and particularly for our farmers, and I acknowledge that hill farmers are a disadvantaged group within that sector and as such are deserving of our support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my remarks will be brief today. I don't want to speak longer than it took me to read the bill and the accompanying explanatory and financial memorandum. So from the beginning I just want to be very clear that the agricultural industry in Northern Ireland is the backbone of our economy. It provides thousands of jobs, but most importantly, it feeds our nation with top quality produce that can't be matched anywhere else in the world, from farm to fork. It's therefore important that we take all necessary steps to protect all farms to ensure they continue to provide top quality and affordable food on our doorsteps. This is a short, sharp, focused bill to target farmers located in areas of natural constraints. While I support the intention of the bill, more clarity is needed to what it means for the industry as a whole. There is no point taking money from lowland farmers to give to hill farmers. The projected 11.4 million must be new money to farmers and not simply taken from a dairyman or a beef man to give to a hillman. What we have seen from the Ulster Farmers Union is, in their support for this bill, is their understanding that this must be new money. And before we go too much further, that is something that needs to be bottomed out. Taking from existing pots isn't fair, and in many cases will leave farmers not much better off, because what they stand to lose in one pot they might get in the other hand, and vice versa. So that's not the way that this place should be doing business, to take money off somebody else to give to another person. If this money is to come within the department, and that's what it says here in the bill, even though it's widely being reported to the industry that this will be new money, but if it has to come from within, there needs to be clear guidance within the bill that any future minister must protect the money already going to farmers and enjoying money through other schemes, and use revenue from elsewhere within the department to do so. I trust the Minister will take this opportunity today to update the House on the long-awaited, much-promised sheep scheme. And may I suggest, if this money has to come from within, there is an obvious pot of money that is set aside every year. I think it's about time the Minister really got to grips with TB, because that is the obvious pot of money where we could look at to subsidise this 11.4 million. We know that the Minister cares more for badgers than he does for cows, but by getting the TB crisis under control, this money could easily be found and protect money going to the current schemes. We can rid Rathlin of ferrets, but we can't do anything to control TB here in Northern Ireland. Let's put that in perspective. So the projected spend of this year, the 25-26 estimates, 75 million is a total cost for the TB programme. 56 million of that is compensation paid to farmers. As I've said, I'm content to see this bill going to the next stage, but before it comes back to this House, the committee must bottom out a number of queries. So we have to get to the bottom of, is this new money? If it's not new money, will it impact other funding schemes? Will payments be based on stock numbers? If a current hill farmer is receiving money from another scheme, will that same hill farmer be penalised and ensured that they don't receive both? I'm happy to give way to the mover of the legislation. If he wants to clarify any of them, I open the floor to him.
Thank you, Member. I agree with a lot of what you said. We too, Sinn Féin does take the position as well that the agricultural pot of money for the farm support sustainability payment has been stretched enough, particularly the 17% cut, so there can be no more cuts to that pot. So there can't. We believe that it is possible to budget and look within the department for that 11 million. And 11 million is a substantial amount of money, but in the context of the overall budget, it's not a mountain of money. And I think that and Aoife touched on it there a second ago. If we take, for example, even there in December, there was 11 million reduced requirements there in December past, for example, within DAERA, and all a part of that there could have went towards paying such a scheme heading into the future. So we share the view, we share the concern. The single farm payment pot has been stretched enough, and it can't be stretched anymore.
Well, I've got some clarity, but certainly not enough to alleviate some of my concerns. Happy to give way to the Minister.
So this bill sponsor cited the fact in terms of easements. We have an overspend this financial year, which we've had to get a reserve claim from. So these aren't exactly easements. These are pressures that are in year. We've actually managed to balance our books this year, and this money is not set aside in future years in terms of being new money. So the member acknowledged that in terms of the current budget process, there is no money set aside for this.
So on a number of occasions within the explanatory and financial memorandum, it talks about the bill sponsor is open to hearing from the Minister. I think there's a massive piece of work needs to be done before this, if it passes today, to get to committee to bottom this out. Between the member moving the legislation and his own finance minister, and indeed between the member who is moving the legislation and the current Agri Minister, I certainly have concerns that without that clarity, this will never come out of committee stage. And I would say to the bill sponsor and the mover, The better way forward would have been for the member engaging more widely with the agri sector and delivering a bill much closer to that of the UK Farm Welfare Bill, and at no cost. That would have came at no cost to the Executive.
Would the member give way?
Happy to give way.
In terms of the Farm Welfare Bill, I understand in your reference in the bill, which is sponsored by Farmers for Action, does the member understand that that would be contrary to the Internal Market Act of the United Kingdom?
Hopefully, when we get to 2029, the next government will ensure that there's no such limitations and no such meddling within our internal market by the EU, and that's where my mind is certainly firmly focused. I believe the industry, and from the ones I talk to, they want legislation that will give and guarantee fair farm gate prices, not legislation that will take from one pot and go to the other. So I stand here today firmly in support of all sectors, the family farms. Indeed, there's plenty of men and women throughout this country that feed and put food on our table. So it's important that we acknowledge them and support them in everything that we do. And I hope if this passes today, by the time it gets to committee, we'll have some of these answers, because to be quite honest with you, they're not coming today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies for missing my question around question time. It will never happen again, I hope. Apologies for that. And I want to speak briefly about the bill, in support of the bill, which obviously isn't a catch-all bill, which I think the member obviously recognises, but certainly a step in the correct and the right direction. I met with the RSPB today about the bill and encourage members to meet them and talk about their view on the bill and how it can be strengthened as well. Very illuminating conversation. As well, I heard some of the conversation and debate earlier on, Mr. Speaker, and I have some sympathy with the argument of just giving money to farmers regardless of what they do with it in terms of their land, and the land that they own isn't maybe the best use of public money. I have some sympathy with that. Has the potentiality of obviously discrediting green and nature-friendly initiatives in a general sense, but therefore, from my perspective, I'm exploring putting in an amendment that ties payment to nature restorative practices to the payment scheme. So I hope that the member can maybe come back on whether he's supportive of that or considering that point of view himself. And obviously it's been mentioned that farmers are the best custodians of the land, and I think we should be looking at that to see what we can do to support them to maintain that and introduce good practices. And obviously many hill farmers and low-level farmers are actually living in poverty, and my understanding also is that some of the priority habitat areas, or 50% of them, are in hill farming areas. So I would ask the question how this bill can be used to support farmers to re-wet bogland, to act as sorbent sequesters. How can heather be maintained at obviously environmentally friendly levels to stop the fires spreading on hills, and other measures as well. And to me, Mr. Speaker, the argument around financial prudency doesn't simply add up. I mean, we're in a biodiversity crisis. Loch Ness is being strangled and being killed. We have the dumping of waste in Belfast Lough, so time is of the essence, and hill farmers can play an important role in restoring nature. I would ask, I say to the member, maybe to expand upon what conversations he's had with the Finance Minister, and I hope he's been talking to them and pushing for some support, but in case he wants some suggestions, and if he is listening in, there's £80 million in industrial derating going out every single year to large corporations. A huge chunk of that payment goes to global corporations like Moy Park, Coca-Cola, Caterpillar, who are terrible for human rights records and also terrible for the environment. So there's around 15 million at least that could be got from these companies directly. Also, the income and revenue of the largest companies here, Mr. Speaker, is almost £2 billion, and rather than celebrate and cheer that on, the Finance Minister and all executive parties should be actually chasing that money down, regulating it, taxing it through the rate system, and putting that into these type of processes and procedures. And that, of course, to mention, Mr. Speaker, record levels of surpluses the states have in the south of Ireland and Britain. State surplus of €25 billion in the south, 30 billion in Britain, and we're saying we can't afford 15 million pounds a year of a serious. So I hope that this bill does pass. It obviously needs amended. I therefore have a lot of respect for the member for Southampton, but I don't understand the Alliance argument that they will not let it proceed.
I don't understand the logic. Maybe it's about protecting the minister, which you're not the only party guilty of doing that. But I think it needs to be amended and strengthened, so therefore it has to go to the next stage. And I don't want to be too preemptive because I don't know how the vote's going to go. But if it does pass, it looks like it might be the smaller parties and the independent that make it over line. So just want to say that if it happens, and hopefully it does pass. Thank you.
Sheldon.
I rise to support the second stage of this bill, primarily because this bill speaks directly to a large part of my constituency in East Londonderry. Just over half of the land in my constituency is classified as being within an area of natural constraint. This means a significant number of farms are operating on land that is inherently more difficult to work, more costly to maintain, and in many cases less productive through no fault of the farmer. And that's the core of this debate for me, because these farms are not struggling because of poor management or lack of effort. They're struggling because of natural limits. Poor soil, steep ground, shorter growing seasons and longer winters all shape what's possible on that land. So when we talk about support, we are not talking about propping up inefficiency. We are talking about recognising a structural reality. Once you accept that, I think the question that we're posing here today becomes quite straightforward. We recognise that some land is harder to farm. Should there be targeted support to reflect that? And in a region of the United Kingdom where agriculture is predominantly one of our main industries, I think that's a really valid question. It is a strong case because the pressures in these areas are not theoretical. They're being felt. They're being felt on the land as it's worked every day. They're being felt on the table as they try to put food on the table. They feel it on their day-to-days. Hill farmers and sheep farmers are particularly under strain. Livestock numbers are declining, margins are tight, and in some cases no longer sustainable. And we're seeing that. We see it ourselves. I'm not a farmer, but we can see that. And when that pressure builds, it does not stay contained within individual farms. As I said, it affects the wider agricultural system, and in Northern Ireland, that means it affects Northern Ireland. Upland farms feed in lowland production. They supply breeding and finishing stock. They support the red meat sector as a whole. And when activity reduces at the top of the chain, the effects are felt further down. It also affects rural communities. How often do we hear about the pressures that face rural communities? I live within a rural community, and again, we can see it every day. Farms in these areas are often central to local economic activity, and when they come under strain, pressure, it impacts not just the farm business, but the wider network of suppliers, services and families that depend on it. And there is a longer-term risk that we should not ignore. If farming becomes unviable in these areas, land does not simply pause and wait. We risk gradual withdrawal, loss of livestock, loss of skills, knowledge over time, a shift in how that land is used, in some cases not used at all. And once that happens, that's very difficult to reverse. There's also land management dimension to this. Active grazing plays a role in maintaining upland landscapes. It helps manage vegetation and contributes to keeping land in a condition that is workable, productive and balanced. And when that activity declines, there are consequences, and we've seen that in recent years for how that land then behaves. There are also economic, social and environmental reasons as to why this issue matters. But this debate also sits in a clear context. Support for areas of natural constraint is not new. It's existed before. It was removed for reasons that were set out at the time. I don't particularly understand, particularly around funding and the impact of redistributing support would have across that wider sector. And look, I appreciate that margins are tight, I appreciate that budgets are, but this government needs to do more than just meeting its bottom line. It needs to recognise that they're there to serve the public, and farming is a big part of that. It's a big part of our agriculture, as I have already set out. And yes, I'm not naive enough to know that if that money doesn't exist, but we find the money. We find it by investing to save. We find the inefficiencies. The next debate we're going to have is about inefficiencies in government. We need to look at that seriously and start putting our money where it will have real value. No policy should be set one group of farmers against another, and others have talked to that. No policy should undermine confidence in the wider support framework, and no policy should create new problems while trying to resolve an existing one. And I think we've seen that since it was removed a number of years ago. But we also have to be honest about what's happened since, because the context today is different as to when we last talked about this. Costs have increased. Returns, particularly in sectors like sheep farming, have not kept pace, and there are clear gaps in the current support structures for upland and constrained land farming. So the question is not whether those earlier concerns existed, it's whether in the current context doing nothing is still the right answer. Because doing nothing has consequences too, and we're seeing that, and other members have talked to it in other aspects of farming. Yep, go ahead.
On the cost, the point of the cost of doing nothing, cost of doing nothing will have a cost as well, and does she also have a concern that the cost of doing nothing will have both a financial but a societal health impact on your constituents, my constituents and everybody's constituents across the House?
Absolutely, because as outlined above, we're going to lose skills, we're going to lose that land, we're going to have fires, so it's the consequences of doing nothing that we're already seeing playing out. And, this private members bill has come from a need. It's, it hasn't just, existed because of the whims of the member, certainly I hope not. It comes from the needs of farmers and the pressures that they're facing, and it's our job as the Assembly, as the institutions of Northern Ireland to respond to that. So I do think this is a fair ask. It's disappointing that there are some in this House that won't even let it get to that exploration stage through committee and through the consideration stage. That's what this process is about. It puts it in this House, it puts it out into the public conversation and, allows the public to grasp what needs to happen here, and then we can assess the feedback from that and see if it's something that we want to take through every stage. To shut it down at the principal stage, I must admit I don't really understand. So I do understand, however, why this bill is being brought forward, and it's not just because of the member and the points he's put across. It's because farmers are telling us that they need something, and we have an opportunity for support here. It's not insurmountable because it's existed before. If the only reason we didn't have it before was because of cost, well, I think we need to look at our other budgeting and costs throughout government and see where things are strategic and where they're viable. And this one, I think, has proven to be a need. And I would certainly encourage the Minister and his successors to look at this, and we won't know who they are. And I appreciate that we're talking about this in the context of this current budget. But by the time this even gets into law, by the time it's then even enacted and implemented, it will be into a new mandate and it'll be a new executive with priorities. So this is about trying to set that direction of travel where we're supporting those that most need it. As I said, this case is also being made by farmers. I understand the argument has targeted support should be considered again, and it's important to be clear about what this bill does. And it doesn't set out every detail of the future scheme, and others have alluded to that. It doesn't answer every question about eligibility or design, and it does not resolve the issue of funding. But it does set out a clear principle, and at this stage, the second stage, this is what it's about, that farmers operating in areas of natural constraint should have access to targeted support. That's what we're essentially agreeing on today. Do we want to support farmers who struggle because of the land that they farm? And I think the answer is yes, and if we vote otherwise, then what are we actually saying? That does not mean ignoring the difficult questions. It does mean dealing with them properly, and funding is that big conversation. So I think someone has suggested it's around 11 million, and it's not a small figure, but in the context of overall public spending, it's not beyond consideration either, particularly the consequences that we're seeing. And again, we're not just about a bottom line, we're about services and the public, and we need to put that into this conversation as well. As I've said, we need to consider the cost of inaction and the cost of the continued decline in livestock numbers. What is the cost of the land falling out of active management? What is the cost to rural communities if farms become unsustainable? And they are real costs, and they do not always fit within a neat budget line. And at the same time, we need to be careful, because support in one area cannot come at the expense of creating pressure somewhere else. It has to be fair across the sector, it has to be workable in practice, and it has to be sustainable in the long term. Those are not reasons to reject the ideas, those are reasons to get it right, and we can do that in the next stages of this bill. Because the worst outcome here would be to ignore the problem entirely, and we have a choice in this chamber today whether we ignore it or whether we progress it, or to address it in a way that creates a solution potentially for farmers. The bill is an attempt to respond to a real and growing issue. It reflects the reality of farming in constrained areas. It reflects the pressures of those farmers are facing, and it reflects the need to look again at whether our current approach is enough. I don't believe it is, and I'm content to support the second stage of this bill. Thank you.
I call the Minister. Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak today on this private member's bill. Areas with natural constraints represents land designated as being within severely disadvantaged area, otherwise known as SDA, of Northern Ireland, a classification established in the 1970s. Almost half of Northern Ireland's agricultural land, around 448,000 hectares, falls within the SDA, supporting upward of 10,000 predominantly beef and sheep farms. These areas, centred in the Mournes, the Glens of Antrim, the Spurns and most of County Fermanagh, are an integral part of our rural landscape. SDA farmers make a vital contribution. They safeguard biodiversity, protect our natural environment and produce high-quality livestock that underpins the wider supply chain. As the 2025 agricultural census makes clear, these areas account for 45% of suckler cows, 16% of dairy cows and 58% of breeding ewes. The Sustainable Agricultural Programme provides targeted support designed to meet Northern Ireland's specific needs, delivering environmental benefits while supporting the agri-food sector. The programme has been co-designed with agriculture and environmental stakeholders, including hill farming representatives, through the Agricultural Policy Stakeholder Group, ensuring a robust and inclusive development process. As part of the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, otherwise known as SAP, the Farm Sustainability Payment, known as FSP, was introduced this year, replacing the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment, the FSTP, which delivered $247 million in 2025, including approximately $100 million to farms in the SDA. The FSP is now the core support mechanism for all farm businesses, providing resilience against external shocks, whilst encouraging improved environmental management and efficiency. SDA farmers also have access to additional support through the Beef Sustainability Package, including the Suckler Cow Scheme and the Farming with Nature Package. These schemes provide income support alongside environmental improvements, emissions reductions and productivity gains. With around 45% of Northern Ireland's suckler cows located in the SDA, the Suckler Cow Scheme alone has the potential to deliver over £6 million in support within these areas. Whilst I recognise there is currently no standalone sheep sector support, officials have commenced work to develop an evidence-based proposals under the Sustainable Agricultural Programme with regards to sheep support. A stakeholder working group, including industry and non-governmental organisation representatives, has identified key areas of need which are now being taken forward for future development. I plan to announce more on the development of sheep sector support later in the year. The Farming with Nature package will provide targeted support for farmland within designated areas, priority habitats and also species. The proposed support will help farmers manage these areas effectively while delivering strong environmental outcomes. Activities may include maintaining vegetation through well-planned grazing regimes and suitable stocking densities, reducing the risk of wildfire by limiting the accumulation of combustible materials. In terms of the ANC scheme previously, the House will recall that an ANC scheme operated here in 2016 and 2017 under the EU Rural Development Programme, supported with £20 million per year. It proceeded only under ministerial direction because it did not meet the standards of managing public money. A review of the ANC scheme and subsequent consultation on future support to ANC was carried out in 2016, with affordability being a central question. In 2018, the same exceptional approach was required and a further ministerial direction with reduced funding of £8 million. Crucially, despite the scheme ending, SDA farmers have not seen their support diminished. The transition to flat rate entitlements under Pillar 1 shifted significant direct payment funding from dairy, lowland cattle and sheep and mixed farms into the SDA. Since 2018, incomes for SDA cattle and sheep farms have remained stable, and the distribution of livestock across regions has not materially changed. The £19 million annual shift created through the flat rate transition remains a recurring and substantial benefit to SDA farmers. The bill before us would create a legal requirement in my department to establish a new ANC scheme regardless of affordability or competing priorities. If funded from the earmarked budget for agriculture, agri-environment and rural affairs, this will force a further reduction in FSP entitlement values for all farmers, including those in the SDA. This would be on top of the £19 million already transferred into those areas through the move towards flat rate entitlement values. The bill calls for funding based at the minimum of at least the ANC scheme in 2018. A new scheme based on 2018 rates and the 2025 retail price index would have cost approximately £11.4 million each year. With inflation-linked increases mandated, funding would grow year on year, unlike any other agricultural support schemes. The previous ANC scheme operated under the Northern Ireland Rural Development Programme, as I've outlined, under the Common Agricultural Policy, and was not funded from Pillar 1. Under the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, however, support comes from the Executive's earmarked Agriculture and Agri-Environment budget. Under the bill as drafted, funding provision for the new ANC scheme would also come from this budget and would therefore require FSP funds to be redirected, thereby reducing overall farm sustainability payments. There is no provision in the Finance Minister's draft budget for a new ANC scheme with new money. Actually, on the contrary, we're due to overspend in this financial year, and in the years ahead we have an obligation to pay back that reserve claim in terms of the pressures required. Reference was made in terms of this current financial year, and the focus in this financial year from all departments is to minimise the scale of that overspend, and my department has been seeking to do that. Based on all of the analysis I have set out, my sincere advice is that there is no compelling value for money case for reinstating an ANC scheme. I do understand that UFU support for this bill is conditional upon new monies being sourced to fund it, but I'm not sure how this can be assured. Yeah.
If the Minister had an extra £15 million in his budget, I appreciate it's enough, would he be supporting this bill going forward?
If I had additional £15 million, there's a range of pressures across my department. I want to support the agricultural community, and there's many things we're seeking to do, particularly in relation to sheep support, but I also have other pressures across the department, particularly in relation to the environment, around water quality and air quality. So there's a range of pressures around this. The current situation at the moment in terms of the draft budget is dire for my department. We're going to struggle to deliver statutory services. So if we put additional pressure upon this, we're likely to have more issues emerging in terms of us not fulfilling our statutory functions as a department. And I just need to be honest with people around that. That's what we're sitting here at the pressures at the present moment in time. We have a draft budget that's out for consultation, which does not take into account the overspend in this financial year, and it's not clear how that would be addressed. We also have Treasury doing an open book exercise in each department to understand the scale of the financial issues within the Executive. At the ERA Committee evidence session on the 15th of March of this year, the bill sponsor stated that funding for an ANC scheme should not be drawn from the Executive's earmarked budget for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. I'm not sure how the bill sponsor can make this statement. Does he perhaps intend to table amendments at consideration stage to legislate for this commitment? I'm grateful for clarity in his response to this second reading of the bill. For me as Minister, and I say this sincerely, it is important we all take a responsible position on this private member's bill, given the severe public expenditure challenges we are facing, including the forecast overspend in this financial year. I say this sincerely, but I do feel that it would be irresponsible to pass a private member's bill today at second stage, which creates potentially new funding pressure of £11 million a year, whilst at the same time this Assembly is passing another piece of legislation to defer hospital car parking charges due to the cost implications of £7 million a year. In terms of drafting, I should also inform members that the bill... Yes, no problem. Yeah.
Minister, as a member of the Health Committee and looking at that current bill, I completely agree with what you said, but would you also agree with me that doing it at this stage out from the end of an Assembly mandate is quite similar to what actually happened with the previous hospital car parking charges bill, and it's actually a little bit, it can be seen as disingenuous to the actual fruition of such a payment to come into existence?
Thank you, Nuala, for your response. I'm conscious that if this bill passes through second stage and completes its passage in this House, that it's likely that in terms of the next mandate, it will be for the next Minister to take forward implementation around this. And the easiest thing for me to do as Minister would say that will be for someone else to deal with. But I'd actually have a concern just in terms of people's confidence and trust in these institutions, that we have to be conscious of future liabilities around this, the issues that I've set out in regards to this, and the fact that the
Passing this bill and having royal assent isn't completing the actual issues around this. We can't defer the fact that there is financial liabilities arising from this, and we need to be debating and voting for this legislation in the context of that. Yeah, no problem.
For giving way, and I just think that the previous comments of the previous speaker are actually what is disingenuous, because previously during the domestic abuse bill I brought forward an amendment around Operation Encompass, which allows for schools to be notified where children are involved in domestic abuse incident. The Minister first tried to find it out outside of scope, then said that it wasn't affordable, then said it was education responsibility, and now takes credit for it being in the domestic abuse bill. So sometimes things have to be brought forward by members because ministers do not, will not, cannot, for whatever reason, are not doing it. So I think it's very important that private members' bills are brought forward.
Yeah. So I'll try to respond to that. Some of that's outside the scope of what we're discussing here today, but I do believe in private members' bills. I do think that they have a significant role to play, but also I have to sincerely outline my views as Minister in regards to this, in terms of the fact that the range of support that we're already providing, we're seeking to bring forward in relation to, for example, I've just finished in relation to the sheep sector as well, but also the issue in terms of the financial situation we're in, which the Finance Minister is acutely aware of, in terms of the fact that if there is any additional Barnett consequentials, they're likely to have to be used to cover the fact of the overspend in this financial year. I will give way.
That he's laid out in terms of budget and financial constraints, but would it be true to say that it would be disingenuous for the Alliance Party to say they don't support the merit of this when you previously supported a motion that my party colleague brought calling for the introduction of the ANC bill in early 2020?
So what we're doing is we're considering a private members bill here today. There's the private members bill as it's been set out, and which we're debating, has been obviously tabled. There's no conditionalities associated with this bill in terms of environmental improvements. That's a great concern for me in regards to that, and that's what we're responding to this now. We're also responding to the fiscal position that we're all very, very acutely aware of, and we're very conscious of the need to have a multi-year budget in place, but a budget that balances, not something that Treasury are very, very much focused upon. I'm also very conscious of the fact that the range of support that's already been delivered, and we're intending to deliver over the time ahead, and I've set that out, and I will just continue to respond to this. As I was saying, in terms of the drafting of the bill, I should inform members that the bill as introduced requires amendment to ensure it's not defective and can be enacted if passed by the Assembly. The varies to operate an ANC scheme were obtained in assimilated law, specifically in Articles 48 and 49 of the Direct Payments Regulations 1307/2013. However, these articles were revoked by on a UK basis by the Rules for Direct Payments to Farmer Amendment Regulations 2020. If the bill was to pass in the Assembly, my department would need to introduce a statutory rule via the affirmative draft procedure process to reinstate Articles 48 and 49 into Direct Payments Regulation to provide the varies my department requires to establish a legal foundation to operate the scheme. Following on from this, a separate SR would need to be introduced by negative resolution process to legislate for payment rates for an ANC scheme. In closing, Mr Speaker, I acknowledge the SDA farmers are essential to Northern Ireland's agricultural and environmental future. But sentiment cannot replace sound policy. This bill presents significant financial, legislative and budgetary risks without, I sincerely believe, a strong evidence base to justify its introduction. Rather than establish a separate ANC scheme, I would urge all farm businesses within the severely disadvantaged areas to engage fully with a range of schemes available under the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, namely Farm Sustainability Payment, Suckler Cow Scheme, the Farm with Nature Scheme, and also soon to come the Sheep Support Scheme, to maximise the support for these programmes that they offer in strengthening farm resilience and delivering positive environmental outcomes. I would say, just in closing around this, and I've set out for the reasons I sincerely believe that in the interest of responsible government and sustainable public finances, I cannot support this bill. It's been useful to discuss this, and if it does pass here in second reading, I would urge the bill sponsor to engage with the department in regards to this, because it's important whatever we do here, that if we're passing legislation, it's good legislation. Thank you.
I call Mr McAleer to wind on the motion.
Okay, I'd like to
thank everyone for participating in today's wide-ranging debate, which I think was conducted in a robust but respectful way in most cases. I just want to maybe reflect back on some of the issues that were raised during the course of the debate. Start off with Robbie Butler on behalf of the committee. He gave the assurances that if this proceeded today, that the committee would give a thorough scrutiny should it reach committee stage. And in your UUP capacity, you made the point that there's a Brexit funding shortfall, and it's a fair point because previously when this scheme was here, it was 2/3 funded by EU funding, Pillar 2 of the Rural Development Programme. You did make the point that the fact that schemes like this continue in the south of Ireland and in Scotland, that we need to do our best to make farmers, try to make it our farmers aren't at a very significant competitive disadvantage, particularly in border areas. And he also made reference to the importance of environmental outcomes. Michelle McAveen spoke next, and Michelle was very opposed to the bill moving on. Michelle indicated it was poorly drafted. Obviously, we worked with legal experts in the Bill's office for quite a time to make sure the bill was legally competent. And Michelle indicated it was a vanity project, and this is a project that we've been working at for years. Been looking at trying to bring it in through a motion in the Assembly, and we had hoped when the Alliance Party backed our motion in 2020, we were hopeful then whenever they got the ministry that they'd follow through on their commitments, their position that time, but they didn't follow through whenever they got the chance to follow through, and that was disappointing. Yeah, of course.
Would the member acknowledge the fiscal position that we're in? And I have to sincerely outline that to the department. And we believe, and we've set out the level of support that we're providing to farmers in SDAs, but we also have to be realistic in terms of not making sure that we're pledged for something that fiscally we can't deliver.
Yes, but I think it's important to also recognise that farmers in those ANC areas are at a serious disadvantage. Some of the schemes the Minister referred to, like the partial transition towards a flat rate, hasn't been a full transition. Even if it was a full transition, farmers are still at a disadvantage in those areas because the land quality is not equal. So it's not. So that's an important point. Also, you made reference to the various schemes. The farmer after farmer is telling us in ANC areas that the beef scheme does not benefit them. That suckler beef scheme does not benefit them. Well, they find it difficult to operate, and their view is that it benefits the finisher scheme better. And I'm sure I don't have the stats to hand, but that's what we were picking up in the consultation. And also, of course, is the sheep farmers. Sheep farmers have had their farm resilience payment cut by 17% to fund schemes that they can't access. So those farmers are in very, very serious situation. Again, the issue of this bill is intentionally at the recommendation of the Speaker that PMBs had to be narrow and defined to get through in the shortened mandate. So it had to be. That's what we had to do, a narrow, defined bill, and it was about reenacting, giving legislative basis to the 2018 scheme that was there, rather than starting a brand new scheme and negotiating rates and all of that there. But as you know, the regulations will follow in the new mandate, and members here should also know that the regulations will enter this chamber under the affirmative procedure. The Minister in the next mandate will bring forward it for debate, and it will be passed by this Assembly. So I do think that those, and I stress this so much, that these farmers are at the very, very start of our red meat industry, also the custodians of our environment, and they are the people who are in the worst difficult situation, and I think we need to do what we can in this Assembly to support them. John Blair spoke next, and he made the point that all farmers should be equal, and I 100% agree, and it shouldn't be one farm against another. And again, through the whole course of this here, I made this so clear. I did not want this debate to be a lowland farmer against ANC farmer, environment, against farming. I didn't want to be divisive because that's not how farming works. And I'm from farming background myself. It's not how it works. And I remember clearly when the landslides happened in the Denelli Valley and where Emma's people are from. I remember farmers from all sections of the community all working together down there, pulling their cattle and their gates and dealing with the devastations. All farming worked together. So I was so starting off on this journey with this could not be about pitting one against the other. And I'm determined that that'll go through. That'll follow through. Yeah, of course.
Just on that line, the member has already acknowledged that farmers in ANC areas are at a natural disadvantage because of the conditions within which they operate, but they also are disadvantaged because the transition to the flat rate didn't complete, so they are being treated worse than other farmers as it currently stands.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And again, it's not about, and I said it at the committee last Monday, this is an ecosystem, and every part of the ecosystem is connected. And if there's something going wrong on one part of the ecosystem, that has a knock-on impact right on down. And there is a problem. There's a problem in the ANC areas. We have a 21% drop in beef production, with 7% drop in yo production from last year. And that will have an impact right down the food chain for the lowland farmers who need that livestock to finish them, and also further on down the food chain. And that's not even taking into account the environmental impact of that. Yes, of course.
The member acknowledged, and a lot of figures have been quoted in relation to suckler cow numbers, but also would the member acknowledge there has also been an increase in terms of dairying in Northern Ireland, and that we need to take us in a wider picture?
Yes, absolutely. And it's also important to point out that there's a minority of farmers in dairy farmers in ANC areas, and that's because of the quality of land. So beef and sheep are the absolute predominant industries up in those areas, and those are the sectors that are in the worst condition at the minute. Because if you take the figures even from last year, I think poultry was up by 9%, pigs was up by 8%, and dairy was up by 3% or 2 or 3%. Whereas the other sectors, the two sectors that dominate the upland farms, are dramatically down. So I do recognise you're saying, but these are the two sectors that need the most support. Daniel McCrossan spoke. The SDLP are supporting this in principle, and he talked about the real world impacts, and he knows it like I know it because we both live in the same constituency and represent the same constituency. And he says there's an opportunity to shape it at the next stage. And that's good, and there are lots of questions that I don't have an answer for yet, but at the next stage is a chance to get the stakeholders to the committee, thrash it all out and try to shape it as we move forward. Aoife talked about the importance of fairness and equality, and that these farmers had played a big role in the environment. Anya spoke up, gave a very stout defence of Fermanagh, which reminds us 92% ANC land. Philip talked about fairness and resilience as well. He reiterated the point that all land is not equal, and he used County Antrim as an example of a constituency that has a lot of ANC land. Colin McGrath spoke very passionately about farm families and small farm families being left behind, and I think that's the point, because if we look at the census, the dearest census from last year, I think of the approximately 10,000 farms in ANC areas, around 8,500 are designated as very small. So 8,500 farms are between 3 hectares and 10 hectares, which are very, very small farms. And that's the overwhelming majority that we're talking about. They're small little farms, most cases at the top of the mountain, where the farmer has to go to work every day. And as Emma says, they're farming for the love of the land and for the tradition. And they're actually putting their own money from their own into keeping the farm going, because in most cases it's not sustainable. And I think they really need our support. Emma Sheeran, so the same thing. She highlighted rural poverty, had been from a farm family herself. And Timothy Gasson, very important to protect all farm families. Supports the intention of the bill. He drew attention to the TB funding, and that was a really good point that I didn't mention. there's over 70 million being spent on TB every year in the department's budget, and if you could get to grips with that, that would be an obvious source of where you could find funding from this going forward. Jerry Carroll again spoke as well. He's already actively exploring amendments to link nature restoration to the bill when we reach committee stage. So, Jerry, I hope you get a chance to do that there whenever we enter the committee.
So, you do so as well there. If it does, and I don't want to be too presumptive, if it goes to the next stage, would the member be supportive of an amendment of that kind?
You definitely bounced me here, Jerry. But yes, of course, the farmers who work on ANC landscapes are the most environmentally friendly farmers that you have, because they can't have a lot of stock because of the nature of the territory. Most of these farms are in areas of natural constraint as well. So, and you know, certainly in the 2018 scheme, you have to, like any farmer, you have to abide by cross compliance and environmental standards in those areas. So yes, like it's, I say farmers already are, and I think in correspondence from the Ulster Wildlife Natural Trust and RSPB, they made the point that there's huge overlap between these ANC areas and nature conservation and areas of conservation. So definitely, I think let's hopefully we get the chance to go into the committee and thrash that out, and hopefully Jerry will get a chance to see you in front of the committee maybe. And Claire Sugden talked about the impact in her constituency, East Derry, pressures on farm families and on the land. It's very important for uplands landscape. And Claire, very helpfully again, reiterate this point that no policy should be putting one farmer against another, and this is what we're determined not to do. And a really important point that Claire made, I think, was that this here comes from the needs of farmers. This isn't something that we're politically making up that we want to do. It's coming from the needs of farmers, and it's not something we made up in a whim either, by the way, because we've been banging on about this for years, and we've been getting it in the neck every time we go out for years, and we've done an extensive public consultation, and we've been out round the march in different places chatting to hundreds of farmers, and we know the needs there. And the Minister then spoke, and he made the point there's 10,000 farms in ANC areas, and he talked about the transition, how it had made a start in terms of benefiting ANC areas. He talked the Suckler scheme, the Farming with Nature, and the previous scheme operated under ministerial direction. And he also talked about the budgetary constraints. But I think there's nothing that the Minister said, or any member here said, that can't be brought into the committee at the next stage to thrash it out and see if this can... Oh yes, of course.
The member made a statement to the committee last Monday that this should be new money. Is the member intending to bring amendments to require this to be new money, or how is he intending to clarify this? Because there's a concern, particularly with the Ulster Farmers Union, in regards to this.
Well, I think that the point that I made was this bill here isn't about allocating money. This bill is about giving the legislative framework for an ANC bill. The funding aspect would be thrashed out in regulations, which will now be in the new mandate. But in terms of going forward, the point that I made was that was the view that I share, indeed we share, is that this money, the single farm payment, the farm sustainability pot is already overstretched, particularly with 17% cut, and it shouldn't be coming out of there. And I suppose, in terms of the Minister, you'd have more access to your own department's finance budgets. I have, and I used the example earlier on of the reduced requirements in the December monitoring. There was, for example, there was a reduced requirement there from in terms of vacancies. There's 4.9 million reduced requirement. There's 3.1 million for Peace Plus. There's 2.9 million for the Windsor unfilled vacancies. 0.8 million slippage from the Larne facilities lease. And there's a 2.7 million reduced requirement from the NI boundary regulation inspection. So I'm also presuming that, and you perhaps may want to clarify that going forward, particularly if there's a UK-EU SPS agreement, that resource requirement that your department would have in terms of the checks, I presume that would decrease as moving forward.
The member may not be aware, but that money comes separately. That's ring-fenced in terms of funding towards Windsor Framework implementation. The £4.9 million in terms of unfilled vacancies. Would the member acknowledge the good element of responsibility sits with the Department of Finance
in Northern Ireland Civil Service HR, we have a situation where it takes on average 7 months for me to recruit people into my department, and that needs to be addressed because that's affecting all elements of the department.
I think that, I thank the Minister for that, but I think that the point I was trying to make was that you know, there is headspace. No, it's not a case of every single penny. There is headspace in the sense that we have that. There's a reduced requirement in the notice we got this year to the committee. But I think also going forward, I think that yeah, go ahead.
Does the member agree with me that quite often in debates in this House, cross-departmental working together is used and non-silo mentalities is always tried out by parties in this House, but this evening it doesn't really seem to be in abundance?
Sorry, could you just repeat that again, Jerry?
The second time might be harder than the first time. What I said to the member was on recollection. Does the member agree with me that cross-departmental working working is always trotted out in debates? Non-silo mentality working is always trotted out by various parties across this House. But when it comes to the debate and the vote tonight, it seems to be in short supply. Hopefully, you got it the second time.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Jerry. And I think that I suppose one of the other interesting things that we've achieved tonight we've achieved a bit of unity between the DUP and the Alliance, who are usually at each other's throats in this chamber, so that's an interesting thing as well. So I just want to conclude. I want to thank you very much, and I want to thank Bronwyn McGahan, who's policy officer in Sinn Féin, who's been working very hard on this for a long time, and I want to thank her for that, and for the team, the Bills team as well, for getting us to this stage. Hopefully we get the chance to go forward onto the next stage and into the committee, but I want to thank them for it, and I want to thank you all for having a reasonably healthy debate, I think, this evening, and I commend the bill.
Question is that the second stage of the Area with Natural Constraints Payments Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Aye. Clear the lobbies. Question put in 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes, isn't it? That's 3 minutes, isn't it?
Yep, it's 3 minutes, yep.
Order. Order. Members will resume their seats. The question is at the second stage of the Areas with Natural Constraints Payments Bills be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers to the ayes are Anya Murphy, Nathan Finnegan. Tellers to the noes are Danny Donnelly and Andrew McMurray. To the Dobbies, the assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Good orders. Order, order, members. Clerk, read the result.
78 members voted. 41 members voted aye. 37 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Thank you. The second stage of the Area with Natural Constraints Payments Bill is agreed. Sorry? Okay. Members take their ease for a moment. Members, order. I have received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday, 23rd of March 2026 be extended to no later than 7:30 p.m.
And I call David Brooks to move the motion. Members, the question is that the motion standing in the name of members of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 7:30 p.m. this evening if necessary. Members, that takes us to the next item on the order paper, and the next item of business is a motion on tackling waste and inefficiency in government. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the need to drive efficiency and tackle wasteful spending across the public sector. Notes with concern recent Northern Ireland Audit Office reports which found that delivery of major capital projects and reform of the Northern Ireland civil service workforce has not achieved value for money. Expresses alarm at levels of spending by executive departments on arm's-length bodies, agency staff, legal costs, hospitality and external consultants. Criticises the use of public money to advance transgender ideology. Highlights the Scottish Government's commitment to reduce public body corporate and core government operating costs by approximately 20% by 2030.
calls on the Minister of Finance to agree mandatory rolling efficiency targets for day-to-day spending by every executive department, and further calls on the Minister to seek executive agreement on a presumption against the creation of new public bodies.
Thank you, and I call Diane Forsyth to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published in the Marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and today the DUP have brought this motion as we sit facing the extremely challenging task of trying to agree a multi-year budget for Northern Ireland. In these most challenging financial times, there is a need to take practical action to tackle waste and inefficiencies in our government systems. Some have sought to frame this as an attempt to attack and vilify individual ministers and parties, but Mr Deputy Speaker, that says more about themselves and their own petty politics. Alliance are pushing selective and misleading claims instead of engaging with the real issue of waste and inefficiency in government, which we are bringing here today. I care about improving efficiencies within government systems and safeguarding and improving the quality of frontline public services in Northern Ireland, and that is the intention of this DUP motion today. Despite the day-to-day spending by executive departments rising over the past 6 years, the quality of many public services is declining. With inflationary pressures, ongoing pay costs, changing demographics and a lack of progress towards public sector transformation, we have seen these all contribute to a perfect storm in which rising demand is outmatching available budget envelopes and departments are struggling to maintain even their current levels of service. And one approach to reacting to this is to reduce the constraints on public spending, including making the case for a fairer and more responsive funding settlement from the UK Government. Our DUP leader, Gavin Robinson MP, has long made this case, as have others across the House, and it is important that we continue to do so. However, inefficiencies in how our available funding is allocated, how it is spent and how services are configured are also a major drag on delivering better outcomes. There needs to be strong leadership to drive efficiency and tackle wasteful spending across the public sector. And in recent months, the publication of some of the Northern Ireland Audit Office reports are shocking, with the £3 billion projected overspend on major capital projects, and more recently, the follow-up report on leading and resourcing the Northern Ireland Civil Service. There's been a renewed focus on the need to increase productivity and deliver better value for money within the Northern Ireland's large public sector workforce. In Northern Ireland, we have consistently had a higher proportion of public sector jobs per population than the whole of the UK. Northern Ireland public sector jobs as a proportion of the UK population were 11.9%, which compares to 8.7% for the whole of the UK. And this is disproportionate and needs to be investigated as to why and whether it's delivering value for money here. With this high proportion, it means that whenever public sector pay awards and things like increases to employers' national insurance contributions are applied, it costs the Northern Ireland public purse significantly more than elsewhere. Agency spend on staff across the board is costing too much, and that money could be better spent in properly paying some of our health and social care workers. In December 2025, the Minister of Health indicated that £120 million less had been spent in off-contract nurses, midwives and health workers since May 2023. However, to put it into perspective, the total health agency expenditure between April 2022 and March 2024 was £770 million. In the Audit Office report on leading and resourcing the Northern Ireland Civil Service, published in January past, a number of key findings were identified. Of the civil service staff here, 97% of whom are in non-industrial roles, 2/3 of the jobs are categorised as general service. There's 5,486 vacant posts declared across the Northern Ireland Civil Service. We see a greater reliance on temporary staffing solutions, with 4,939 agency workers employed as of April 2025, more than double the number recorded in April 2019. We're seeing an increase in sickness absence rates, with an average of 13.4 days lost per staff member, with costs rising from £32 million in 2018 to £48.8 million in 24-25. It was reported that the civil service does not routinely collect data on underperformance of staff. We see HR Connect, the designated recruitment service and shared service, unable to meet the scale and pace of recruitment demanded by some departments. The workforce productivity is not formally measured across the civil service, limiting the ability to assess performance. We've seen some recent developments in Scotland in the public sector reform strategy, which I believe are worth learning from. The Scottish Government published a major public sector reform strategy in June of last year, committing to adopting a preventative, joined-up and efficient approach to the delivery of public services through the work streams. An important pledge was the application of a presumption against the creation of new public bodies by assessing and challenging any new proposals. In Northern Ireland, we have too many arm's-length bodies, with in excess of 120 of these and new commissioners created regularly, at a cost of a minimum of £1 million per year just to exist, and some substantially more. This is unsustainable. An assumption against them, unless essential and fully costed, would be welcome. Public spending priorities reflect the growing disconnect in our politics between ideology and the everyday realities facing our voters. We need to restore a primary focus on the day-to-day issues affecting the lives of the vast majority of people in society, and we believe that we need to be open to the arguments to scrap net zero, to protect single-sex spaces and end uncontrolled immigration, where we see huge overspends and waste within this culture of political correctness gone mad. And the Democratic Unionist Party has strongly been an advocate for common sense over ideology in the Northern Ireland Executive and the Assembly, and the associated costs that come with this need to be challenged. The DUP does not believe that public policy should place aspirational climate change targets ahead of investment in and the advancement of high-quality public services that our communities not only deserve but require. The costs to be paid in order to achieve these unrealistic climate change targets have been cited in the region of £90 million a year until 2050. Do members really believe that that is the best use of public money? Ending ideological spend also needs to be a priority. In recent years, significant sums of money have been directed towards equality, diversity and inclusion initiatives across many departments and arm's-length bodies, often with limited scrutiny and little measurable assessment of outcomes. For example, we saw the Department of Finance continuing to pay £2,500 annually for civil service membership of the Stonewall Diversity Champions programme, despite serious and ongoing concerns about that organisation's role in political activism and its perceived influence on public policy development. Meanwhile, across the Department for Economy's arm's-length bodies, including the Belfast Metropolitan College and other colleges and tourism bodies, they're projecting to spend over £64,000 on EDI-related activity. Worryingly, despite significant operational financial pressures in the PSNI, they've spent more than £1 million on EDI staffing between 2020-21 and 24-25, and a level broadly comparable to the annual spend in our health and social care trusts for the same purpose. While equality before the law and fair treatment in the workplace are principles we strongly support, spending of this scale and its nature must be subject to rigorous oversight. Where EDI initiatives risk straying into areas of political advocacy or where their benefits are not clearly defined and measured, public trust is undermined. So when bringing this motion today, we're highlighting that we believe an efficiency agenda for Northern Ireland aiming to eliminate wasteful spend across government is needed. Well, almost 2 decades have passed since the Executive Department's last committed to making cumulative efficiency savings as part of the budget process. In particular, we support agreeing mandatory rolling targets for every department to identify and deliver efficiencies in their day-to-day spending. This would hopefully include seeking to reduce some corporate costs, departments taking a more hands-on approach to efficiency savings from their ALBs, advance ambitious health and social care efficiency programmes, supporting an overhaul of the commission and delivery framework for major infrastructure projects, driving down legal bills across departments, targeting better cooperation between departments, exploring opportunities for estates rationalisation, exploiting opportunities provided by newly agreed arrangements on the transfer of surplus land between departments and public bodies, reducing ideological spending across government. We and the DUP believe that this is the time to set these targets and this efficiency agenda as we move towards setting this budget. Whilst everyone agrees we need more funding in Northern Ireland to deliver better public services, we need to deliver better with the funding that we already have and tackle the waste in the system. I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. I call Colin Gildernew to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendment, 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Mr Gildernew, please open the debate on the amendment.
Tackling the wasteful and inefficient spending of public money should and must be a key priority for the Executive at all times, but even more so now in the current fiscal climate. At a time when budgets are strained, there's an onus on all ministers to stretch their budgets as far as they can go, and this will require a concerted effort by all ministers to minimise wasteful spending while at the same time protecting frontline public services. Whilst it's right and proper that the Executive strives for efficiencies, it must be said that making efficiencies alone won't solve our financial woes. The simple truth is that the British Government continues to underfund the North, and this is having a severely negative impact on our ability to maintain our public services to an acceptable standard. Only when the British Government ends its policy of austerity and delivers serious investment here in the North will our public services be placed on a sustainable footing. We also need to transform the way in which we deliver our public services in such a way that allows us to improve outcomes for people whilst also removing duplication and inefficiencies. A criticism that we often hear is that our public sector is overladen with too much red tape, and whilst I'm sure much of it is necessary, we should be doing anything we can to remove any unnecessary bureaucracy in the system. The review of arm's-length bodies, which is being led by the Minister of Finance, will be key to rationalising public administration going forward, and we hope to see a much more streamlined and efficient system going forward. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I am concerned about the finding of the Audit Office report into the Civil Service, which shows that transformation of the Civil Service has been far too slow and that serious issues of capacity and capability remain. In particular, the over-reliance on agency staff to deliver services is of huge concern, and I welcome the progress made on this issue. For example, the confirmation that the outsourced aspects of recruitment will be brought back in-house from March 2027. But the Civil Service, Lascian Corlia, is only one part of the jigsaw puzzle. Similar problems exist across all areas of the public sector, not least in health and education, and transformation in these areas is equally, if not even more, essential. Whilst public sector reform has been too slow to date, it's important to recognise some of the very positive steps which have already been taken, the benefits of which will be transformational in the long run. Firstly, I want to welcome the progress made on delivering fair funding to the North via the interim fiscal framework. If we are to have any hope of transforming our public services, then we need the upfront investment to allow us to achieve that. However, more work is needed to agree a final fiscal framework which will accurately reflect the true level of objective need here in the North. Speaking as a member of the Communities Committee, we also urgently need to see borrowing powers granted to the Housing Executive, which would allow them to build more homes. Secondly, I also want to welcome the recent confirmation of the open book exercise, which will take place in cooperation with the British Treasury. This will give a much clearer picture of the unsustainable pressures which the Executive is facing. Thirdly, I want to welcome the establishment of the Public Sector Transformation Board and the funding allocations which have already been made under that body. The 6 projects which received funding included, for example, 61 million to the Department for Health to enable the rollout of multidisciplinary teams in GP practices, and 27.5 million to tackle the unsustainable trajectory of SEN spending by prioritising early intervention. Further such opportunities for transformation will be made possible through the digitalisation of the public sector. Digitalisation is the future because it removes much of the administration costs of running government and makes it easier for the public to access services. The quicker we embrace technological advances, the quicker we will feel the benefits and potentially cut costs. I do have to say, though, that the level of hypocrisy that the DUP exhibit in bringing this motion is truly staggering. This is the party that brought us RHA, or the cash for ash scandal, which has cost the taxpayer millions of pounds. They didn't seem to care too much about tackling wasteful spending when they signed off on that scheme, and indeed encouraged participants to fill their boots at the expense of the taxpayer. This is the party that brought us Brexit, together with the Tories, and we are all continuing to suffer the consequences of that act of self-harm day and daily. As we stand here today debating this motion, community groups are issuing their staff with redundancy notices as a direct result of the Local Growth Fund underfunding and the failure of the British Government to fully replace the funding lost due to Brexit, a Brexit the DUP championed at every turn. This is the party that is involved in more legal cases than it can even count, consistently using taxpayers' money to block progressive change in the courts. And this is the party that prioritises pet projects like spending over £5,000 of taxpayers' money to prove J.D. Vance's Ulster Scots heritage, which didn't exist. It would be almost laughable if it wasn't so serious that the Communities Minister instructed officials to make this a top priority, while he fails to deliver on so many other issues of real importance. If the DUP is serious about tackling the wasteful spending of public money, then perhaps it should start by taking a closer look at the actions of its own ministers, and then they might have some credibility when they seek to pontificate here to the rest of us.
Thank you. Call Owen Tennyson.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion about the need to tackle waste and inefficiency in government. And whilst the proposer's remarks at times strayed into the Donald Trump playbook with a bit of an imitation of the Doge policies from across the water, the motion is useful in that it exposes a breathtaking level of lack of self-awareness from the DUP. They tell us in the motion that the Audit Office has criticised the delivery of major capital projects, but make no mention of the Education Minister's handling of the Struil Shared Education Campus, which on his watch is set to overrun by £220 million. They express alarm at the number of arm's-length bodies, but make no mention of the same Minister's proposal for a new arm's-length management body for controlled schools, rather than consolidating the existing bodies. They criticise spend on legal costs, but again, no mention of the £50,000 in legal costs associated with the unlawful decision to halt Windsor framework checks, or the £130,000 in costs occurred appealing a decision on the need for an inclusive RE in schools. And that's before we even look at the costs associated with the Communities Minister taking action against his fellow executive colleagues in relation to the Irish language. They tell us that they are concerned about the costs associated with hospitality. No mention of the Deputy First Minister's junket to Wimbledon to the tune of £1,000 on the taxpayer's dime, or the Community Minister's £40,000 on a trip to the United States, including first-class flights, or the £13,000 in Patrick's Day breakfast. Ministers have found £250,000 for magnetic phone pouches, £135,000 for Christmas lights, and $5.5 grand for a genealogy study into J.D. Vance, simply to conclude that no Ulster Scotch heritage existed. I will briefly.
Is the Alliance Party against engagement with the US and international markets in general, or only whenever it's a president that they don't agree with?
But what we are against is profligate spending associated with those trips. I mean, representatives of the Alliance Party have engaged in international travel to represent Northern Ireland's interests where we feel that is appropriate. None of them flew business class in order to do that. And I think other members would take note and reflect on that when they're spending public money. And that's before we look at the £90 billion in foregone tax revenues for the UK as a direct result of Brexit, the tens of millions of pounds of lost EU funding, the lost economic opportunities as a result of repeated collapses of these institutions, and the money that went up in smoke as a direct consequence of the Cash for Ash or HI scheme launched without cost controls by a DUP minister. And they come to this chamber, Deputy Speaker, and they tell us that the reason that the executive has no money is trans people. Catch yourselves on. I mean, the idea that people in Northern Ireland are so foolish that they won't see through what is a blatant attempt to fight a culture war and to distract from the profligate and wasteful spending of successive DUP ministers. And I agree with the thrust of the motion when it says we do need to tackle waste and inefficiency, and prioritise spending where it matters most. But members do not need a non-binding motion in this Assembly. The proposers of this motion simply need a mirror. And all parties need to get serious about that efficiency, around transforming our public services and delivering on the ambition of the Bengoa Review and the Independent Review of Education, of tackling the scandalous cost of duplication and division in our society, looking at issues, some of which have been mentioned already in this debate, about the need for a properly baselined funding formula to deliver more and better for our public services, an enhanced transformation fund to build on the progress which has been undertaken under the Public Service Transformation Board, and, as Alliance has consistently called for, real effort and energy to commission an independent review of the cost of division in our society, so we can finally bring down those costs and fund our public services rather than segregation. And all of this, Deputy Speaker, all of the conversation about reform and transformation in public services comes back to reform and transformation of these institutions. The CBI in 2019 estimated that the collapse of the Assembly at that time had cost Northern Ireland almost £1 billion. The DUP's response was to collapse it again a few years later. We need stability to underpin our society, our economy, and the long-term reform of our public services that is so desperately needed. So I will not support the DUP motion, which I think is a crass attempt at culture war, but I will support the Sinn Féin amendment, which I feel is a much more genuine attempt to start to deal with some of these issues.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This seems to be a giant exercise of the kettle calling the pot black, because the waste that is caused and role modelled by this place, I think, is the cause of the waste right throughout the public sector. The last 20 years has not been good whatsoever. The Executive and the Assembly have overpromised and under-delivered, and I'm just going to run through some examples. And before I do, the Sinn Féin member talked about welcoming the open book exercise from the British Treasury. Open book, special measures is what the Executive are on. Special measures because of the waste and the continued blame on the Exchequer in the United Kingdom. Of course we should lobby for more money, but we get over £18 billion to divide between 2 million citizens. That is a significant amount of money, but of course we waste it we do. 40 million is just one example on taxis to schools. And yes, some special education needs children do need support to get to schools. When I started asking questions about that, the taxi companies very quickly said to the Education Minister, take £1 million back. That's how rubbish the contract was. I was in the back of a taxi coming back from Belfast one night, and the man recognised me. He says, Mr. Burrows, we waited for someone to ask the question. He says, I didn't even have to do night work anymore. I just went 9 to 5. Charging up to £83 per mile, and yet we lecture others. Totally unacceptable. And there is staggering waste elsewhere. Procurement. I go into schools all the time. The same happens right throughout the public sector. You say, how much does it cost to paint that wall? And the school principal will say, well, it could be done for £1,000, but I've got to pay £4,000 because I've got to go through procurement. Big projects, that will cost £20,000, but I pay £80,000 because I've got to go through procurement. When a simple trusted trader scheme could be set up. But no, we waste money because we don't treat it as our own. There is no role modelling in here, except I have to say for our own Health Minister, unprecedented in-year savings of £300 million by properly stewarding money. And I'll tell you where that comes from. It comes from a culture of valuing the taxpayers' money. See, when the Health Minister went to Washington, he went into the plane and turned right, like everyone else who's taxpayers. And he got an economy seat. Do you see when we were out there? I stayed with him. We stayed out of town. One day I got on a bike and I rode to Capitol Hill on an Uber or whatever it's called. We used as cheap a transport as we could get. That's because we treat the public money well. Northern Ireland Civil Service. I asked the Minister for Finance who was responsible for the performance management of the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. Well, he didn't know. Seems to be no one's responsible for the person at the very top who gets paid as much as the Prime Minister. Then we wonder why there's no accountability throughout the civil service. I asked the question, how many members of the civil service, it's not a dig at the hard-working men and women in the civil service, have been classified as underperforming? Wait for it, for an organisation that has performance issues, 20 out of 24,000. 0.09%. The rest of them are highly competent, but yet the organisation is not. It doesn't make sense. And we see this again in the issue of agency contracts, up by 76%. The cost in the last 2 years has doubled, from 65 million to 135 million. This entire place should be put in special measures. And yet we bring a motion. It actually shows we're bringing a non-binding motion to deal with waste. No matter what way we vote tonight, nothing changes. But how many people are we keeping up here to type on Hansard, keep the lights running? Just a waste of money. This is a sick form debating society tonight. Look at the amount of legislation we pass. Virtually none. When we do pass it, often it's not very good, like the A5 or like the free hospital car parking. So we talk about wasting money, but we are role modelling the greatest waste of money going. We sit and debate for days and upon a time a use of the word in the chamber or a committee, whilst women are getting killed in our streets. So I look at the collective performance of the executive. I look at the attitude towards public money, the failure to grip performance issues in the Northern Ireland Civil Service, the fact that procurement is just lacking any common sense. But I then look at the Health Minister who was able to find £300 million, and you see that leadership is actually what's missing. Competency is what's missing. But we go back to that very nub of the story. When we went to Washington, we flew economy, and we used the cheapest way to get into town. That's where you set the example.
Time's up. Speaker. Thank you. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I feel this evening as having this debate like I've got into the back of a taxi driver and the cabbie is already kind of in mid-rant, or I'm in a pub and I've got someone at the boy at the bar still pulled up and said, and another thing, we're all doing this job, I'm sure we've all had that. A lot of members have got up and ranted about a lot of things that are not entirely focused on what this motion is supposed to be about. But of course the motion itself is about a lot of things. It starts off with a commentary on wasteful spending in the public sector, and to be clear, there is waste in the public sector. There is a profound need to reform the way the public sector works in Northern Ireland, including the performance and culture of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. That has been a clarion call from the Northern Ireland Audit Office, but it's been clear, not for years, but for decades, that we have significant structural issues in terms of how we deliver public services here, how our civil service performs, and they are inextricably linked from all of us. The political class, particularly, it must be said, the two big political parties who are wont, for their own political purposes, to collapse devolution when it suits them. So before we get into talking about public servants and civil servants and how they perform, we need to reflect on responsibility. The ultimate responsibility is seeking election and putting yourself forward to authorise spending, which we do, and we did a couple of weeks ago via a budget bill and a voting account. We authorise all the spending that's done. We are responsible for this collectively, and particularly executive ministers, for civil servants and their performance. So when we come in here and rant and blame others, we need to first of all think, particularly those who are in executive office, includes the party that moved the motion today, about the responsibility we have to lead and to give direction. I also should say that some of the issues that have been dragged up in this debate thus far, whether it's about the class of airplane that Mr Burrows flew on, about cycling, I believe, you were saying was cycling into that's quite an achievement. I'm actually quite impressed by that. It's slightly bizarre. You talked about the Health Minister getting the economy. I think some people will genuinely be worried about why, will be asking questions about why the Health Minister needs to go to, I can understand an argument for others, even in the political context, but anyway, needed to go to Washington DC multiple years in this, but that's fine. But yeah, I'm happy to go away.
Just to bring some clarity, because I'm sitting here confused. Who is the opposition and who's in the executive? Because it looks to be the opposition has morphed into the Ulster Unionists, and the SDLP has taken their position in the executive, propping them up and encouraging them to spend.
Members, an extra minute.
I know both you and Mr Burrows are desperate for my job, but let me tell you, we are the opposition, and if this is your audition, if this is your audition, come back next year, lads. Come back next year, because you're not doing it very well. In relation to what's in the motion, there is a legitimate debate to be had about efficiency in the public sector, but it's little or nothing to do with spending on issues to do with transgender people. I think that is bizarre, inappropriate, weird crowbarring in of an issue that is so far from being responsible for wasteful public spending that it just seems absurd. Now, let me be clear, I care about the rights of trans people and them being treated with dignity. But even if I was a hawk looking at every penny of public spending, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is such a trivial rounding error that it's absurd to insert it into this debate. I do want to see a target in terms of efficiency savings. I hope the Finance Minister is able to tell us more about that. I also want to see a programme of meaningful civil service reform which improves and changes how we do government here. The Finance Committee is going to be looking at that. That's an inquiry which starts literally in 2 days' time. We're taking our first evidence on it. We also do have a need to incentivise our public servants to transform the way we do government here. Let's be clear, we do waste money when it comes to duplication of public services, as the Alliance Party has. Even before then, but I hope one or both of the amendments is taken, we have put down an amendment looking at cost of duplication in terms of public services. And by the way, to come back to Mr Gaston's point, I will come in here and be robust and ruthless and theatrical as I like, and I've done it, and I do it all the time in opposition. But constructive, serious opposition is also about coming in and being able to offer serious, robust scrutiny, which is what we do in the Chamber and what we'll do in Finance Committee. So we won't be supporting the main motion as it's drafted. We will be supporting the Sinn Féin amendment, which I think is a bit more sensible. But I would also say to the Minister of Finance, whose party have moved the amendment, we need to see from him clarity. His colleague Colin Gildren, you mentioned earlier on, the Minister's great review of arm's-length bodies, which I believe he called it urgent or said it was key. Well, if it's that key, why has it taken 6 years? It was New Decade, New Approach, where we agreed a review of arm's-length bodies. In all sorts of ways, we now haven't had meaningful change. We've had half a decade, more than half a decade, of Sinn Féin finance ministers. We haven't seen any meaningful step change in terms of fiscal devolution, which was something else that was touched on, but also public service transformation. The Minister himself referred to something called shroud waving in relation to budgetary matters the other day. I have never, despite some of the slurs she's thrown back at me, said that the UK government funds this place to perfect need. I've never said that. What I have said is that those of us who want to build a new future on this island should be about taking responsibility, not simply shifting blame to the Brits, who we know don't really care about us, not simply blaming the DUP, who are at their work again tonight, as they usually are, brazenly, talking about wasteful public spending whenever they were responsible for the biggest public spending scandal in the history of devolution. What I would say to the Finance Minister is, Minister, you take responsibility, come forward with a plan to actually improve public services and reform them, not simply shift blame to others. We'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Last Concordia, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion this evening. From the outset, I want to highlight the importance of us taking the opportunity now afforded to us by agreeing a multi-year budget. The Ulster University Economic Policy Centre has referred to single-year budgets as being a straitjacket which prevents strategic planning. When meeting with various departments, whether it be in constituency capacity or in committee meetings, I have been told by officials that it often feels like they are involved in a sprint, while instead they should be engaging in a marathon process with long-term strategic planning which would deliver better outcomes. I also want to acknowledge the Minister's work on the development of 5-year plans for departments which aim to improve service provision while targeting resources where they are most needed and will prove the most beneficial. I have spoken regularly in this chamber about the underfunding by the British Government and the impact that has had on our public services. However, it is also true that reducing public sector pressures requires transformation and reform of our services, which is simply not possible without providing long-term direction with a budget allocation over several years. The original motion highlights concerns about the civil service workforce. However, it fails to acknowledge the work that is being undertaken through the People's Strategy 2025 to 2030, which seeks to address the challenges the civil service faces. This aims to move the civil service from reactive staffing to planned, data-driven workforce management with stronger governance, shorter end-to-end process times and a single, reliable data set for roles, skills and costs. Digital transformation will also enable the use of new integrated HR and finance IT to streamline processes, improve workforce data and evidence value for money. As elected representatives, it is our responsibility to deliver the best public services we can with the limited financial resources that are available to us, and there is an onus on all executive ministers to do that. However, implementing a series of cuts across the public sector, either in staff or in estates, which the DUP seem to be suggesting in the motion by referencing the 20% reduction in Scotland, would only harm our public services. Protecting frontline services does require efficiency, and I feel this can be best served through the ongoing work around longer-term planning by a multi-year budget and initiatives in the Department's 5-year plans. It's also vital that when talking about our civil service, we acknowledge the hard work that is done to deliver frontline services, whilst also recognising improvements are required. The implementation of the People Strategy over the next 5 years is needed to improve capacity and ensure it has the capability, culture and leadership to deliver high-quality public services, adapt to changing needs and respond effectively to future challenges. Mr
Speaker, households the length and breadth of Northern Ireland are increasingly looking at their own finance in light of the global context and the ongoing cost of living crisis. Against such a backdrop, it's all the more important that this place not only recognises the need to drive efficiency and tackle wasteful spending, but actually moves to do something about it. In speaking to this issue, I want to hone in on what is for me the fundamental within the motion, that of the civil service and wider public sector spend. This is where I believe greatest impact could be made, and an area where the Finance Minister has sufficient variance to make that positive impact. The present situation is unsustainable, and recent efforts towards reform have thus far been paltry to the attempts to effect meaningful change. As expenditure on the frontline delivery of health and education continues to grow exponentially, now is the time to tackle duplication, bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake, and general inefficiency across the sector and within its administrative functions. In particular, numerous reports by the Audit Office and others have identified a myriad of issues and listed many recommendations on the subject of civil service reform. The actions required could be broadly characterised into two principal areas: the need for evidence-led workforce management in the first instance, and the robust performance management of that workforce in the second. I certainly will.
Much to Mr Harvey, my Strangford compadre. I agree with Mr Burrows about the contracting issues, but would the member agree with me that a number of years ago we had the red tape challenge, and the challenge was put out that we decentralised a lot of the work out to other providers. Now, if we're able to crack the contracting, would you agree that centralisation in civil service world maybe isn't working, that it's costing a fortune, and we should consider outsourcing, not privatising, but outsourcing to the community voluntary sector and to our SMEs across Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for her comment and appreciate it, and thank you for your intervention. There is considerable evidence underpinning the Audit Office concerns that current workforce management is not sufficiently underpinned by evidence. The Controller and Auditor General recently noted that in the absence of a robust data-driven workforce plan that aligns business priorities with required roles, skills and existing talent, the civil service cannot reliably identify genuine skills surpluses or deficits across the organisation. Mr Speaker, if we do not know what we have and we do not know what we need, it's a little wonder the civil service requires transformation. Take the issue of agency work reliance, for instance. The number of agency workers operating across the civil service doubled from 2019 to 2025. With no workforce plan, there is no framework to determine whether the rising demand for agency workers is genuinely required. In a similar vein, the lack of performance management is astounding. The service does not routinely collect data on the underperformance of staff, and workforce productivity is not formally measured. Obviously, this totally negates any ability to assess performance, either to identify concerns or similarly to incentivise and acknowledge good performance on an individual or collective level. Mr Speaker, it is evident that there is much low-hanging fruit ripe for the Finance Minister's picking in relation to efficiency and waste across the civil service alone, not to mention other areas of the public sector addressing the lack of performance monitoring is a logical first step. Mr. Speaker, we can all make calls for efficiency. It is incumbent upon us all to put feet to our words and action to our statements, and I trust we shall see action flowing from this motion in the time to come. Thank you.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, my colleague Owen Tennyson and indeed some others in the Chamber this evening have already outlined that while there's much in the motion text that is common sense, fine words are actually one thing, but actions are indeed another. Ultimately, this motion would have been perhaps better directed to the Executive Office, of which committee I am a member, in which the proposer's party, of course, has 2 ministers and numerous special advisers. Unfortunately, the record of efficiency there is extremely weak, and there's no evidence of improvement. Indeed, a full 23 years on from the first election in which the DUP qualified for a ministerial role in the Executive Office, or as it was then called, OFM-DFM. An obvious issue emerges when we look at the start of this motion. Let's look at, for example, the Strategic Investment Board, which was set up by the first Assembly mandate to provide expert guidance on strategy and on investment. Its very coming into existence as a small but expert organisation was designed to ensure that the catalogue of blunders which we'd seen in capital projects and which had been outlined by the Audit Office wouldn't occur. However, Deputy Speaker, bizarrely, the SIB has morphed into something quite different, and it rarely has much to do with strategy or investment. Indeed, the SIB seems to have a role in transformation. This is certainly very prominent on its own website. But if capital projects have failed and transformation is stalled, as the motion clearly implies, then what does it say about SIB? To be clear, I don't mean to be critical of those people carrying out the roles. I mean to point to the obvious systemic failure arising from fairly blatant mission creep. Deputy Speaker, the motion goes on to focus on the civil service. However, once again, it was a DUP First Minister who insisted that the Executive Office ministers appoint the head of the civil service. They should know that civil service is structured to consist primarily of generalists, and while therefore necessarily has to engage outside expertise on specific issues. If the proposers wish to change this, then they would need to take that up with the head of the civil service. Their party had a role in appointing. And with the very units in the Executive Office which purport to be effective delivery across all departments. Again, it was a first DUP minister who presided over the separation between the head of the civil service and the permanent secretary of the Executive Office. That's added to costs, but reduced accountability. Let me give you another example, indeed a prime example. Let's look at Mays Long Cash. Prime development land held a ransom due to the actions of successive First and Deputy First DUP ministers and their failure to deliver solutions. Deputy Speaker, problem solving, not problem making, should be the mantra of this Executive and the Government and the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister. Problem solving should be at the heart of efficient government. So, in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, perhaps the proposers who want to engage in 20% cuts, which they really want are talking about, which inevitably will be clear and mean in cutting jobs. They should be clear about exactly who will be cut in this eventuality. In the meantime, my colleagues and I would much rather use the personnel that we have more effectively and more efficiently, and with the goal of actually delivering and the impact which the public can see, making lives better. After all, that is why we are here. It's certainly why I am here, to deliver for my constituents and to make their lives better. But frankly, that means an end to the politics of blockage and a shift to the politics of progress. Thank you.
Call Timothy Gosling.
Very much, Deputy Speaker, and I certainly have enjoyed the executive parties cutting the tripe out of each other here tonight. It's going to be a long year, and my goodness, it looks to be enjoyable, with plenty of hearty words exchanged throughout the proceedings. I want to concentrate on one aspect of the motion to start off with here tonight. The fact that the motion criticises the use of public money going to advance transgender ideology. The wokery that has captured this place is a matter of deep concern to many members of the public. I think about the Civil Service Inclusive Language Guide. One only need to look at page 16, where civil servants are advised that instead of using words like mum or dad, they should use parent, adult, or caregiver. Think of it. Parents' Day, Adults' Day, Caregivers' Day. Is that the depths that this place has sunk to? That civil servants should not talk about husband, wife, boyfriend or girlfriend, but instead partner or spouse. While produced under the watch of a Sinn Féin finance minister, how did this document get past the executive on the watch of the DUP and Ulster Unionists? A number of months ago, I asked officials working to the First and the Deputy First Minister on ending violence against women and girls to list the genders to which money from that scheme goes to. They told me that it was awarded to groups including men, women and other. Oh, when I pressed them on what the definition or what that actually meant, they couldn't give me a definition. Likewise, a couple of weeks ago at committee, when we were talking about the feedback forms from events that have taken place in the community, they told me the data was captured men, women, neither. There's a new one, or prefer not to say. Thankfully, my colleague in Belfast, Councillor Ron McDowell, had more success in getting clarity on some of these issues and established that some of the groups receiving funding under this flagship scheme included within their number are trans women. Put more clearly, ending violence against women and girls money is going to men who want access to female toilets. Money from the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls are going to groups that include men pretending to be women. Let that sink in. Female-only spaces exist for a reason, and granting men access to female spaces is certainly not a step forward towards equality. Yet, that is what is being supported not just by the Sinn Féin department. Just remember, that's jointly headed up by a DUP Deputy First Minister. So while welcoming this motion before the House, I would extend a warmer welcome if we actually saw the logic of it followed by Emma Little-Pengelly's office. Can I also add that during the wind-up speech to ask what steps the proposers of this motion are taking to ensure the Assembly Commission stops the trans invaders being able to use whatever toilet they want to use in this very building. For far too long, a blind eye has been turned to how taxpayers' money is being spent. For far too long in this House, the people in here have taken the people out there for granted. It's good to see the spotlight being shined on these issues. We think about the hospitality waste, the travel waste, procurement waste, the amount of north-southerly bodies that we have that don't produce anything for the people of Northern Ireland. We think of the bloated civil service, and I don't leave councils out of that either. Plenty of money for backroom officials and office workers, but limited foot soldiers to deliver on the ground for what people actually see. I welcome the motion before us here tonight. I trust this is only the start of the energy that we're going to see now that MLAs have successfully got their £14,000. If we want to talk about waste in government, waste in the public service, this place has just awarded itself £14,200 each. I think it's the last place to lecture anybody out there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is difficult to oppose in principle a motion about government inefficiency. There is inefficiency in how we operate, and it does need to be addressed. We duplicate, we delay, and too often we revisit the same issues without ever properly resolving them. The Audit Office has highlighted real problems from workforce planning to the delivery of major projects, and that affects not just public finances but public confidence. What is particularly frustrating is that much of this is not new. We've had these conversations many times. We've had reports, recommendations, strategies over a number of years pointing to the same issues, yet progress has been slow and in some cases very limited. So if we're serious about inefficiency, we need to be honest about why it exists here. In Northern Ireland, it's not just technical, it's systemic. We have prolonged periods without a functioning executive. When government is down for years at a time, momentum is lost, decisions are delayed and reform stalls. And when things do restart, we often do not move forward. We pick up where we left off, or worse, we start again. That leads to drift, and that drift is our inefficiency. We also see it in how we plan, or more accurately, how we fail to follow through on our plans. We talk about strategy, we produce action plans, but too often delivery does not follow. Only last week I brought a motion to this House and we talked about an action plan which we're still waiting 2 years to see anything happen. And this is not a lack of planning, it's a lack of delivery. We see the same pattern in workforce planning. The pressure on GP services, for example, is not simply about demand. It reflects a failure to plan for that demand. We know our population is ageing, we know need is increasing, yet we have not matched that with the workforce required to satisfy that need. The result is that people cannot access care when they need it, pressure builds across the system, and the cost to both services and individuals increases. That is inefficiency. And it's not confined to one service, it's a pattern, because if we do not plan ahead, if we do not invest early, and if we do not act on the strategies that we regularly produce, then we will continue to spend more while delivering less. And that's the deeper issue that this debate needs to address. On structures, there is a legitimate conversation to be had. We should challenge duplication. We should question whether bodies are delivering value. But this cannot simply be about reducing numbers. The existing of an arm's-length body should be determined by need and the value it delivers. In some cases, this may mean reform. In others, it may recognising where there are gaps. For example, I believe there's a strong case for a commissioner focused on women, not for the sake of creating another structure, but because we're not adequately addressing issues that disproportionately affect women, whether in health, safety or opportunities. That is about need and it's about outcomes. But we also have to be honest about how we treat the structures we already have. There are organisations and statutory bodies that exist to provide expertise, oversight and advice, yet too often their work is not acted upon. If we establish bodies and then fail to listen to them, and we fail to engage with them or fail to act on their recommendations, then of course they're going to be seen as inefficient. But the issue in that case is not their existence, it's our response as elected representatives to those bodies. So yes, we should tackle waste. Yes, we should improve efficiency. But if we focus only on structures or on reducing spend and isolation, then we miss our bigger problem. Efficiency is not just about spending less, it's about doing things properly in the first place. It's about planning ahead, following through on decisions and aligning our services with the needs that we know are coming. And without that, we continue as we are, the drift. Drifting, reacting and spending more money without delivering the outcomes that people expect of us and elect us to do. And that, more than anything, is where the real inefficiency lies. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call the Minister of Finance to respond. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
The topic of the motion is very wide-ranging. Nonetheless, I welcome the opportunity to engage this debate today, because if we are to make real progress, then our discussion must be grounded in facts, not headlines, and in practical working solutions from across all the executive. Those who have put down the motion have again mistakenly given additional powers to myself as Finance Minister, and I've said to them before, I suspect some of your party colleagues in the executive will not be keen on giving me extra powers. Let me be absolutely clear from the outset. I fully support the objective of delivering a more efficient and genuinely transformative public sector, one that is focused on saving and getting better value for money, and ultimately delivering a better outcomes for our citizens. But it is the collective responsibility of the executive which needs to be agreed by every single minister. If responsibility for transformation is just left to one minister, one department or one permanent secretary, then the opportunities which transformation offers will not be realised. It needs to be embraced by every minister, working with the civil service, if we are to deliver the changes we agree are necessary. We should also acknowledge, however, that civil service undertake their jobs in increasingly challenging circumstances. And while it's easy for some to criticise and lay blame, I believe that most members would want to join me in placing on record our recognition and appreciation of their work, and work they do alongside you every day of the week. So while some engage in simplistic soundbites, we should also always remember that the people who deliver our public services are our greatest asset. The evidence is clear, for example, from the World Economic Forum and the OECD, that organisations with inclusive practices and workforces outperform their peers in innovation, decision-making and employee engagement. And societies which promote equality, respect, inclusivity and protection for minorities have better socio-economic outcomes. Now, so those who constantly in this chamber attack minorities, when they shouldn't be doing it at all, but if they want to ease themselves in some way, just think of that. Societies that have protections for minorities have better socio-economic outcomes. These principles are good for individuals and they're good for society. I note that the motion highlights the Scottish Government's commitment to reduce operating costs by 20% by 2030. Over the 5 years to January 2025, the Scottish Government's own headcount in terms of staff increased by close to 40%. In that same period, our civil service grew by a little over 7%. That contrast matters, and we are not comparing like for like, I will, yes.
This is a genuine rather than a strictly political question. The Fiscal Council document, which came out a few weeks ago on the multi-year budget, has some interesting comparisons in it. They say, I think I'm right in saying that we have about 180% in terms of civil service employment versus across the water. Now, does he have a view on that? I know we do have a higher level of need, we have greater rurality, but does he think that there is something there that needs to be looked at in terms of sheer scale? I'm genuinely interested in the answer.
Yeah, and the Fiscal Council go on to elaborate in terms of rurality, and that a lot of services in England are privatised. We have resisted privatisation here. So when people are comparing like for like, they need to have a deep dive into the figures and look exactly why our differences are here. I'm comparing the Scottish figures here, and those who want to start off with the Scottish example need to understand that the Scottish Government's workforce increased by 40%, ours increased by 7%. So all these things require a deeper dive. And in terms of agency workers, and I have answered written questions on this, I have said this in the chamber on multiple occasions, so this figure is out there and people know this figure. People keep throwing up this figure of 4,939 agency staff, and this has increased dramatically over this last number of years, failing to mention the fact that 2,539 of those are directly employed by the Department of Works and Pensions in Britain. They're not employed by us. The funding for those are not coming out of the block grant. There's no cost to the public service here. It's like a major multinational coming in and giving us jobs. But still, people for their own reasons and rationale, keep using this figure as if the civil service here, or I, or somebody else has done something wrong. 2,539 of them are employed by the Department of Works and Pensions. Please now keep that into your factor when you're quoting that figure. So, one second, I just want to finish this point. So, I would ask the proposer of this motion, what would they do to mirror a 20% reduction in Scotland? To achieve a cut of that scale purely through staff costs would, for the civil service alone, equate to 5,000 people across wider public sector. It would be close to 47,000 job losses. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Whenever the questions are asked through an Assembly written question to your department, that's the answer we get back. There's no context provided, there's no explanation, we just get a direct, blunt answer. So we don't know what we don't know because we're not told.
Yes, the member goes back and reads his answers, because I'm the one who signs off on them, and I can assure you those figures are included in your answers. To achieve, so the proposers of the motion, based on the 20% figure, are proposing up to 47,000 job losses. That's what you're proposing. Now, that you may be comfortable with that. I know your former leader was comfortable with 40,000 job losses as a result of Brexit. You may be comfortable with 47,000 job losses. That's for you to defend. Are they suggesting we make redundancies on that scale across the public sector? Removing jobs from our local communities at a time when the demand for our services, particularly on the front line, specifically in health and education, continue to grow? Or perhaps members opposite are suggesting an alternative would be to pursue sweeping reductions in estate costs instead, meaning the closure of regional offices, public amenities, limiting local access to public services, with a disproportionate impact on rural communities. It's easy to talk, but it's much harder to deliver the painful cuts this motion would require, or indeed to face your constituents whose access to essential public services has been limited. I would welcome clarification from members opposite. What practical actions do you propose? Let us turn what could be done in many cases. Let's turn to what we can do, and in many cases, what has currently been done. Ministers don't need a motion like this or targets from me to drive efficiencies in their department. It is their job to manage their departments, and that includes their finances. In relation to finances, I have consistently argued that the policies of previous British governments and the current British government have created this situation. They have consistently cut finances in real terms to public services, and I have and will continue to make the case for more funding for our public services. That may upset some in the chamber, it upsets some in the media, but I will continue to do it. Let me be very clear. The best chance of success in getting proper funding from the government lies with everyone in the Executive and the Assembly working together to send that message consistently to the British Government. Soundbites, point scoring and calling the Executive to bail out the British Government funded programmes doesn't cut it. Members of this Assembly have a choice to continue to shadowbox and roleplay, or get down to the real work of making politics work for all our people and give leadership and hope in what is a very worrying world at present. The work of managing departments and driving effective, efficient government should be happening as a matter of course within departments. And if ministers, particularly from the party that has put down this motion, support the scale of cuts suggested by their party members, then I would expect that they have taken steps to control spend and workforce numbers within their respective departments. Perhaps the proposers of this motion could spell out how this has been done. The reality is the scale of bids my department received in the recent budget process indicated departments wanted more money, not less, more staff, not less. Indeed, when we look at the Education Authority, for example, whose workforce is more double the size of the civil service, we see an 18% increase in full-time equivalent staff over 5 years to April 2025. That's an extra 8,900 people employed in this last 5 years. A growth rate far above that of pupil numbers growth. I am fully committed to civil service workforce renewal. In that regard, the People's Strategy 2530 is my department's key programme. Launched in April 2025, it focuses on 3 priorities: skills and capacity, experience and environment, leadership and inclusion. The strategy will deliver clearer roles and career paths, faster targeting recruitment, stronger workforce planning, more consistent people management, better employee experience and well-being, and stronger leadership and inclusion, including rights for all employees based on our equality legislation. All of these, I believe, will lead to better outcomes for public service delivery. The multi-year budget is an opportunity to provide the certainty needed by departments for long-term planning and to create the conditions to drive transformational change. At its core, transformation is about changing how we work so our services become more effective, more resilient, more sustainable. That means designing services around citizens, not organisational structures, cutting duplication and unnecessary complexity, planning our workforce better so skills are used where they add the most value, using data wisely to guide decisions and support early action, focus on prevention, not just managing demand, and making sure every pound we spend delivers the greatest possible impact. This kind of reform is not optional. With pressures continuing to grow, doing more of the same is simply not an option. The Executive recognises the need for transformational change across many of our public services and the need to fund this transformation. That is why I am seeking the Executive approval to earmark a further $135 million in the multi-year budget to continue driving forward the transformation of our public services and build a system that truly works. Delivering our programme for government priorities will require the Executive collectively and individual ministers to take challenging decisions to prioritise the available funding to deliver the desired outcomes. One key strand of my department's transformational budget, transformative budget sustainability work, is the development of five-year departmental plans to set out each department's strategic direction over the medium term, outline the costs involved, and identify efficiencies and other opportunities to reduce spending. My officials have and continue to provide support and guidance to all departments as they seek to put in place their five-year plan. Departments are being encouraged to identify and set out clear proposals for efficiencies and transformation initiatives that can be taken forward over the five-year project, with the aim of driving down costs, improving service delivery, and ensuring that resources are targeted where they are most needed. The implementation of mandatory targets, as proposed in this motion today, however, will not necessarily deliver any additional efficiencies beyond those which are already being delivered or identified for delivery as we move forward. In addition, it would potentially introduce a further layer of bureaucracy. I note the concerns raised by the Audit Office and Public Accounts Committee on cost overruns and delays in major capital projects here. These issues are not unique to public sector projects. We see examples of major projects across these islands disrupted due to inflationary pressures, legal action, planning issues and other factors outside the direct control of the relevant department or arm's length body. That said, I believe we've become too risk adverse and spend too much time in processes and bureaucracy rather than focusing on delivery. For example, many reports have outlined that we spend too much time developing the business case and submitting it to multiple layers of checking, which is not improving decision making. I am committed to driving efficiency and tackling unnecessary bureaucracy. I have already simplified procurement processes and reduced red tape and low-value procurement in grant funding. The example used by Mr Burrows, I have changed the procurement processes for schools. My concern is this: that information hasn't been filtered down to schools. And I think there is an urgency on the department and on the EA to ensure that schools are aware of the new procurement processes in place, because it removes bureaucracy and has the potential to save schools significant amounts of money. The motion raises concerns about the level of expenditure by executive departments and arm's length bodies. Scrutiny in this space is not optional. It's essential that ALBs represent 74% of our total resource budget and employ the vast majority of our public sector workers. I encourage, and as ministers where they have powers, to ensure that their arm's length bodies are being run effectively and efficiently. Our arm's length bodies spend the vast majority of our public funding and therefore require careful scrutiny. In closing, efficiency is essential for protecting frontline services and ensuring that public money is directed to areas that matter most. Real, lasting reform will only be achieved if we embrace it together with shared purpose and shared accountability to drive meaningful change. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. We call Pat Sheehan to wind up the amendment. You have up to 5 minutes.
And before I get into the main body of my contribution, I was astounded that Timothy Gaston was able to speak for almost 5 minutes on his most unhealthy of obsessions about who goes into the women's toilets. I suppose the one thing we should be thankful for is that it's no longer no popery here, it's now just no wokery here. So good man, Timothy. I almost choked on my cornflakes this morning when I read this motion, and I genuinely had to read it twice because I couldn't quite believe that the DUP, the party of our HI, were standing up to lecture anyone on waste and inefficiency. The party of fill your boots mentality, the party of economic and financial illiteracy. And I suppose the successive education ministers from that party have made an art form of waste and inefficiency. And let's be very clear from the outset, when this minister blows his budget, he doesn't pay the price. But you know who Paul Givan does want to pick up the tab? He and the DUP want our rural schools to pick up the tab. They want children with special educational needs to pay the price, and they want to threaten the future of our classroom assistants to balance the books. And against that backdrop, what is the Minister proposing? At a time when the Independent Review of Education has called for simplification and a move towards a single management authority, he wants to go in the opposite direction. More duplication, another management body, another layer of bureaucracy. How many more millions is that going to cost? Yes, I will, of course.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. Would the member also acknowledge that the Independent Review for Education also called for specifically more support for control schools in Northern Ireland?
And of course, a dedicated unit has been set up in the EA. You know, but of course, the Minister's ideological crusades are more important than efficiency when it comes to the public purse. And then we're asked to listen to lectures about value for money. One other small example of the DUP's cavalier attitude to public finance. And let me explain this. The Education Committee is bringing forward a bill that would give every pupil the right to wear trousers to school. The DUP has said they're not going to oppose that. They're not going to oppose the passage of that bill. And let me tell you this, drafters don't come cheap. It costs thousands of pounds to draft a piece of legislation, but the Minister, with the stroke of a pen, could issue a statutory guideline to all schools to ensure that every pupil has the right to wear trousers. But the DUP aren't interested in money that might be saved. Look at the DUP's record, particularly on education, where they've been in charge for a decade now. The Audit Office found that despite hundreds of millions being spent on SEN provision, neither the Department nor the Education Authority could demonstrate value for money. Hundreds of millions spent and no evidence of the DUP delivering. At the same time, we see hundreds of thousands spent on a phone pouch gimmick. And the Minister was at pains earlier on today to tell others that there's an off switch on their phones, but he's happy to spend $250,000 on a pet project. Millions poured into a regressive and harmful reform agenda, lifted straight from a failed experiment in England. Lucy Crehan, who carried out the Minister's curriculum review, was at the committee last week. She was asked if academic selection distorts and skews the curriculum in primary school. Her answer was yes, it does. But yet, she wasn't given a remit to look at the curriculum in primary schools. So again, it's the Minister's ideological crusades. He's not really interested in the public purse, and he's not really interested in proper reform. We have school buildings with roofs at risk of collapse, classrooms that are not fit for purpose, and we're told there's no way to prioritise fixing them. Yet somehow there's money for a state-of-the-art pitch at a school already awash with sporting facilities. And let's not forget, they were given taxi operators, as Mr Burrows mentioned, £83 a mile to bring kids to school, and at least 30 taxi drivers, according to the EA, are being paid over £1,000 a week out of the education budget. So how can anyone take this motion seriously? Our amendment brings us back to reality. It supports the need for efficiency, but it focuses on doing it properly by reducing reliance on agency staff and strengthening internal recruitment. Ensuring reform is thoughtful, not reckless, and most importantly, it recognises a simple truth. If you're serious about tackling waste, you do not create more duplication. You do not add more bureaucracy. And you don't have any wokery here, Timothy. Good man.
Okay, members. I'm going to call Brian Kingston to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And after listening to the debate, whilst there's been plenty of people who've tried to distract into party political attacks, there is perhaps, to put a positive spin on things, some agreement on the need to prioritise efficiency savings. And I would remind members of the Sinn Féin party that their own Minister, John O'Dowd, said that he was in listening mode and that he wanted to hear proposals brought forward. He wanted to hear people pushing to make savings. So the DUP will champion the need to make savings from the public purse so that we can have delivery for frontline services that matter to people, not money not being spent on pet projects, ideologically driven projects. So thank those that have contributed to the debate. No, let me make some way. I thank those who have contributed to the debate, brought forward by Diane Forsyth, Harry Harvey and myself as DUP members of the Finance Committee. We do want every pound spent on public services in Northern Ireland to be well spent, and we will continue to challenge where that is not the case. At the same time, all of us, I hope, will campaign for a larger block grant settlement from His Majesty's Treasury at Whitehall, larger than the 19 billion that we receive annually. At the same time, we must also examine our own finances and see where we can make savings. We have referenced the Northern Ireland Audit Report, Leading and Resourcing the Northern Ireland Civil Service, published in January. And this sets out a range of serious concerns. And we have addressed our motion to the Finance Minister. His department has to take the lead in getting a grip on these issues, which were identified as weak workforce planning, a growing over-reliance on temporary and agency staff, rising costs, and a lack of strategic clarity about what skills are needed to deliver public services effectively. So, as some others have said, there's no point in having these reports if we don't take action following up on them. The report shows that as of April 2025, almost 5,000 agency workers were employed across the Northern Ireland Civil Service. I'll return to the Minister's comment on that, but that is more than double the number in 2019, at a cost exceeding £500 million over 5 years. So these posts come at a higher cost to the public purse, with paying an agency to employ people, do not represent the best value for money, and that cannot continue. As I say, let me make progress. The culture of efficiency must be led from the top, and that's why we have called on the Finance Minister to take the lead on these matters. I will point out to him that our motion speaks of the need to agree. That's the important word. Agree mandatory rolling efficiency targets for day-to-day efficiency targets for spending by every executive department. So it will need collaboration within the executive, but the finance is the department which holds the purse strings, and they must take the lead on this matter. If we were asked around this chamber to name all the arm's length bodies in Northern Ireland, I wonder how many we would be able to name, what total we would get to. At Finance Committee, we recently received the report that there are 140 arm's length bodies across the 9 executive departments. I don't think we would get to that number. So, and we do see in various legislative bills brought to the Assembly proposals to create more, and typically at a £1 million budget for each new commissioner and other public bodies. Let me finish this point. So, a new public body typically means extra costs for administration, staffing, public relations, human resources, publicity, office and IT costs, and so on. So we must ask, are all these public bodies really necessary? Could some of them be combined? Could some functions be brought in-house by sponsoring departments? And could some new requests be tagged on to an existing public body rather than creating a new one? So that's why we have in our motion called for a presumption against the creation of new public bodies. That is not a moratorium. A strong case can be made, but we should push back against the creation of new public bodies and challenge whether some of them could be merged or brought in-house. Give way briefly to the Leader of the Opposition.
Does he think that the creation of, just to pick an example at random, a managing authority for controlled schools is something that can be justified?
As I said, it is up in each case. We have not called for a moratorium. We've asked for the case to be made. That is a sector of the school provision, education provision, which does not have the same support that other sectors receive. So rightly, in the interest of equality, they need that supporting body that will champion their case, and we stand by that, that proposal from the Education Minister. I want to respond to some of the comments made. Diane Forsyth, she pointed out how the Alliance Party, their deputy leader, seemed to spend his time focusing on attacking the DUP. I wonder, is that a smokescreen for actually they like to see all these public bodies, they like to see money going to lots of pet projects, they like to see money going to net zero proposals, which have actually damaged our economy, prevent much needed roads, the A4 and the A5 being built. So we in the DUP will very much continue to champion. We will not be put off by Alliance Party trying to distract from the need for efficiency and savings within how we deliver Northern Ireland, as they turn it into a party political matter. The Colm Gildernew and Pat Sheehan from Sinn Féin again decided to turn this into a party political matter, and as I've already mentioned, their minister has called for cooperation on this matter. This is a task for all of us that we should focus on. I mean, the Alliance Party, we could talk about the £13 million spent on a new state-of-the-art kitchen and cafe at McGilligan Prison, but that didn't seem to make the list. Where it only seemed to be DUP ministers he focused on, and the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party,
at the back, order.
John Burrows, again, he only came up with a DUP-related list. He didn't mention the maternity hospital, the Royal Victoria Hospital, which successive health ministers from his department have mismanaged, and the cost of it have doubled, and it's going to be at least 4 years out of date. Very briefly.
I should put in the public record of my friends in the DUP. They do mention the advanced transgender ideology. That is a reference to the health department. That was introduced in 2013 by the Home Minister. It was the Gender Services Clinic for the Health Department.
Yes, well, we have stood against beta blockers being applied to children in Northern Ireland, and I will say this: I do think the focus should be on psychological support. That is where the need is needed. But yeah, other members, I'll give way if another member with a detail on that wishes to respond.
The member raised the issue already knows that the minister that he talks about was not directly involved in that decision. He knows that, and he is spreading mistruth in this chamber.
Okay, well, time is moving on. So, Matthew Toole made the point of that this debate was like getting into a taxi where a taxi driver is in a mid-rant. Obviously, it proves that not just taxi drivers like to have rants. In fairness to taxi drivers, there's plenty in here. Gemma Dolan spoke about how multi-year budgets, 5-year plans can help find greater financial planning, which is true. Harry Harvey spoke of the need to tackle duplication and bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. Timothy Gaston again agreed with our concerns about funding being allocated to ideologically driven pet projects and trying to change how people speak and common sense how people live their lives. And he rightly raised the issue of the toilets in this building and Parliament buildings, which is a matter for the Assembly Commission, and that needs to be addressed. No, my time is running out now. So I'll finish with the Minister for Finance. He said that such a drive for efficiency and cutting out waste needs to be applied across the Executive, and he's right in that. And I've already pointed out the wording in our motion that for the Finance Minister to agree rolling efficiency targets. But we very much believe this needs to come from his department, taking the lead and being a champion. And we in the DUP will be a champion for the people's money. This is taxpayers' money. It needs to be well spent in Northern Ireland, and we need to be able to challenge where it's not been well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, before I put this to the House, I just want to point out to members, the person who said it will know who they are, and the person receiving it will do the same. Normally comments like untruths and mistruths are challenged by the Chair. If the person receiving it wants to raise that, that's entirely a matter for them. So, members, the question is, sorry?
If the Speaker would like me to withdraw that particular word, I'm happy to withdraw that word. I nevertheless feel that there was things being said that were factually inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. You put that on the record. So, members, Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, could you wait until members are seated and that there is order? Carry Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we have heard what has been quite a disappointing debate, especially when people who are transgender have been used in such an unfortunate way. Could I ask Deputy Speaker for a ruling under Standing Order 65, which is the approach that's taken within this chamber, and given the fact that Standing Order 65 refers to the Code of Conduct, and I'll just remind everyone that the additional Assembly Principles of Conduct, number 8, talks about equality, that says members should promote equality of opportunity and not discriminate against any person. I feel that the language in this House has been appalling today, and that people who are trans people have been used as scapegoats, and I would like the Speaker's office to make a ruling on whether or not that has been breached today in today's debate.
Okay. The member has made reference, could you just hold on, to the actual points of order. So that will be referred to the Speaker's office and the advice will be relayed back to you. Mr Burrows, point of order.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would say a very factual point that the services were commissioned in 2013 and there is correspondence signed by that minister that there were there. So
Mr Burrows, have you got an actual point of order? Can you relate
yes,
it?
Point of order
can you relate it? Sorry, you take your seat when I'm on my feet. You resume your seat when I'm on my feet. And members, if we could have some order, we'll just be clear of how the conduct is carried out. If you have an actual point of order, could you tell me the standing order you're referring to? What we won't be doing is returning back to the debate. So if you've got a point of order, relate it to a standing order. Go ahead.
There was nothing untruthful to what I said, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mr Burrows withdrew that remark. So, members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Pat Sheehan, Colin Gildernew and Sinead Ennis be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it, do they? Okay. Okay, members, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members. Order, members. Members. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Pat Sheehan, Colin Gildernew, Sinead Ennis be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Members. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers to the ayes are Linda Dillon, Gemma Dolan. Tellers to the noes, Diane Forsyth and Brian Kingston. To the lobbies, the Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. The doors. Members. Order, members. Okay. Clerk, please read the result.
66 members voted, 40 members voted aye, 26 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Members, the amendment is carried. Unfasten the doors. So, members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Okay, members. Order, order. I have been. Order, members. Members. Been advised by party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27 1AB. There is. Could all members please A, show some respect, and B, maintain some order? I mean, there cannot be the possibility that the members making the noise did not hear the word order a minute or two ago. So for absolute clarification, we'll start again. I'm in no hurry. I've been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27 1AB, there's agreement we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Members. Order, members. Order, members. Tellers to be appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes: Linda Dillon, Gemma Dolan. Tellers for the no: Brian Kingston, Diane Forsyth. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Okay, members. Thanks, members. Members, resume your seats, please. Clerk, please read the result.
66 members voted, 40 members voted aye, 26 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
Members, the motion as amended is carried on. Fasten the doors. Next item on the order paper, item 6, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.